Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL qualifiers for the summer of 2023. So happy to be here. My name is Nyarko on play-by-play for two fantastic best-of-threes here to round out the group stage alongside the illustrious Alk Battery on color. This is all brought to you by Turo, and honestly, I think we're entering onto two banger series. Alk, what are you feeling for today?
Well, first, I'm feeling great because I finally got over the cold. I might still have a cough for the rest of today and tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. But I'm feeling good. I got to watch some of the LPL last night, thanks to our homies over that I got to work with this split, and had a good friend in Mazel, friend of the broadcast and friend of the LCS Challengers League, got to do an in-person broadcast. So that was a lot of fun. So honestly, the last couple days, because of LPL, I've definitely gotten a lot better. Before that, I was not feeling great. That was pretty awful. Sunday was pretty bad.
Yeah, we were worried for you over here, man. What were we going to do without one of the top NACL content creators?
Oh, God. Thank you.
Grapes for being able to make up.
True.
We got some good video content coming down the line, but luckily you're also here for CCG Esports versus Apex Mission Impossible to start us off on the day.
Yeah, for sure. We've got a lot of games going out throughout the day, but we also have to get through our format. If this is the first time you're joining us here at the Challengers League qualifiers, the way we got here, if you ever have needed to see another team get in, if you wanted to see yourself here in the Challengers League, it starts here, down in the qualifiers. You play through a Swiss stage. The selection committee gets through all of those. You get 32 of those teams coming in. 3 wins was the magic number for them. Once we got through all of that, the top 16 were then put into 4 groups, and that's how we got to our GSL-style knockout groups here where, hey, it's double elim, as long as, if you lose the first one, that's fine. You can make a run through the lower bracket, and that's where we are right now, trying to qualify from some second seeds for tomorrow's quarterfinals.
Yep, and this is going to be the group stage look for each of the individual brackets, and we've been going through each of these groups throughout the course of a few weeks now, and we've been experiencing some crazy upsets, some big turnarounds, and I don't think that that's going to change at all here and now, as a few roster shakeups and things like that have definitely impacted a lot of our predictions, a lot of our thoughts going forward deeper on into these NACL summer qualifiers.
Yeah, it's so crazy. We're just getting more and more different things happening here in the qualifiers. But here we've got a look at our group that we're going to be looking at immediately for our first series of the day. You see, take a look at Group D, Lit Esports making it all the way into first. We had that issue with Cold Hearted, obviously, but I think the fact that we got to see Lit make kind of like a revenge run. Yes, they're going to be out of this group as Group A, as the first seed, but I think they still have a lot to prove, and I think they themselves are still pretty hungry and maybe a little bit frustrated with everything about being like, hey, we deserve to have been first seed. They had, a support swap out. They lost to Cold Hearted. They definitely want to be able to prove themselves, especially as a team with a bunch of players who want to try and make promotion a second time.
Yeah, Lit Esports had a little bit of roster turmoil here and there. They also, I think, just had a few games that were far shakier than anybody really expected, but at the end of it all, they pulled it off. They come out as the first seed here in Group D, and I think deservedly so. Now, it's a matter of seeing how CCG Esports and Apex Mission Impossible are going to fare, as both of these teams have had issues of their own. That being said, it's less in the realm of roster turmoil than a lot of the different teams that we've been covering so far here on Rally Cry and Rally Cry try to. So now it's just a matter of them getting dialed in, hopefully for each other. As you can see down here, CCG Esports hasn't really been playing all that recently. I believe that they were able to dodge out on the cold-hearted matchup, moved up here, and hopefully that maximizes the time in which they're going to be able to really set up for Apex Mission Impossible, who want to keep their hopes alive to at least stride into the second seed here in Group D.
CCG has played one official match. They have played up against Apex Mission Impossible, where they ended up still losing that series. They were not able to do a lot in terms of that series, but we could take a look at some of our future stuff and take a look at our qualifier bracket. This is elimination. This is what these teams are playing for. Top 8. It's where all the money is when we talk about here in the qualifiers, and it's going to be one of the most important ones we have, because not only are they going to be able to get as many points as possible for a lot of these teams, they need to be able to actually win this event, where we've introduced our Cinderella rule, where if you do win the second qualifier, you guarantee yourself the highest possible seeding going into the promotion tournament. So each one of these teams, especially for Apex Mission Impossible and for CCG, I mean, just across the board, getting that highest seed is so important when going up against the bottom of Challengers League teams.
Definitely the case. And for those of you who are trying to focus upon the Rally Cry 1 stream alongside the Challengers League stream, we are looking at the quarterfinals 1 and quarterfinals 2 as what we are covering. Who's going to be entering into battle versus Mirage Alliance down the line? Who is going to be entering into battle versus Team E Turner? Really excited to see how this top side of the bracket shakes out today, because for me, these matchups are going to define the topography of who's moving along pretty swiftly to finals. And speaking of finals, I also want to shout out the fact that you guys can get tickets, by the way, for the NACL proper and their in-person grand finals. Go check that out, please.
Yeah, it'll be over in the Riot Games Arena, which, by the way, if you're going to the Challengers League grand finals with Disguised and Evil Geniuses Challengers, I will be there. So make sure that you say hi. I am not mean in person for the most part, unless it's been a really awful day. Probably won't be. So hey, if you're going, if you already want to try and make plans, if you want to try and get some last minute tickets, go ahead and make sure that you're, signing up and purchasing those tickets, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Got a lot of homies of ourselves. So let's take a look at the rosters, though, because we're getting closer and closer to getting into game. Apex Mission Impossible here is our first one up. A team that, hey, they haven't changed all that many pieces coming from the first qualifier to the second, and they're still looking to try to make that kind of run towards the end.
Yep, consistent and clean, at least in terms of their roster, but I gotta say, I have a few concerns about their overall game plan moving up into this matchup versus CCG Esports. There are clear strengths. I think Ariandel is just frankly one of the best mid laners we've been seeing as of late, but can the rest of the team really revolve around this role, or are they going to be target banned out? Are there going to be strategies employed by CCG that could take down this kind of pointy style that they have going for them? That's the real question.
I was pretty sad to see Reg step down and no longer be playing on this roster, but so far, Hive, if you do know, this is also Coach Jad of Converse University and their run last year in CLO 2022 of being able to make it on Converse. But he has been, I think, really, really good for this team. He does play a little bit of a different style, definitely kind of shies away from some of those carries, but we've seen him more and more on those tanks, and I'm loving the kind of sight that we're getting, because it does put an additional focus on our two carries. Baz, a AD carry that we don't know a ton about, but has definitely, I think, stepped up in a lot of cases. Ariandel, he has a ton of experience, and while I think his Jace has been really excellent, I think I really would like to see some more consistency out of the mid laner who, for all intents and purposes, should be top of the table. This is a guy that, for all his years of playing in collegiate, winning a collegiate title, playing on numerous different rosters here in Tier 3, we expect a lot from him just alone as a leader, and hopefully he can bring his team alongside him to that top 8.
Well, certainly do or die for Apex Mission Impossible right now, living up to their name, having to pull off the impossible mission. That being said, they were the ones to make a statement versus CCG earlier. Now it's just a matter of how CCG is going to be able to rally, turn things around. I think we should take a look at their roster as well. Yeah.
CCG, a roster that changed up a lot. Now, big change coming in today. Detro is going to be subbed out. Baruto is going to be playing today, at least for Game 1. We'll see if anything changes for the rest of the series. However, this is a team that honestly is so hot and cold on the day. One day they can just absolutely be running the game and running series, and we've not necessarily seen that this qualifier. We saw a little bit in the last qualifier, but even with the addition of Hyper, we thought that this player, a player coming from FlyFam, the person that kind of wasn't able to find a starting NACL spot, but eventually was able to come in and kind of shake up that roster. It has not looked great for them. We really need to kind of see them finally now. What has the 2 weeks done for them?
And really, with the first game about to start, or at least us getting into that draft, I need to see statements made early by CCG, because this is really not just a casting call for this specific game or this specific series, but rather this is your first step into a very, very difficult future. You're going to be up against some of the most powerful teams here in the NACL that have already proven their stuff, while you guys remain kind of this variable that's sitting on the periphery of everybody's thoughts. So if you could take it here versus Apex Mission Impossible, your next goal is to take it versus Mirage Alliance of the all things.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one step at a time for both of these teams. It's like, we need to just go one step at a time, and especially for them, I think they're just looking at this as, let's just take a one match, because right now they need to be able to beat Apex. Whether these teams need to be able to win, and then you're immediately saying, okay, turnaround time, less than 24 hours, we're playing against Mirage Alliance. That is a very tricky task. Not a lot of teams have been able to say that they've taken down this team. And again, for them, I think to set expectations, right? Like, I think to see either of these teams in top 8 is going to be surprising enough, but it would be kind of painful for a team like CCG when you look at the players on their roster to not make top 8. I mean, specifically Hyper is a guy that has so much pedigree, that has had an amazing year so far. It would hurt.
Especially just with the time span in which these qualifiers take place. It feels like there's such a long stopgap before we're able to see these players take to the Rift yet again in this kind of format. Because, you know, when it's the first qualifier of the summer, or perhaps even the qualifiers during the spring, you just think, hey, it's a go next angle. We got some time to develop, but not too much time before we make a statement. So hopefully we could see something for both of these teams here as I think we're about to enter on into the draft. I'll want to give you some time to recover, but we're diving in. That is going to be a ban of Cassante to start us off.
Good. Love that champion, taking that away immediately, away from Shocky. That is pretty important. Wow. Okay, I'm dying. Okay, here we go. Cassante for Shocky. I think that's perfectly fine for anybody who's just joining us. We are on 13-13. That is going to be a very important patch for us, just because we are on it all playoffs long. And wow, getting rid of the Karthus as well from Baz.
Oh, I completely and utterly admire your ability to continue to go while things go down the wrong pipe, as it were. But let me cover the rest of these bans for you, just so you can recover a bit. Yeah, that's a Karthus knockout alongside the LeBlanc by CCG. However, now we're not seeing Apex Mission Impossible deny another tank in the form of that Rel, alongside what is potentially a second jungler, if the Rungle was actually what was on the table, a Kindred knocked out. Something that I've been seeing so consistently that I actually don't know how powerful this champion is.
Okay, cool. We're back. The Karthus takeaway is fine. I think that the Jace takeaway from Ariandel is very important. We'll see what Rain can do, as he has been mostly sitting on control mages. So I'm interested to see what we get from them now, because more likely looking like we're probably going to see more of a Syndra coming out from him. And this just means that Kaisa, those kinds of things. I think that the Maokai being available is very important for both of these guys.
I'm also interested to see whether or not we get stuff like the Tristana and Ziggs that were so heavily highlighted in the last few NACL qualifiers that I was casting. Tower busting power, the ability to rotate and open up the map early, allow for these facilitation style plays off the backs of stuff like the Sejuani that just got grabbed. I think it leads to a very, very powerful team identity. CCG seems to be going in that line, as now that is in fact going to be Tristana flexed early in this draft.
I like the Tristana. Really good flex here. I wonder what AMI are going to be able to do in response to. Are they going to just keep the Kaisa in bottom lane? I think Kaisa shouldn't really be your mid laner here, especially if you know that Tristana is up and available. AMI, your options in terms of tanks, I like Poppy, especially as a flex for Decoy, who really has just been playing tanks all these games.
All right, the Poppy is certainly a powerful champion, something that I've seen played to varying levels of impact, and that really is kind of the question mark that hangs over AMI right now. What champions are you denying the dash of? What champions are going to be able to zone away, knock out of the contention with your ultimate? The Keeper's Verdict going to be something that is hotly focused upon. Also, where exactly is it going? As this could possibly jungle, I imagine it is just going to go into the top side. Now, we also see the bot lane fully rounded out by AMI for the first 3 picks. That is going to be the Rakan alongside the Kai'Sa.
Ooh, okay. So you take the Nautilus as a response. Soul Laner's kind of open right now, as don't have a lot of options. I'm looking towards, hey, what other mages can we try to get rid of? What are some top laners? I don't think you really need to have a focus on that. You know that Decoy's probably going to pick something like a Scion for the most part. We still have that Poppy. I think Fiora can start to be looked at. Jax, I think, is a little bit more questionable. Both these champions would kind of suck to play into Poppy, but as the game goes on, definitely would give you a lot of, split push. And Shocky loves being given tools to carry. It's been what we've seen from him all year long, really, even back on native.
Yeah, and I would love to see Shocky going over to a carry-oriented champion. There is a chance hanging here that they actually take that Sejuani, but I doubt that that is going to be the way that CCG rotates through this draft. Now, if you do go for something a little bit more carry-oriented in the top lane, the real question then becomes, are you going for something like a utility ADC, or are you just putting the Tristana down there and then moving your facilitator to the mid lane? Still a lot of flexibility, and that does mean that because there is the ability to move champions around on both sides of the draft, both teams are just trying to ban out some of these power picks rather than trying to pinch any specific pool. That's why the Renekton and Ahri are both knocked out by CCG. Meanwhile, AMI are going to deny a Xayah alongside a Gwen.
I'm interested. The Gwen, I think, is perfectly fine. Definitely getting rid of a carry. AMI have a ton of dive when you look at it. Kai'Sa, Rakan, this Poppy. I mean, it'd be very difficult to play a Syndra here. If you ever have your flash down, the game just kind of ends for you as a mid laner. So, taking that Gambit as Rain, it's been one of his most played champions this split so far, and so not surprising to see it, just in a bit of a tough spot. Also, that mid jungle is going to be very magic damage centric, so looking over at Lunar on this Tristana, you're going to have a lot of big shoes to fill as a marksman yourself, but pretty safe as the Tristana as well. You can pack a lot of damage like we've been seeing. AMI now kind of have to call their bluff, like, okay, we're going to pick the Azir, so trying to go for extra range here. What is your top lane pick? Are you just going to double down on going for a strong side top, or are you going to let Decoy do his thing as a tank, like play the Poppy or give Hype a different kind of jungler here?
Poppy blind is oftentimes very awkward, especially if it's going to that top lane role where the counter pick can matter a ton. Obviously, in the jungle role, there's a lot of still pretty premier stuff that I think you can grab, so we'll see whether or not AMI are going to go in that direction, and they in fact will. That is going to be a Maokai. I guess there still is some amount of flex, but I'm reading this as the tree man going in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing Maokai top. Maokai top is a forbidden special. We've seen only a few players here in the qualifiers gravitate towards it, and we're getting Shocky's Aatrox. Okay, so his most played in spring from the qualifiers. We'll see what they can do here. I think that both teams are relatively short range, so we're going to get a lot of great action. If this is going to be this is going to have to be AD Kai'Sa. When you look at AMI right now, they have way too much magic damage. Merc treads are going to be super incredible. So before we get into game, though, we got to thank some of our sponsors here. The NACL qualifiers were brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo, and that means, Yarko, we can use Turo to try to get to the NACL finals.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little thing to do, trying to carpool. And something cool, something beyond your typical rental services or the Uber, where you're just kind of rolling the dice on who's driving you where. Who's to say, right?
Yeah, you can just get your own car. You can head down to LA, go to Turo.com. You can get yourself a car, get some Subway on the way while you're making it to the LCS Challengers League finals. You've already bought your tickets, hopefully. You can still buy them, by the way. And then you can chill out, watch Disguised and Evil Geniuses. I wanted to say Fear there just because my headcanon was that Fear was going to make finals. That didn't happen. So you can hang out with us, okay? I can guarantee I'm going to be there. I don't think Narco you're coming. I think a couple of the other. I can guarantee at the very least you will meet a lot of the LCS Challengers League talent there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm currently relegated to the East
You
Coast.
could just move. That's
I
fair.
could. Yeah, I could also just move to LA, you know, all of a sudden. Just uproot myself from my job and everything. Could be the strategy. I mean, honestly, NACL Finals seems like a lot of fun. Might be worth it. Who's to say?
Anything's possible. Anything's possible when you have infinite money hack. Anyway, we've got the start of our game one here. Jungler starting on the same sides, looking to try to end on the bottom side of the map. We'll see how much they're actually able to get done here, because the big ones for me is AMI. They do have push in the mid lane, which helps them be able to move and get vision. They didn't get too much vision down onto Hyper, and I think it is so important. And look how much they've actually indexed towards combat summoner spells here in the jungle, going for Aftershock, which you don't typically think of as a combat summoner. However, usually when we see the Maokai, it's with things like Phase Rush or going for First Strike. That's definitely started to phase a little bit less out of the meta. However, taking the Aftershock, they just want to be as tanky as possible. They are the main engages for their squad.
Especially early on when runes, I think, are a huge component part of your power spike. I'm hoping to see both Hive and Hyper get out onto the Rift early to use the most of those spells. Across the board, though, right now, things are looking relatively calm within the lanes. The bot lane dynamic is actually something I want to pick your brain about a little bit, Ulf. There's definitely roaming potential out of both the Nautilus and the Rakan, but the question is, are either of these champions comfortable leaving their AD carries alone down here?
Tristana's definitely going to be having a much safer time versus these two, especially pre-6. Once we get to level 6, I think it does get a little bit murky. The moment that Baz is left under his turret by himself, there's a potential for both Lunar and Baruto to be looking for dives. That'll be very interesting to watch, especially again when we've been talking about trying to get both of these mid laners flashes out. Now, Ariandel already out of mana. This is just one of the things you have to deal with. You are playing in Azir very early on. You're not going to have the biggest mana pool, but even then, he is kind of already chugged through. I will say Rain, already all 3 of his charges of the Corrupting Potion gone immediately. And knowing that they have priority from the bottom lane means that Hive can't actually cross through the jungle, so he went for a full clear. He's going to take his reset, walk towards top side, get the scuttle there, and Hyper is actually just going to immediately go for it. He knows he had control from his mid laner. Rain already moved, looking to try to force something here out of mid.
Good scatter of the week to start things off. The Bird Wizard will trade back with their Sand Soldiers. Hyper still waiting in the wings, though, knowing that there is a possible angle to at least get the flash out of Ariandel.
Ooh, okay. Well, Hyper was there trying to see if he would step just a little bit further, I think knowing that as Sejuani probably doesn't have the best time of being able to actually stop an Azir unless he has to kind of use some of his summoner spells. So I like that, a lot of respect shown, but it also means that, hey, Ariandel, the second you step out of line, the second that you go over my invisible line that you're not allowed to, you're gone. You're donezo. So good job from them, good respect. And Hive here now already had his reset come in, took the topside scuttle like we were talking about, and is even now having the time to take away an early Raptors camp. So good job from him, able to find that small timer for himself, a small optimization. We'll also spot out Hyper going through this, as he does have not only that, we'll see that the Krugs are gone. We'll now see Hyper. Good tracking of the enemy jungle here for AMI's jungle.
Yeah, it's a fortunate little call by Hive to go take that. Figuring out where the Sejuani is means now we have Pakis come up into this mid lane to just stabilize Ariandel, who still actually hasn't taken that reset. They've been relying upon the Biscuit delivery system in order to stay within this lane. Rain has a little bit more in the way of tools, still on 3 charges of the second Corrupting Pot. So that's something to watch out for. But right now, because of the fact that the Azirs have to be pushed in with a lot of support from the Maokai and company, it looks like they're happy to just stay. Hyper now going to be taking away a few chicken nuggets of their own. Hype just has to dance between the 2 towers in response.
He got the big chicken nugget. That's all that matters. Hyper, he got like the little chitlins. You know, he got like the little ones, but it didn't matter. Like Hype got the big one. He got 86 gold out of that. He's like, okay, cool. I'm feeling good. They're starting up Dragon immediately. Ariandel now having to back already. Rain came in, got his reset, got the teleport so you can have the Corrupting Pot with the Dark Seal, just going to be getting a little bit more extra bonus out of that. So we'll have a 6-minute Dragon here for themselves. Hextech Soul as well, or Hextech Dragon, giving them some pretty decent combat stats early on. We'll see what they can do, but AMI right now kind of leading a little bit in gold as Decoy even doing fine for himself here up into this matchup. This is not a favorable matchup for Aatrox. It's very easy for Poppy to get under him and get away from his Q3, so need to be very careful if you are Shocky here. You need to be playing with a lot of respect as to where enemy top laner is. Can there be a dive on this wave? They don't have the most amount of damage, so I wouldn't be worried about Makai coming over, but the second that Rakan is missing, there's a very real likelihood that they can just CC lock you as this champion.
Yeah, every time that I see a Poppy lane, I forget how powerful her E ability actually is. That little bit of mobility, especially against a champion that kind of puts out where the area of effect is going to happen, allows for Decoy to just kind of zoom under the legs of Shocky as this tiny little Yordle. You know, it's very impressive stuff. Also, just being able to always get back to the wave quickly with your minion taxi to get yourself a favorable position. I guess we could be calling it a minion churro, though, at the end of the day.
Oh my god. We're fully chilling out here. We've got the full chill on spell. Respect. You know, we gotta make our bag here, and that's what I love to see. Or AMI though, they're totally okay with this game going very late, right? Like you have 280 carries here who are gonna be scaling with 3 items. Decoy.
This is a little bit too deep early. Umbral Dash to stay on top of them. Shocky with a solo bolo, and this lane's looking a little bit more favorable for the Aatrox.
Yeah, you know, getting a solo kill definitely helps fix a horrible matchup for yourself. So, good job. Good job from Shocky, one of our top laners who hasn't had the best split so far. He's a player that definitely plays with a lot of emotion. Now, Ariandel trying to find the flash out of Rain.
We'll be able to get the knockback. Rain eventually does flash away. Hive gonna follow up with the Nature's Grasp, rooting up both members. That's a disaster. CCG are gonna lose their mid laner. Hyper is trying to hold on, knowing that Aatrox is at their back. Hype continuing to try to distract Ariandel, though, will not be able to save their jungler. They do get, in fact, back towards that tier 1 tower, though, making that just a 1-for-1.
How did Rain get hit by any of the Nature's Grasp? I mean, that's good job.
Oh.
Okay, Ariandel almost just got the freest donation of double buffs.
That flash up, I'm surprised they didn't go for it.
Yeah, honestly, same, but respectfully, saving the flash, probably a little bit better. You know, hey, he would have gotten the kill, yes, but that just means that Hyper and Rain come back in like 2 or 3 minutes, and it's GG. You're just not going to be having fun as a Azir. So with that play, with them being able to find those 2 with that kill, does mean that AMI will be able to start up a Rift Herald, which helps a lot. Being able to get plates for at least one of these lanes is always going to be really helpful, and especially when you look at their team that needs gold, needs experience. So being able to take a turret, especially away from Syndra in the mid lane, who relies on turrets, especially in the early game, to provide her a lot of safety as an immobile mage. Now that she doesn't have flash, that is something that with Pockets, with Hype, they can come back, revisit, and look to try to take down.
Are there teams that don't require experience in gold? I guess maybe that's whatever my solo queue teammates are playing, because they certainly aren't prioritizing those things.
In this case, right, like Ariandel needs to be able to finish like 2 or 3 items. Kai'Sa needs to be able to finish 3 items so that she can get all of her evolves, right? So these are the important breakpoints that we tend to see with these 2 champions. For CCG, they have kits that are very latently, you know, powerful, right? Like, we have this Syndra who is going to naturally be scaling up, but that's going to come alongside with her Victor Bucks, her Syndra Bucks. So Aatrox, the same thing. Like, yes, items are going to make him feel more powerful, but for the most part, his champion does about the same thing every single time with how much, like, disgusting AD ratios this champ has. Even pre-buffs, this is before the Aatrox buffs, everybody, so if this looks okay now, it's gonna get a lot stronger. It's a lot stronger on live, for sure.
Yeah, something to keep an eye out for, how the meta will evolve. Do you know if we're going up a patch for the quarterfinals and beyond, or no?
No, we stay on that patch the entire way through. So until, once we go, like, all the way to grand finals, we are on 13-13.
All right, something to watch out for, as Decoy also has got to watch out for these trades. Shocky going to be able to deny the passive there from the Poppy. Things looking about even in terms of health, but so much control of this lane has now been ceded over to this Darkin. That is something to watch out for, given the fact that this champion can easily get into raid boss mode if they're the ones getting the golden experience we've been talking so preciously about.
Dragon spawning now, and we already see that they're starting to make their way through. Decoy, neither of them have teleport, so Shocky would probably just have to immediately move wants to try to get his recall in, finish his item, so there will be a small item discrepancy here, as Shocky, utilizing that first blood gold for himself, finishing off his Gore Drinker, is actually not even going to be attending this fight. Don't know if they're gonna try and wait for another wave. We also have Hype, who still has the Rift Herald, so I think CCG need to be very careful here. If they dedicate too many members for this dragon, they could very easily lose out on a lot of gold.
Hype and Eager Beaver, though, starting this off early. Pockets can't get there because of the Scatter of the Weak. However, Hyper is now so isolated. Buzz is going to use this opportunity to jump in with the Killer Instinct right on top of the Sejuani, dueling with him inside of the bush, and I do not think that this is one the Boar Rider will be able to win. Almost a solo kill there for the Kai'Sa.
Oh my god. That's pretty incredible stuff right there. Now, they're trying to find Rain here. Remember, no flash.
Great knockback off the Emperor's Divide, taking them from out under the tower, and unfortunately Rain, while they're buying space, I don't think we'll be able to get to safety. They're just too darn low. Ariandel's following with the Sand Soldiers, and here's the E from Decoy to clean it up.
Okay, well, Ariandel, I like the attempt. It does mean that Decoy has to use the flash there. That's a lot of tools used by AMI to grab 2 kills. Now remember, Hype now waiting, has the flash. Does still have the Rift Herald, but just means that they're going to grab kills. This should still be CCGs to get, as we see that now Shocky, pushed in a wave, is now going to move down, and they will have priority from the bottom side. So all of that, just to try to get some item timers, try to cheat that, but it will be a second dragon, and stacking another dragon for them as well. CCG are now going to be 2 away from getting a soul. Very important one when talking about how even some of this game can get, especially with how top lane has been looking. Decoy is still going to be strong no matter what, but we need to see a little bit more out of CCG if they want to be able to stay relevant in this game. They're letting, specifically now, mid lane fall.
Yeah, right now AMI are pretty happy to be at even gold. Make that actually slightly gold in their favor if they do, in fact, get the charge off of Shelly before the plates fall. Rain going to be seemingly the sole defender of this mid laner. Shocky is trying to find some angle into this, but I don't think they can actually instigate a fight. They will not even be able to deny the charge of Shelly. Kind of heartbreak there for how much CCG was indexing some defenders back towards that part of the map.
Yeah, and it wasn't actually all that much gold, so honestly, a great enough defense from CCG and AMI. I think they should have put a few more resources in. You didn't need Pockets in the bottom wave. You have to think that, hey, they just took Dragon. This bottom lane is going to be on reset. Kai'Sa's never going to be able to take that turret. Rain just caught now.
Poor Rain. Flashing before they see the fact that they're sandwiched by Pockets, and that's Ariandel cleaning up, getting the kill. Bird Wizard gets more fed. It is basically a story as old as time.
Okay, well, that's the problem with playing Syndra in this matchup, is like, that mid 2v2 will hunt you down, will take your flash every single time. Shocky will take the first turret of the game, and now it's kind of eyes on him and his bottom lane, because Lunar and Bruto, they've just been trading waves back and forth, but Baz has been able to pick up a kill. Shocky's about to get soloed, I'm pretty sure.
They have their World Ender available, but Flash also up from Shocky means that they have some way to extract themselves from the situation. They got to be careful about their low health bar, though. Decoy, I think, is just going to busy themselves with the wave. Less action than I was expecting from just how aggressively the Poppy was posturing.
Decoy's looking for it. He wants to smoke. He's like, I'm gonna step up.
Yeah, Decoy, that being said, will take 1 tower shot. Shocky trying to now follow up, and honestly, this health is a little bit more even than I think Decoy wants. Now they find themselves on the far side of this lane. Syndra has the ability to cheat up as well. Kind of dicey. Eventually, the reset will just come through for our top laner on AMI side.
So, state of the game now. Hyper waiting in the wings, has the ultimate. Hype can be here on a dime. Need to be very careful. Ooh, nice Prey Seeker there. So, gonna be able to find where Hyper is. They really want to try and get at least 1 more turret under their back pockets because, hey, look, Lunar is strong, and if they didn't take that fight, then you're gonna be going down a lot sooner. We can get to talk about it, but it is going to be a Cloud Soul here. So, being able to grab a lot of movement speed out of the ultimate. It's not going to be too useful for CCG. Getting it for the Aatrox is going to definitely be the best. For Nautilus, it's pretty good. For everyone else, you don't really need the movement speed. It's not going to be as important when we're talking about using that ultimate. For AMI, however, you're feeling good. You're feeling nice and dandy about where you are. If you're able to grab the dragons, that's fine, but they're feeling more than comfortable. Azir's in a very strong spot, and that's what we want to see from AMI. So what we've seen time and time again is Ariandel getting himself an advantage.
Nature's Grasp going to root up almost the whole darn team. CCG unable to approach to help Ruto. That's the Nautilus fallen early in this one, and the second Rift Herald will be claimed by AMI.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That Nautilus hook hit me, man. I don't know. Like, that one took me out of the game. Ooh, nice engage from Pockets and a good buffer coming out from Lunar. But that's a Rift Herald again going over to AMI. They're going to try their second attempt. They're saying, okay, the first one was merely a warning shot. The second one is to take this turret. Lunar doesn't have the... Oh, has to use the flash here. I was going to say, doesn't have jump anymore. So now, summoning the Azir turret as well. They want to try and make a full court press and make a reset before this dragon. A minute in time before they go. Ariandel!
A three-man Empress Divide, and look at the blunder. Kaisa picks up a double kill, looking for even more. Pockets will be the one to actually land the last shot onto Shocky, but it doesn't matter. He's cleaning up the gold at this point. That's 3 for nothing, and 2 towers for AMI.
And they're going to immediately reset and be right on time for this dragon. I was going to say, hey, maybe CCG, you're in a bit of a tough spot here. The Baron is going to be spawning soon, but we're only 17.5 minutes in. A great time there by Ariandel to find that spot. You know the turret's going down, and they're still sitting under it. Go for the punish there. CCG now. Hyper kind of in no man's land, trying to find a flank, trying to find something here, but no ultimate and really nothing for him to be able to do at this point. CCG, it's only 2,500 gold, but that's just enough for AMI to start slamming the door on you in this game. As you look across, I mean, Bass is so strong, and even Shocky got taken down in that last fight. That's not where you want to be. This fight is so important for them now.
CCG do look like they're trying to contest. They know a few tools are gone from AMI's side. The question is, can they capitalize? Pockets will get sniped by the Scatter of the Week, but that's AoE now gone away from the team as Nature's Grasp is back up, and CCG yet again are fighting with the choke points. Lunar free firing. Ariandel will be able to kill the Syndra though. However, now with Tristana getting those resets, it looks like CCG have found purchase in this fight. Baz running away, running to the hills, but they cannot get out from under Hyper and company. A beautiful turnaround to get CCG to soul point.
Shocky right there just went monster. He actually stopped Bass from being able to enter the fight. Hyper's going to stop his recall and just try to take down Pockets towards the end there.
Oh, that blast plan almost totally denied by Hyper. Pockets will buy a little bit more space. Rakan is a tricksty player, but at the same time, Hyper also has some movement to play off of that Arctic Assault and whatnot. It's now just going to be a usage of quickness to get to safety. The full runaround on the map means that CCG now not only will get that dragon, but actually they will plow down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, and now they're all just going to recenter to continue to pressure the Rakan all the way back to their side of the map.
Remember, they were missing some of those ultimates there, so I think CCG, recognizing that they have to do something, they have to try and fight for at least one objective. Finally doing so, coming off the back of the top laner here, Shocky and Lunar, putting in work in that last fight. So we'll see now, 2 items completed for Lunar. He's on parity with Baz. Has a lot of work still left to do if they want to try and win this game.
Yeah, CCG have not even a gold lead at this point. Things are hovering at about even, and while you would think that the buffs from these 3 dragons of the chill would be a big deal, kind of highlighted the fact that Cloudsoul does not do a whole lot for this team outside of Shocky, who we do have to highlight does a lot during these team fights, but still, this is a dicey scenario when you're up against the immense scaling pressure of AMI, and we've seen how good Hype is at setting up for big plays off the back of their Nature's Grasp.
And he's also finishing up what looks to be a Radiant Virtue. Oh, Rain, you gotta be careful here, man. Yeah, you have Flash, but he's just fishing for some additional Splinters of Wrath. Has 80, which means that his... I think it's his W? It should be his E as well. Should be upgraded. His E is so dumb. Excuse me. The Syndra change, where her E gets, you can't do the EQ combo anymore, but like, the fact that it's longer is really ridiculous. I've been hit way too many times because of new Syndra.
Yeah, I'll be 100% honest here, Alk. It's one of those champions I never actually figured out a game plan against. It just kind of feels like she puts her balls down. I can hit my Scatter of the Week from like 3 football fields away through a wave, and then I just sit there and cry because I'm a Talia player.
Oh, well, yeah. Wait, you're playing Talia. That's perfectly fine.
I just don't know how to do it. That's a problem. I was a Talia support one trick before, I couldn't play her in that role anymore. So I never saw Syndra.
You can still play Talia support. Don't let them lie to you now.
Don't let them lie to me.
Come on, you could. It's definitely playable. Like, there's all these engaged supports. You put down an E and they just lose the game.
Yeah, I guess that is true. I don't know.
Just don't
You've
get
inspired
hit by
me to go ruin some people's days by playing Talia support again.
Not in my solo queue, so it's fine. I don't have to worry about it. Real. Our production is flaming other Talia mains. Good, respect. So I'm glad that we got the bully the play-by-play hour here. It always happens with Ravish, at least. And I've usually been able to get grapes with it. So I'm glad that we gave you some nice positives though. And that's fine.
It's a rite of passage, all.
Oh, for sure. Dude, you caught me at the wrong time. I'm like trying to save myself and drink like a ton of water so that my throat doesn't explode. And literally, like, you did the toss as I went to go sit.
All right, I'll make sure to give somewhat more extensive points on topics, just so you stay
You're
hydrated
good. No.
and you don't choke
I'm
again.
living. Yeah, we're chilling now. We've got a lot of time though. You know, we've still got a minute and a half before the dragon. It's just been farming for the most part. Boring for me is that Hyper will not have flash. The thing I wish that we changed about Hex Flash, at least from a spectator client, is I wish we could see how long before the flash comes back up. There it is. Okay, never mind. Thank you, spectator client.
We got it in Discord, just do what they do with recording flashes in game. Hex Flash, 5 minutes. Hex Flash, 5 minutes.
True.
Alright, well, we do have Decoy and Shocky playing off one another in the bot lane. The problem is Decoy's in a much worse situation because Hyper was going for the sandwich. It looks like at the end of the day, the tier 2 tower will be enough of a disincentive for the Sejuani to not over-index. And the rest of AMI is moving over to the Baron Nashor while this is happening.
They should always be looking to threaten Baron Nashor with their team, with the Azir and the Kaisa. You take this objective incredibly quickly, so should not be afraid to say, hey, look, you're off vision, or we know you don't have vision on this side of the map. Let's pull you over to the Baron buff. Make sure we can see if maybe we can get like a summoner spell or something out of you guys. Now, Dragon is spawning in 30. It is CCG Soul, but I think they know, we know, and AMI definitely knows that Soul does not matter in this instance. This Baron is way more important.
And the question is, does CCG actually want to open up the possibility of an Elder Dragon so soon into this game, given the fact that team fights, while the last one looked favorable for CCG, are just getting less and less positive for them as AMI continues to scale up?
Yeah, it is pretty tough, right? Like, a lot of their engage is predicated on finding a stun with Rain, or if Shocky's able to get into the backline, but they don't have someone who can really kind of send it for them. Most of that has just been Hyper on this Sejuani. I think we're going to get that 5-on-5. Azir is soloing this, and we'll have to teleport. Ooh, nice use of the Keeper's Verdict to knock out Hyper. That should stop this engage completely, so AMI make out like bandits.
Yeah, AMI, I thought we were about to re-aggro the Baron, which would have been a little bit dicey. Hype does decide to greet a little bit. Might die for doing so, and Looter will be the one picking up the kill. However, this is now Aatrox split from the rest of the team off of a beautiful Emperor's Divide. Baron does go down, though. CCG picks that up, and now they're looking to clean through the rest of AMI. Baz on the run, ignited, blowing up. Looter goes on a rampage. Hyper approaching the remaining 3 members of Blue Squad and doing all they can to drop some CC so Tristan can follow through. It looks like the end of this all with dust settling. That is a huge gold influx for CCG, and while they are denied Soul, we already said they don't care. They got the Baron.
AMI? Question mark Bing? Like, Decoy, as soon as the Keeper's Verdict knocks away Hyper, that should be it. You already saw the rest of the team. They even got the Nature's Grasp Bear, which is, hey, that's fine. That continues to push CCG off of the Baron, but after that, that should have just been the play. We saw Hype actually go in and try to keep the Baron, leashed. That's, yeah, like you're saying, pretty greedy from him. So not only that, his team gets baited. They get the teleport out from Ariandel to try to get into that fight. You just are missing such a massive portion of your damage. CCG, I just don't think you're allowed to be there. They don't get punted. Like, they're like, oh, cool, you're going to stay? That's awesome. We're going to take every single one of your turrets now. Tristana doesn't even have to stay for this inhibitor wave. They can move top side. Hype got whatever jungle camps he could at the time. They have Baron now. Like, CG are very realistically going to be able to win this game now. 3,000 gold up, and this Baron is going to stay for the entire time. Like, they can use all of this timer to be able to play for the next dragon as well.
It really kind of feels like this is a game defined by each team's mistakes more so than really anything that we're seeing in terms of positives. And while there are a lot of positives, AMI and CCG really are just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at each other and seeing who is going to make a mistake when they have priority. Right now, the burden of pain is on AMI. They were the ones who over-initiated after forcing off CCG from that Baron Nashor. Now, we are seeing the gold gap finally widen for really the first time in this game.
Well, CCG now. We've been talking about how the game has been pretty back and forth. It was AMI with a lead, and then it was CCG. Okay, well, now we're just using Hex Flashes. Hey, we're getting a little spicy right now. Shocky and Decoy fighting off in the wings, but this entire time an inhibitor turret is about to fall in mid lane. Feels like AMI probably going to have to stand their ground. If not here, then where? More likely than not going to be on the inhibitor line itself. Hyper taking a lot of damage here from Ariantel and crew. And this is giving time for Rain to hit level 16 to get all of those Syndra stacks and get more items after a pretty abysmal early game.
Brandle Smash comes down. Here's the Redemption. Fired off from the Sejuani. Good item, by the way. And that means AMI, I don't think we'll be able to take this fight. Beautiful hook. Ariandel picked. Oh, no. AMI, I don't think even with this tower we'll be able to survive this onslaught. Down goes the tree, man. Down goes the tier 2. And up goes CCG's odds of winning this one.
Okay. Yeah, they still have 5 members here. Baz, the young upstart, can he make the miracle team play? Be able to save his team the game anyway. 7,000 gold, a lot of this unspent. Now, no scatter of the week. Remember, there are a lot of ultimates now missing from the side of CCG. I think they're just going to take this time without any waves here, take both inhibitors and look to try to play for Dragon. But they need to be able to recall, which is the most important part here. Decoy and Pockets are not allowing them to do that right in front of their base. AMI, gotta dig deep, gotta find something. Ariandel, you died with both of your summoner spells up. You had the flash, and honestly, I'll give you the third summoner spell. You had your stopwatch, man. Like, what was the point of having this item if you're not going to be able to use it? Going for Zhonya's next, I don't think that's going to matter. I think this next fight is going to make or break. If this is the fight that keeps you in the game, you need as much combat power as humanly possible here. So, Apex Mission Impossible. Tough mirror to look at. It's only game 1, but it means that you're one game away, one game closer from being knocked out and being put into that top 12 spot instead of top 8. And that crushes your entire promotion tournament dreams right there.
And that's true for both sides. CCG really rallying in the latter half of this game. After that play mid, I thought this was over, but they have brought it back, and now it's all on one more pivotal fight. Hype over the wall, uses that Nature's Grass. Hyper trying to buy space for their team. They're going to be knocked out by the Grand Entrance after being rooted, and there's the shutdown. Kaisa opening up upon the team, and Empress Divide further splitting this fight. Another one for Baz. The Kaisa is unleashed, but Shocky is trying to answer back with the World Ender activated. They will fall to a triple kill from Baz, and they're gonna clean it up. I cannot believe it. Boruto is gonna sacrifice himself just to deny the pentakill, but Rain is going to have such a hard time defending alone. Another dragon will go down for AMI, and they have gotten so much gold.
All right, look, they were down 7,000 gold, and now they're only down 5,000. An incredible team fight, but this game is just getting sloppier and sloppier from both. Good pick coming out from Apex Mission Impossible, keeping some of that resiliency. They wanted to make sure that they could slow chase out of mid lane, and seems like the crew of CCG just took way too far forward. That Nature's Grass providing so much, engage options for AMI, and now we'll have to see what CCG can do. They are still in the driver's seat when it comes to gold. It is another dragon going over to AMI. It is the Baron spawning, however, and Ariandel no longer has flash, no longer has stopwatch, and is currently having to fix some of these waves because of the inhibitors still being down.
Shocky teleporting deep into the top lane, knowing that they're going to be able to wrap around, move onto the big purple worm. AMI are in river, but they could just stand here and watch. Unfortunately, there's just no real way in. They're going to try to go for it, 50-50ing around the Baron, but Hype dies too quickly, and another buff will go over to Red Squad. Now, Ariandel is in a lot of trouble, trying to use their Empress Divide to buy space. Now they have to go golden as Bro2 gets to the far side of the wall. Rain gets the kill. Hyper's closing in on the top lane, and we could be seeing the ignominious end of game number 1 as CCG are thundering down mid. Baz are being harassed on the backline by Hyper, using the redemption on themselves. That will be one picked up for the Kai'Sa. Can they make the defense work out?
Still have the killer instinct, still have the flash, still need to get back into base and go for a full HP. I think this game might just be over. Pockets doesn't have the grand entrance either. It has to come now.
Yep, and Baz trying to find an angle, immediately getting hooked, has to go golden. That means there's so much time to open up upon the Nexus. Lunar kills Pockets, and that will be game 1 over to CCG.
Okay. That's what we come to expect here for the qualifiers. I don't know if I should have expected anything less from these two teams, but an incredibly close game nonetheless. And now CCG kind of showing up saying, hey, look, we used those 2 weeks to absolute perfection. You know, our game still a little bit rough. We haven't had a lot of stage games, but hopefully now we get to see a team that we were promised coming into this qualifier.
Alk, man, for both sides' sake, I hope that this was just a warm-up. Like you're saying, sloppiness, name of the game in this first round, but there's plenty more League of Legends to be played. I do think that AMI have shown that they can play the scaling game plan. They just got to make sure they aren't coin flipping, that they're approaching fights as calmly as possible, not greeting for early ends off the back of, say, that rushed Baron Nashor that kind of led to Hype falling early and then the whole team kind of being destroyed around them. So, something to watch out for. I'm very, very excited for the rest of this best of 3 and all the rounds that we have upon us for the NACL Summer Qualifiers. What a start to the day.
For sure. And, hey, we're going to step away for a quick break. Remember, stay tuned as we've got Game 2 coming up soon.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
What's up, gamers? Alk Battery couldn't make it this week, so I'm swooping in from vacation to help you stay up to date with everything that happened in this wild week of NACLQ. It's time to get recharged with me, Grapes. In Group A, Gentle Hearts Gamers shows signs of hope with a great game from King Clueless on Viego, but Chad Jungle put Mirage Alliance on his back as the team re-solidified themselves as a team to beat with a 2-0 victory. Komodo brought in yet another new roster, with Maddie and ZKG joining the team in the lower bracket, and while they did play a very clean game too, it was the number 16 seed, Return to the Middle Six, knocking Komodo out and continuing their exciting run with a well-rounded 3-game win. Coachify finally looked like the team we were expecting them to, with Frost and Toasty coming into the mid-jungle. Lawrence had a monster game on Jack's Game 1, and while Teamless Revenge kept things close in both early games, Coachify became the number 1 seed out of Group B and secured a spot in the quarterfinals. Things were looking fishy once again for our defending champions Team Ambition in the lower bracket, as Sunlight's Garen ran through them in Game 1. With their backs against the wall, Limo and Levitate clutched up en route to a reverse sweep, sending the Grandpas back to the retirement home and getting TA a rematch with TRV this Saturday. In Group C, Team E Turner became our next team into the quarterfinals, taking down CB Gaming in a 2-0 sweep. Former Immortals Academy top laner Vital had a great series, including a pentakill on his signature Fiora in Game 2.
A double kill, that's the penta for Vital! Let's see it! That's what I'm talking about!
Rockman and PCL were looking to continue the magic that they had in spring, with a lower bracket matchup against Winthrop. And while they were this close to taking a Game 1 win, the Eagles held the line, and after a 22-minute stop in Game 2, they sent Aporia to rock bottom. Group D only had one series to play, for reasons, but we did see Lit Esports battle Apex Mission Impossible for a spot in the quarterfinals. And while Apex kept things competitive in Game 1, strong map play combined with a great series of messages on Tristana sent Lit to the knockout stage. Here's what the current qualification point landscape looks like. Our top 4 teams from Qualifier 1 are currently locked into the promotion tournament, unless one of the other teams wins the whole thing via the new Cinderella rule. Make sure to tune in this Saturday to see which teams will stay alive and qualify for the quarterfinals.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers. We are in the midst of quite the series between Apex Mission Impossible and CCG Esports. Oh, that was a crazy game, number 1. We got more madness ahead, but first and foremost, I think it's best that we stop off and take a look at the broader scene and what's going on right now.
Yeah, we can take a look at our predictions and see which one of us is going to be incredibly wrong, although I'm pretty sure everybody was kind of down the road on this one. Okay, yeah, so we had a 50-50 split on this. So some people were thinking CCG were going to be able to bring it back. I think that Apex Mission Impossible alongside Summer and Travesty. I still can't believe that every one of us have like some pretty normal ones, and then we have Collegiate Jesus over there on the end. So, like, Apex Mission Impossible, if they keep playing how they're playing, I think we're looking at CCG. However, this series so far has proven to be a little more wild than we expected.
Can't say I don't have skin in the game right now.
True.
Because our other predictions for this week are the same, and with Travesty and I both on the bottom of the barrel in regards to the rankings. If CCG wins this, I'm definitively ahead of them for this week, which would be fantastic, because first week I got 2 points, and I was clearly in dead last then.
Okay, well, now I'm rooting for you, just because you're on my stream. If Travesty was on this stream, I'd be like, let's go Travie, but he's not, so he can deal with that. Which, by the way, if you want to catch them, Summer and Travesty are on the opposite stream right now. They are on Rally Cry 2. We do have another series running alongside this, so make sure that you're staying tuned to both. And yeah, just make sure you're steering pretty tapped in. Let's take a look at the points leaderboard. I know that we just saw it on the caster, on some of the content there coming out from Grapes. Thank you to him for helping me this week. But here are the qualification points right now. Top 4 making it into the promotion tournament. And wow, what a huge gap it is between 4th and then 5th. These teams need to be able to catch up. And hey, they not only need to catch up, but they also need to hope that some of these teams start to stumble.
Well, as we move into the elimination bracket, you know, the stumbling is going to beget other teams succeeding to a degree. So I think there are angles here for these teams hovering into the 5th to 6th slot, but it's certainly going to be viewed kind of as a miracle for these guys to make it, although I do wish them the best of luck. I'm a big fan of Team Coachify. They've really kind of won my heart over. Also love working with Coachify, tracking the pros, just in general, great organizations, and I'm happy that they have some skin in the NACL qualifier game.
Yeah, Gentle Hearts Coachify are going to have to win the entire tournament, unfortunately, if they actually want to make it in. CCG as well, they are hoping for Winthrop to take another fall here because right now, if you look at it, they win this one, they go to 115, and then you're still looking at another 60 points from winning, quarter, semi, and the grand finals. They need to be able to take out Winthrop very early on. Don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. A lot of these teams right now, they're hoping that all these teams, all four have made it to top 8 at the very least. We will see them tomorrow, but they also would require them to, drop out, and then Apex Mission Impossible or CCG or Coachify, the like. They need to win the entire qualifier to make it in. That is a very big task to ask.
Certainly a long road ahead of a lot of these competitors, and CCG, we've been highlighting them a little bit because they just, took a game here versus Apex Mission Impossible. The question really becomes, Alk, do you think that they have what it takes if they're able to, say, 2-0 here?
No. I'm so sorry. To everybody. CCG, Taki, I love you. Shocky, I got a place in my heart for you. Y'all need to change it up fast. We need to see rapid improvement. Because fact of the matter is, whoever wins this one, probably going to get farmed tomorrow by Mirage Alliance. Let's just be 100% honest. It's Mirage Alliance. They're the expected first seed coming in, right? They got second seed because of their performance in the first qualifier, falling to Team Ambition. But there is a reason why they're first. There's a reason why they dominated their group, and neither of the two teams we have here have looked impervious. They have definitely looked mortal, and so we are hopefully going to be looking forward to how they shape up and kind of using today's games as a basis for tomorrow.
Yep, like I said, hope that first game was a warm-up from both sides as the ball was tossed into each other's court a little bit too free-flowing in my opinion. I think that they needed to be on top of things just a bit more. Let's see if that shaping up from both sides starts here in the draft phase. Once again, though, it's going to be a Karthus and Cassante ban from these sides.
Respect. Taking away the Karthus again from Baz, it was one of the most dangerous flexes that we've seen for him. Having that available to you obviously makes it so your draft opens up a ton. CCG on blue side, however, interesting that they are banning away the Jace. Usually we've seen blue side be very, very powerful just because you can get those first rotations. When there are too many OPs in the game, you can start to have red side be very good because you can get those responses. And especially for red side, I think one of the cool flexes or cool strengths about red side is that because you have counterpick, you can definitely play for a lane like top lane. That's where we got to see Shocky kind of step out in that Aatrox you gave him the R5. We'll see what they're able to do with it now as they've gotten rid of the LeBlanc and they've gotten rid of the Jace for Ariandel. So two champions that are really good self-starters for this mid laner of AMI.
Now, to quickly touch upon that top lane dynamic, Alk, I will say, I don't think that it was like Shocky got a super good matchup, even with counterpick in that game number 1. You
it was pretty bad.
Yourself.
But he made it work.
Yeah. So perhaps going to blue side for CCG will not be that much of a harm for this player. It also allows for them to first pick the Tristana, which is very powerful.
Okay, so still a great flex. Rain and Lunar can both pick this one up. Champion that we didn't get to see last time because it was banned in the second phase was Xayah. So, good job from AMI. You might be able to just immediately snap up the Xayah Rakan. I think that that's perfectly fine. If you know or are confident that Boruto is not going to try and steal this way, which I wouldn't be, I would start to think about maybe junglers here. Sejuani is my first pick. Maokai as well. I think for AMI, you're totally okay with just taking away the Maokai because it is so strong. It gives you a lot of power as well.
Yep, loving the Sejuani being brought back to the Rift, or at the very least considered being brought back to the Rift. The lock-in hasn't fully gone through yet, but I imagine that's what they're going to be grabbing. Yep, there it is. And now CCG are about to round out the first 3 picks. Do you think that this is once again going to be a Tristana actually going over to Lunar, or do you think this time around there is a little bit more flex potential for Rain?
I don't think so. I think Rain is probably just going to play another control mage. I think we're probably just going to see Lunar, Boruto back on Tristana and Nautilus. Perfectly fine. They did okay for themselves in allowing that. Okay, so Rel here for Boruto. If we thought, I think this may have been like a last-minute addition because it was banned last time. If this is going to be the case, I would have liked to have seen Rel actually use as a more proper flex. We've seen Hyper on this champion before, so I feel like this was a little bit of a last-minute change from the player saying, like, hey, wait, let's just try to, like, grab the Rel here. I think going for the Nautilus is fine, but definitely gives them a much shorter range yet again, where you're relying on the flash Rel Q and you know, the flash engage from her.
I gotta say, from that last game, it felt like close quarters was name of the game, but beyond that, the topography of the map really came to bear upon both of these teams. They were fighting in choke points, they were fighting through walls, and Rel does benefit from those kinds of situations. Everybody's funneled into a single place that you can magnet storm, you're able to hop over walls with your crash down. There's angles here, it's just a matter of how AMI is going to respond. So far, things are looking about the same outside of the fact that Baz gets the Xayah this time. Also, love the way the draft is set up, so we actually get the full Xayah Rakan splash art together. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's usually something that doesn't. It's always funny when you see like the draft graphics because they usually are like different heights.
Yep.
And they intersect. It's pretty weird. It's nice. It looks nice, and we definitely have upgraded a lot of the graphics here on the qualifier. So thank you to our sponsors Turo and Subway for that one. Subway coming in with the last minute like Kobe dunk. Like, I got you guys. Don't worry about it. We've got Nico here, though, for Ariandel, so giving him a lot more of the engage tools does give him a little of a... I don't want to say more range, but it is something that, hey, like, he is going to have a little bit more agency to actually call a fight. Not going to have to sacrifice himself in the same way as an Azir. So we'll see what they're able to do. CCG, I would love a Victor. I think it is very risky to do, however, just because Rakan flies in and stuns you and knocks you up, and then there's Poppy, and then there's a Nico, and then you're like, oh, well, I'm dead. So all the Victor just did nothing. But he has a very strong front line. You have Rel, you have Sejuani. They're going to hopefully be able to tie up the back line of this team.
Yeah, I think that at this point, Reign has already had their mind and soul hardened against the fact that they are going to be getting blown up by Chain CC early in these games. Same thing was happening with the Syndra, you know, but eventually this Victor shall overcome via their scaling, via that glorious evolution that they are capable of. And now we're seeing a Renekton, something that was also banned from game number 1, taking to the Rift for Shocky, looking to once again try to dominate that top lane versus a Poppy.
Ooh, okay. This was another champion that got banned. They got rid of the Aatrox this time around, but leaving up Shocky's Renekton. I think surprising enough. That champion is a little too strong in his hands, but again, it is another matchup, like we were talking about, not a fun one. Going into Poppy, she will just get tankier and tankier, and you are not going to be able to deal with her.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by Shocky's willingness to go for these kinds of matchups. Hype on this Vi also, I think, is going to be a very interesting stopgap for AMI. How early are they going to be able to get out onto the map? How much of a splash are they going to make? Given the fact that we're about on Aftershock runes for Hype and Hyper yet again, it looks like they're probably going to be getting in early and often.
All right, and, you know, another thing is, Reign, yet again, how much can they actually get away from this guy? Because they farmed him in game 1. They got multiple kills off. They made sure that Syndra was not a problem in that last game. And it didn't matter all that much. Like, it probably would have determined the game a lot faster for CCG if their mid laner was not 0-3. But Reign now doesn't have a stun like a Scatter of the Week to try to keep away people on the side of AMI. And now they have a Vi alongside that as well. So, bit worrisome, I think, especially when you are picking so many mobile mages, and when you also have a Tristana on the other end. I think you do have to start looking at AMI like, okay, what is the plan here? What are we trying to do? Because we need to be able to get this game going, and we need to get going early. They do not have the same scaling as something like a Victor and a Tristana.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing scaling being a very crucial part of this game. However, it seems like the tables have turned just a little bit. It's actually CCG looking to move towards that late game with a nice little ramp off the back of Shocky, as long as they're able to not bleed gold over to Decoy like you were highlighting earlier.
Already, we're actually seeing junglers starting the opposite sides here. Good job from Hyper. Instead skipping his Raptors, maybe recognizing that they're warded. I don't know how much information he has on that as warded. He's actually just going to go for 2 camps here, and either start up on his entire bottom side or just go for a 3 camp into a gank. Which right now, if you are Shocky, you are hoping that this wave starts to bounce so you can get Decoy out from underneath his turret. You do not want to have to do this as a Sejuani and a Renekton. Yes, they are very powerful, but not powerful enough that you're going to be able to deal with Poppy with all of her basic abilities and have that steadfast presence.
speaking of lanes getting pushed in, it's actually Pockets and Daz with some pretty solid priority here in the bot side of the map. Baruto and Lunar, I think, just add a little bit of a range disadvantage due to the fact that, well, it's a Rel at the end of the day. However, you got to be careful in these kinds of situations. Rel can now actually chase champions, which is not something I ever expected out of one of my favorite picks.
I'm okay with Rel doing that. Rel needed to do something. Thank God they reworked this champion. She was awful before.
I loved early Rel. I don't know.
I liked early Rel, but then I kept playing it and I was like, this is just so boring. Like, there's literally nothing for my my Q is a useless ability. My E, also a useless ability, which I'm going to be honest, I still think that the E is pretty not great. It gives movement speed, but it doesn't have that, oomph. I like the old E, I'm going to be honest. But
I like old E too. I think it was just so much fun. And I understand she's a little bit boring. She is an engager at the end of the day, but, you know, endorphins go burr when you hit Magnet Storm on 5 people.
True.
That kept me in it. I guess you can still do that, though, so perhaps I do got to give this new Rel a shot. It's just, you know, I'm a curmudgeon at the end of the day. I didn't like the Talia mid-scope. I didn't like the Rel mid-scope. And if they mid-scope Tarek, I'm quitting the game.
Wait, okay. What did you not like about the Talia mid-scope? I mean, that champion was awful before.
No, well, so I was a Talia support main, but I played Talia support to just, wreck lanes, and you could just, half health an ADC off of WE combo, and then your Q being single target was actually better than it being AoE, because then I wasn't, destroying the wave every time that I Q'd somebody.
Okay, fair enough. I think we're about to see another gank here. Let's see. Shocky, can you do it, brother?
Good denial from Decoy, using that W to great effect, keeping Shocky at arm's reach, and that is going to be Decoy, then not the double top.
Yeah, the only way that this gank works, by the way, is you have to either go through lane or you have to go through the bottom side brush, but it is just not working for the side of CCG. They're not able to get anything off of this, and Hype this entire time, he's been farming. He got his full clear on, he got bottom side, so he was able to just immediately move on, keep it on trucking. Thought they were maybe going to look for something in mid, maybe look for something through bottom lane with how much pressure they've had, already gotten themselves a plate here for AMI. Bruno, you got to be a little bit careful here, brother. I respect the hustle, but it's a very dangerous game to be playing here now. I liked also what we saw from Hyper coming out there, as instead of actually going for that 3-camp gank, he went for blue buff and then started his path towards the bottom side immediately. Able to try to flip that, try to look for something, but wasted a lot of time up here, and so now he's kind of left Shocky to be like, okay, man, I try to help, good luck.
And Hype, with a lot more CS, able to do quite a bit there in the mid lane to give Rain the scare of a lifetime. Victor holds on to the flash, but I think Hype will be back eventually.
Yeah, and Rain now doesn't even have teleports, so this is going to be a pretty sad walking back to base. Shocky's going to try and crash this wave. Hype is very close to level 6. It is around 48 for junglers. That is the magic number for them to hit level 6. And you already see that he's making his way. He's starting up this dragon. He's using the priority of his bottom lane. For everything that is in top lane right now, AMI are experiencing a lot of great things happening for themselves. Mid lane's winning, bottom lane is pushing out as well, so a good job from Apex Mission Impossible, and it's their early games that have looked great. It's just come mid-game, come team fights, I think that they lack a very strong voice in being able to tell them, this is what we're doing, these are our win conditions, this is how my champion wins, let's play around that.
Yep, win conditions abound still in this early game as things hang about even between these two teams. A small gold lead over to AMI, but honestly, that is their burden early in this game. They needed to have the gold lead in order to have a chance of staying relevant, pushing to that 25-minute mark, and landing a killing blow. Anything past that, CCG is really going to start getting scary.
Now Shocky's kind of sitting here like, well, what do I do? I've been in this situation as someone who likes to... Oh, he does 0 damage to this
Oh my god. That's just a Bomby Cinder. What in the world was that? Uh-oh.
Yep.
Speaking of what in the world is this, Hyper might be getting caught out. The follow-through. Here comes the cease and desist. Gonna land. Now, with the Pop Blossom on top of it, that is Ariandel claiming first blood, and they kill Lunar of all things, which is even worse for CCG.
Yeah, again, continuing to compound a lot of those leads through the bottom lane. Good job from Pockets to be able to find that onto Lunar. Saw the flash and heal there. It's not looking good now for CCG, right? Like, it's a kill. They got the dragon as well, so 1300. Top lane, you're kind of just hoping that Shocky, as a manaless champion, can kind of sit there. We'll say now that Poppy has reached the 40% HP mark, she will have increased resistances thanks to her W, which is very difficult for someone like Shocky to deal with, and his whole thing is, I just have to try to drain tank this champion at this point. I have to just try to say, like, I'm going to whittle you down, I'm going to take you down to as low as possible, and then thumbs up, look for something else. He's got a small lead for him, but he has to press tab, he has to look, okay, my bottom lane's losing, mid lane's also losing out on gold. This gold graph on our left is showing that, like, Shockey's the most out of his team, and they need to be able to be a bridge here. This Rift Herald is so important. If CCG cannot get this first one, then it is all doomsday for them, because that's exactly why you pick this Renekton. You want to try to play for priority to get this Herald.
Yeah, and while you do have priority, Poppy is perfectly happy to rotate back in for plays around this Rift Herald. Right now, teleport is down, so it might be a bit more awkward, but CCG's approach is just terrible. Boruto almost blown up in an instant. Chaos Storm already forced out of Rain, while Hyper and Shocky will be able to grab Shelly. It was almost at the cost of several lives.
I was a little worried there. I was like, okay, guys, we have vision of them doing the Herald here, but they just wanted to get this, you know, the ult out of mid. I'm gonna be honest, I think that's fine. Especially without Ariandel being able to roam here. Does turn into some vision here for Pockets as they try to go in onto Lunar. He gets rooted.
Good dive. Yeah, great setup off that Blade Caller. Lunar will be able to survive. Unfortunately, both of these champions are not able to tank on AMI's side. But Lunar, at the end of the day, still is sitting under a dying tower, and now Hype is here as well to try to add a bit more oomph to this play.
Guys, play safe bot. It's fine. Guys, play safe bot. It's fine. That's 4 plates already in 9 minutes. Baz and Pockets just showing off at this point, as they've gotten themselves a pretty decent lead. Already completed his first item, getting the Kraken Slayer for himself as the Saya. So in terms of damage, oh, I don't know if you wanted to do that, Shocky. That's your only movement speed spell out. So you got to go the long way now.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff from the Poppy once again, just using those abilities to maximal efficacy. And now Shocky is the one on the run. Will eventually get the reset off, but Decoy is using these few extra minutes to buy some time back, buy some gold back in regards to their CS. And they're closing that gap. The only gap that is favoring CCG right now. Now, we do see a dive under the tower. Flash used by Rain to buy himself a little bit of time, but they did not expect 3 members to barrel towards their location. And that is yet again dominance from AMI early in this one.
I was going to talk about the fact that, like, Rain hadn't been forced to use Flash, and that was a win condition for CCG, but right there, AMI, go for it. They use that timer for themselves. They still have the grand entrance available for themselves, but 2 ultimates, a turret going over solo to Baz as well. They're actually going to keep trying to go for this now.
Quickness goes into a charm immediately. We see the Tangle Barbs also come out. Boruto going solo, healed up by Lunar, may be able to stabilize, but just barely. AMI coming up empty-handed, but still, the statements they're making with these plays cannot be denied. The question is, can a cross map come through in favor of CCG? Good ult there, and that's Shocky and Hyper cleaning up. Ariandel teleporting to the play a little bit too late.
And now Decoy, 20 seconds before he's up. I wonder where he's going to be able to go for this. Ariandel's got to be a little bit careful. Does still have... Oh, Flash is actually just coming back up, so if they're timing this, it's such a small window for them. I was going to say, Rain was picking up free farm in the mid lane. That's a good timer for them, so good job from Shocky and Hyper to be able to get that. They're just going to try and turn plates into this, but now that they know that Hyper is definitely invested into that top side, they're just playing... Oh my god, is Hyper going to get soloed?
Yes, they will! The Tangle Barbs once again coming in clutch. Ariandel deftly navigates that fight, picks up a kill in the 2v1, and now Pockets is here to cover. Boruto's here a little bit too late to do anything to turn this back around.
Oh my god. Oh my god. They got the second dragon here for AMI. It's a Hextech dragon, so we're gonna see a Hextech soul here. That just went. That was their only shining light, right? It was, oh, we made a play towards top side. Hyper got the kill. We killed Decoy. We continue to use our advantage from the Renekton, and then he gets caught under tower. The Tangle Barbs. Oh no, Ariandel has all 3 kills on the side of Apex Mission Impossible. The man of the hour, the person that we've seen time and time again get so many early advantages for the team. But we need to see them actually carry now. Now, definitely a little bit of a different look than the Nico or the Azir from Game 1. But if this is anything, you know, it's still a gold lead, and it's still something we have to talk about for Apex Mission Impossible is Can Ariandel bring his team a dub? We've seen it so many times here in the qualifier. Wow, that flash on a Lunar.
Lunar gets to safety. Here comes the Bandit Storm trying to turn things back around. Hype unable to get out from under tower aggro. Lunar gets the kill. That's about as good as you could hope for CCG. Now moving the kill score to 2-3 and closing that gold gap.
Yep. Great job from Lunar. Finally, he's able to get the jump buffer away from the rest of AMI. Flashes out as well, so they find that kill. There's Shocky currently in the bottom lane, still farming away a Storm. Rain is doing that as well, so not only did they get a kill, but they're getting so many resources into his ton of carries. Hyper, what are you doing?
Yeah, and now Boruto's pulled up, trying to save their teammate. Will have to try to crash down across the wall. Pockets is still here, putting on the pressure. Rail will walk it off. Hyper not so lucky. I have no clue what they were doing over there, as now we're seeing a 1v1 between Shocky and Decoy take place in the bot lane. I don't think either of these champions are exerting a whole lot of kill pressure right now, though.
Yeah, I don't know what Hyper's doing, man. I think Hyper's lost the plot at this point, because there's no reason for that to be happening. You just gave over so many plates as well to specifically Rain, who's farming. He's getting his Victor bucks. Shocky just doesn't care that he's fighting against the tank. He's going to be fine there as well, so Hyper being very aggressive. You know, there's a difference between playing with your mid priority and kind of playing without anybody on your team there. There's no one that was going to be able to help. So not only does he have no longer have the flash, it's going to be a kill going over to the side of AMI, which is not what you wanted to see. A few too many mistakes, I think, coming out from the jungler from CCG, who we had hyped up, said, hey, look, the beginning of the year, he didn't have any starting positions for NACL. FlyFam obviously happened. He had a very good run on that roster. He brought his own aggressive style, but we have just not seen that so far out of Hyper. He has been made to play engage for this team time and time again, and hey, it's getting them wins, but it is not the same Hyper that we see when he's playing like a Xin Zhao or the Viego or the Lee Sin, and unfortunately it feels like a departure from form there.
It kind of is the meta, especially with some of the premier carry picks in the jungle role, like the Kindred Denied. It just kind of feels like Hyper is playing in a niche that maybe they just don't want to occupy, and that means that the belligerence, the aggression that can sometimes pay off for them, isn't working here. I mean, we're seeing full defensive Sejuani build, full supportive Sejuani builds as well every time this champion comes out. Most likely they're going to be going towards a redemption second item yet again. I highlighted that in game number 1. I love that build, but it certainly doesn't really speak to the style that you're talking about regarding Hyper.
Let's see what he's able to do now, as they're just taking turrets across the board here. Should be another one going down in top side as well, as Hype and Ariandel are here. They put so much vision up towards the top side here. You see this is a litter of red wards across this top side jungle, whereas Dragon is spawning in 50. I feel like they've, said, look, we're protecting Ariandel. We know that our mid lane's going to be safe. We do not have to worry about someone like Decoy right now, but they're going to be late, and they're going to be walking into Fog of War blind, going up against CCG for this third Dragon here. Hyper already starting to take away camps. You see the Mii pings starting to come out. AMI not sure, like, can we be here? Or, like, are some of these our camps? Don't know if he necessarily spotted. Hyper does not know that Decoy is there, but he's able to just use the Hextech gates. I don't know if you're allowed to recall at this point. Like, we have Dragon spawning in a little bit, and Hextech gates let you cheat, but not that much.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Hyper will, in fact, stay here, getting a little bit of river prio for CCG. They got Shocky at their back for Russo as well, hunting for an engage. They may have found it versus Pockets, who has to use the grand entrance to get away. However, it looks like things are about to reset. AMI putting pressure on mid lane here, trying to push and pull CCG however they so desire. Hype now going to lead the charge, as we see once again Decoy getting run down by Shocky. Look at how wide the play is across the map. That's going to be Rift Herald even getting a charge onto the tier 2 tower. Is CCG gambling the wrong way here? Because look at the cash out from AMI right now.
Yeah, they're going to just take an inhibitor turret. Okay, if they are smart, do not take the inhibitor. That is it. Good guys. Okay, awesome. That's what I like to see. So they get away with that. They'll trade the Dragon 100% of the time in that situation.
Yep.
It'll be a Hextech Dragon going over to the side of CCG, but they also get to take away some of these camps. They get to catch this top side as well. Baz and Pockets not really accentuating their lead, but no need to as well. The thing is, it'll be a tough ask for CCG for them. How are they going to deal with this Xayah, who is so strong at this point, who has so much gold in her back pocket? And Ariandel continuing to kind of grow that lead for him. Now Rain kind of want to take a look at where he's at. He should only have a single item or a single Hex Tech completion. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, so he should have his E done already. So, but that's a little worrisome, right? Like, when you want to see this Victor, you really want to try to get stuff done. Okay, well, we're sending it now.
Very aggressive play. I mean, they got everything up. You might as well take down the Croc if you can. The problem is, Shocky is holding on with the dominance. Ariandel can't get out. Shut down over to the Victor, and this could be the turnaround CCG was looking for. Hype said running for the hills, but now Bass has approached the play. The Vi goes down. Can Zaya make something happen? They will use their ultimate to get back behind the tier 1 tower. A 1 for 2, but the gold over to the correct carry on CCG's side. Now, here comes the follow-up as the tier 1 falls. Hyper, too low to continue to tank for the front line. Rain's still untouched, but Lunar has to skedaddle on out of here with Baz at their back, chasing them alongside Decoy and Pakas. I think CCG will be able to get to safety. The question is, will there be a single person being taken out by AMI to continue this play, as Victor's kind of split from the rest of the team?
Sorry, Apex Mission Impossible, you've been crocked. God, I love Shocky so much, man. Just, he stood there, he stood his ground, Gore Drinker into the Dominus. He gets so much additional emergency HP there, and he's able to survive for such a long time. What an incredible play from him, and good job, as he was able to not only survive, he was stood the test of time up against AMI, and they got him 2 kills, a shutdown as well off of Ariandel, and the turret to boot. CCG now getting to be able to close a lot of that gold lead, but they still have so much work to be able to be done, right? Like Rain, he got some kills and assists there, so again, when we're talking about those Victor bucks, he's feeling nice, but still has a long ways to go. Hazel Leandres looks like he's going towards a Void Staff. Not many people are actually building magic resistance in this case, so I think it might be a little bit tough. Pretty sure you would have wanted some flat AP in this instance, but wants to try to be able to bust through the tanks of Hype and Decoy.
They're just preempting the fact that this game is hopefully going to go to like the 35-minute mark for CCG, because that's where they win. And maybe at that point they're also going to be getting themselves the death cap, and they're going to start popping caps, as it were. But yeah, a little bit interesting that Rain's going so early in the game for that Void Staff like we're talking about. However, fact of the matter is they have been propelled a little bit further along that build path with that shutdown cash out versus Ariandel, and signs of life for CCG means that they could still angle to take the series 2-0.
And in a similar fashion to what we saw, right? Like it was AMI with a lot of the early game, and then CCG, it was one play that turned it around. I hope for AMI's sake that this is not the play that turns the game around. We're going to stop Hyper. Rain's here as well. This could turn into an additional piece.
Yeah, both of them now getting caught out with the teleport. This is AMI fully putting all their guns to the heads of these 2 players. Hyper gets to safety. Rain not so lucky.
Baron?
And now the pings are coming out. Yeah, they're moving towards Baron.
They gotta go for this. They know that the game is getting just a little too close, and they're gonna try to go for this now. Instead of trying to contest for it, I think Lunar should just focus on this dragon, but instead we're gonna go for this now. Hyper's gonna be nowhere near the region.
Yep, good usage of the Keeper's Verdict there to buy a little bit of space and time. Baron is going to go down. It's going incredibly low. Actually, Hype just has to raw dog this one. There was a chance for a steal. Will not come through. That's AMI picking it up. But the question is, can they get out alive? Baz is already dead. Decoy caught out inside of the pit. Ariandel running alongside Pakas. 2 for the Baron. It's a tough calculation to make, but certainly a lot more priorities just bought by AMI.
And they won't be able to be here in time for the Dragon. I think we need to see CCG start making their way over. It's 30 seconds, guys. Baron on their backs, though. The Aporia members who got it, I don't think are going to be relevant. Right? Like, Poppy is going to be the one that's usually on a side lane. Ariandel, one of the members who actually did get the Baron, is going to be one of those side laners that we've been talking about, collapsing towards the mid lane after fixing this bottom wave. That's fine, but now they have to immediately go into another fight. They need to say, okay, like, what does this look like for us? And we'll see what they'll actually be able to get out of this Baron, because we're looking at it. CCG are starting to get more and more of that wave clear. They have Tristana, they have the Victor, so okay, fine. This pick on a Shocky, though.
We've seen this turnaround once again. However, Shocky this time goes a little bit too low, flashes out, uses the dominance, but just gets met with a full kite out from Baz. Will die to the Pop Blossom. Rain able to somehow kite out Hype, actually picks up the kill against the Vi, and now CCG are turning on the gas. Down goes the Poppy, and Pockets is split from the rest of the team, sent back towards the tier 1 tower. The question is, can Xayah once again dig their heels in and put enough damage down onto these tanks to deter any approach from CCG? Right now, it seems like it. Blue Squad has to go back towards that mid lane, and they're being shoved all the way towards that inhibitor.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I don't know why Rain flashed there. That was kind of weird. Rain flashed over the wall to try to threaten onto Baz. You saw that they focused so many of their resources, but now, not only did you not get the kill, but even if you did, now you don't have flash for a fight that's potentially going to continue to happen as Naruto taking a ton of DPS here. Lunar.
Yeah, has the crash down, will be able to get Magnus from on top of Baz. Hyper off the wraparound will allow for Rain to land a killing blow onto the Xayah. That being said, Rel has now outlived her usefulness. She will fall. The question is, can Hype move back towards this pit and try to secure what will be Dragon Soul Point for AMI? Right now, Shocky doing a great job zoning. I think this means we're about to even up on the drag count.
Okay. They got the dragon. I was worried with Hextech, you know, all the portals. They could have gone right back into the fight, but Lunar got forced out of that one. Baz got taken down, so our 280 carries are starting to really pick it back up in terms of, hey, like Lunar's back into this game. He's using a lot of his range as a threat against AMI. And this Baron is going to end up being minus around 700. Remember, this buff gives you 1,500 to start globally. So that's almost 2,000 gold immediately lost here for AMI, as they're only 2,000 up. They haven't really been able to use the Baron all that much. And they said, hey, look, the Baron was just to take it away from you, but I mean, I think they lost a lot more than they gave right there. 2 Hextech Dragons. The attack speed that CCG are going to be able to get for free now is really going to feel pretty disparate.
And because we're moving deeper into this game without a huge budge of the gold lead, in fact, with it shrinking, the relative power of CCG certainly is creeping up. AMI may have had their glory days already passed them by. Decoy on a bit of a flank, though. Ariandel going to be able to use the Rocket Belt to get on top of Boruto. We'll see whether or not this will lead to a siege of this undefended inhibitor in the mid lane. Lunar gets the safety, though. Will try to just stand inside of their base and find an angle by which to shove back against AMI. Reset here from Shocky. It looks like for the time being, Hyper is just going to work as a distraction. I'm not actually sure what they're doing this far into enemy territory at this point. Good ultimate there. Cease and desist to get on top of the Sejuani. It looks like Pockets is going to follow up. The quickness forces the flash out of Hyper. Blast Plant going to be jumped upon, though, and great denial. Hyper has a bit of space to play with. They're going to be able to Hexgate away. Are you kidding me?
How is that even possible? It's supposed to be like 3 seconds in combat? I don't get it. Well, Rel's going to be joining the fight yet again. Every one of these fights has been predicated on Ariandel. He has the biggest lead for his team, and he has been fighting Plot Blossoms and Tangle Barbs. But look at this damage coming out from Rain. The long-range Victor. The lasers are tearing apart the backline of AMI. As now, everybody's starting to feel the pain. Thankfully, the wave has just been cut, so not able to do all that much, and there's no objective starting to play for quite yet. A minute before that Baron spawns in. Boruto, he's playing Rel, doesn't matter, he can flash as well. We're starting to see that turnaround here for CCG.
And it's really kind of rough that so many of the kills have gone over to Ariandel, actually, because Baz is doing work during these team fights, don't get me wrong, but they've been unable to access a kill. They're still sitting pretty at 11k gold, second richest in the game, only behind Ariandel, but you know, I think the Nico could have shared the wealth a little bit, or I kind of wish the Nico could share the wealth a little bit more, because Baz certainly is the carry for AMI in this late game.
You're talking my language. Of course, the AD carry deserves some more kills. We need to give more to this man. We need to, you know, sprinkle some love onto our boy Baz over here. But looking at AD carries now, 3 items. It's what we've wanted to see all series long. Is what this patch dictates of you as a bottom laner. Get the 3 items and then come and try to see what you can do on a team fight here. Both of our mid laners not quite on the same power spike, however, as Rain with the Void Staff doesn't have a lot of AP, but we'll have the stopwatch here, whereas Ariandel fully indexing into damage, has the Proto Belt, has the Shadow Flame as well, so a ton of AP and a lot of magic penetration as well. AMI setting up first for this play. They will have mid priority thanks to them taking the mid inhibitor. They're starting up for this Baron yet again. It is 9-9, 27 minutes in, and AMI, they need this game. If they can win this, they can keep their dreams alive of making it to top 8. CCG, however, they want to book their ticket up against Mirage Alliance.
CCG are going to once again have their jungler knocked out of the river by the Keeper's Verdict. Shocky unable to approach from the far side. That's another Baron Nashor buff over to AMI. Let's see if the second Turo Baron power play will be the one to actually lock in for some value for Red Squad.
I want to say, good job coming out from Shocky. He's actually going for the Hullbreaker build here on the Renekton. He pushed out the bottom wave, teleported up towards top side, pushed in that wave, thought that there might have been a fight, but now he's going to be very, very strong just on his own. He's actually done a really good job of trying to punish AMI because no one except for Ariandel has really attuned or fixed up some of these waves. So we'll see now, like you were saying, they got themselves that Baron buff. Dragon spawning, it'll be the third for either of them. We'll put them both on Soul Point. Don't know how important as this is. As AMI, I mean, yeah, you're probably feeling threatened that the Soul is coming, but you also have to start thinking, like, when are we going to actually use this Baron buff?
Yeah, it seems like they've been a little bit off-tempo by virtue of the Dragon coming up right after these Barons. They're indexing a lot of times, grouping up, and instead of shoving down lanes, because you can't really threaten mid any more than you already have, you see them just dancing around, looking for a fight versus CCG. But as the 5v5s go more and more in favor of Blue Squad, it does seem like these Baron power plays are getting a little bit less value than they would hope for or expect to.
Alright, well now we're getting into that spot. Vi is getting noticed here. They got marked, so nowhere in position. Hype, just, I mean, I guess wrong place, wrong time. Oh, it's Ariandel. Okay, cool. So I was gonna say, I was like, okay, well CCG, they just didn't pull the trigger. Like, you know that they're in the pit. No one goes for anything. They didn't actually use any of their ultimates, so, okay. They have the Baron, they have Hexed Point. I got Nico'd, yep, basically.
I mean, Soul Point now being approached by AMI. CCG certainly need to start building upon their win conditions. This is where they will begin to power spike. But the question is, can AMI do enough damage to the base to where a single fight is all they need to take it in the late game?
They should also see that Tristana is on the opposite side of the map. Just going to recall here, we're going to get some more time alone here on the Rift. We're going to see more and more of the farming up, get some more items. You think we're making it to 4 items?
I think so. I think that this is probably going to go on for a while. Ever since that initial shove into the mid lane, AMI have not really been able to do much to approach and encroach upon the CCG base, and now we're, I think, in a place where CCG can play fully defensively if they find themselves on the back foot. Otherwise, they have a long time to go navigating and taking down the enemy's towers. So if CCG are looking to win this, we're going deep into this game.
Okay. Rocket's trying to find this engage on the Hyper.
Yep, I think Hyper is just dead, unfortunately.
Oh.
Bungling the flash on top of it all to add insult to injury. First kill for Baz.
Woo! That's what I love to see, fellow 80 carry player. Don't think it's going to mean all that much in terms of where that gold is placed, as now, without the Baron buff, is what ends up taking that tier 2. So finally, all of the outer turrets gone. It is simply base structures left here as CCG try to make the defense.
You know, Boruto has to be credited for their resolve. If I were a Rel in that situation, I was flashing and ulting them immediately. But with no Hyper available, this could just be the end of the game. Look at the engage. Rel unable to get there in time to stop the Tristana from getting blown up by Ariandel. And this is going to be at least 2 inhibitors gone.
Oh my god, wait, AMI are going to probably win a game. Guys, we live in the Matrix right now, okay? We're getting it done. We thought maybe AMI, a little bit suspect with how the game was going. They've definitely been one to give them 1 or 2 throws here. Some happy gaming going on, but AMI, they're cleaning stuff out. They're finding picks. I think that this Vi has done a lot for them. It is something that is much more of a proactive tool, right? Like the Maokai can find those engages. And it was a good look for Hype so far, who, hey, I said coming into the series, Hype definitely added some much-needed direction to this team, but still needed to kind of see what the mid-game was going to look like just because it was a little sloppy. And so far, Apex Mission Impossible, at least in this game, are continuing to grow that lead. Now we need to see how they're actually able to close it out, as now we're seeing items start to finish up, items start to be completed here. Ariandel I'm going to say 4 completed items just because he has the Magi's and it has more than 10 stacks, so he's giving more than an item's worth of value.
Yep, dropping bombs on the enemy team. Ariandel, pretty squishy, but at the same time, the amount of AP they're packing is making everybody on CCG looking mighty squishy as well, so you really got to watch out for this champion. I do think that Nico is better in that mid game before you're really looking to just besiege the enemy base, because it's a little bit harder to find cute angles off of either your passive or just good flanking approaches for Pop Blossom. Regardless, we still see this champion putting in work whenever they meet up with the CCG members. Boruto trying to forge a path into their own jungle. Looks like Hyper will be able to finally grab their wolves for the first time in a while. That is credit to them, and they won't die for doing so as they did last time they tried to do that. That being said, you got to be careful, Shocky. Pushing into those bushes can always be scary, especially given the fact that it's Ariandel on the far side of it.
We are playing for 3 Barons at this point, guys. We got 3 Barons. We've got Soul Point as well in 45 seconds. AMI, let's see how you close this one out, because I'm kind of interested. Now, GA here for Baz. We already talked about some of the other items being finished up, but CCG, like, you do have to pull the trigger at some point or another, right? Like, you already had the Victor who's starting to scale up. Tristana's nowhere near this fight. Where is Hyper, man?
Hyper is zoned out of this game, both mentally and also in terms of the positioning. And now look at this. The rest of the team is getting opened up upon Rain. Someone able to stabilize, and look at the answer back. That is going to be Victor raining out Hellfire to answer the ultimate from the Rel. However, while Looter is pushing the rest of the team down, I don't think that CCG can end it here and now. But luckily, they have bot breathing space for themselves in that 2 for 4.
Why? What an insane fight there for Boruto, right? Like, he gets the Magnet Storm, Rain drops the Chaos Storm on them, but, like, all of this started with Hyper going down, and 30 seconds before everybody's
Wait,
up.
can they end?
Vi is the only one. I don't know if they can end. Lunar still has the GA here.
Yeah.
They're going to go for it.
Yep, I think this is the right call, CCG. This is the best opportunity they've had in a while. The gold gap. Oh my god, Hype going to try to jump on top of Tristana. They managed to pop the GA, but I think they're going to pay for it with their lives. Now, we see the GA answered right back, but it's going to be Shocky standing right on top of them to kill them. Pockets is up, will not be able to get the knock-up, and wow, this will be the base defended, luckily, at the end of the day. AMI have thrown this game away yet again.
Yeah, the game's not quite out of it yet, but it is just going to be another dragon here. Now, Ariandel and Pockets can look for a re-engage. Where is Hyper going?
Oh, God.
Where is Blood?
All right, well, there's Rain isolated, blown up in an instant, and while the dragon does go in favor of CCG, it's almost at the cost of multiple lives. Madness on the Rift off, that's all I could say.
Oh my god, alright, well we're going to a 7th dragon. We are getting 3 Barons in this game alone. CCG not out of the woods. They still have a lot to work through, and it's going to be another Baron here for Apex Mission Impossible, as everybody had to reset after that dragon. Oh my god, alright, we're getting 4th item, potentially going to be seeing 5th items from our marksman here as we get ready to see a 40-minute game. Turo Baron buff going over to Apex Mission Impossible. That fight came off the back of the support mid of CCG, and AMI just not really ready to receive that, using a lot of tools to try to find Hyper. But once that's gone, you just weren't in position, weren't in a good spot to be able to go for that, so ends up falling. And now, I mean, we're getting to that point. 60,000 gold is where gold starts to matter a lot less in this game.
This is a very silly game of League of Legends.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, I'll be 100% honest, for as much as CCG has been bungling play after play, they have all of a sudden accessed their win cons of, it's now 35, 36 minutes in, they have 3 dragons, they have a chance to push for Soul, and they have all of their champions relatively well scaled up.
Yep. I remember the last time that these 2 teams met, it was Apex Mission Impossible who ended up winning. They got knocked down to the losers bracket by Lit last week. And a win here would obviously help them on their road to being able to make sure that that record stays true, undefeated, up against CCG in series. But now we're getting to kind of some weird territory. AMI splitting the map right now. Nothing for CCG really to be able to do here other than just catch these waves and kind of look for something. Boruto no longer has ultimate. That could be the difference maker for AMI.
Rel does get it up pretty quickly, and with the fact that there's still towers to take, and Hype has now sniped away 2 inhibitors, I think that Rel will have one more fight left in them. AMI doing such a good job, though, once again, just relegating CCG to their base. This is right now what I think Red Squad's win condition is. Now, if they can exploit a mistake from the likes of Shocky and whatnot, they will be able to just wipe through the base and clean up and end the game. Now, will this be the fight that does it? Hyper already dead. However, Hype is too deep onto the backline, and now Rain is going to be able to try to recenter themselves. Lunar gets down to the Pop Blossom. Rain is able to deny it as well with their stasis, and now AMI are on the run. Down goes Decoy. Oh my god, Onk, it's gonna happen again.
That stopwatch, that Zonios was so incredible for Rain. It's probably straight up saved the game. And shout out to Lieutenant Shocky, who just went into the back line, held it down, stopped Baz and Pakas from moving forward. This is as even as this game is going to get at this point, Nyarko. Like, this is just insanity at this point. Dragon spawning a minute and a half. The Baron is about to tick off and away from AMI. They were able to open up so much of the base. It is 2 inhibitors going to AMI. CCG, they're, again, like, the gold is getting more and more even. It's starting to matter less as people complete all their items. Lunar finished all of his, but there are so many summoner spells missing. But the key one for me is Rain still has Flash here. And so Victor will be untouched, someone that got a lot of pressure in Game 1, a lot of pressure in Game 2 here. Now, looking to try to be a standout member and a reason why his team is able to take a 2-0. AMI, though, they don't want to let that happen. They have a soul ready to go, and this 7th Drake is going to be oh so important.
That being said, it's not only the flash for Rain, it is the fact they're going to have Zhonya's back up for that play as well. All tools available. This is where CCG needs to shine. They cannot afford to spend too much time out of the base, though, as super minions are cresting through the mid and top.
Playing around the mid wave, playing around bottom wave as well. Oh, Ariandel with the flank here. Should have been spotted. Oh, wait, that ward dies out. Okay, so it just got replaced. Ariandel should have been spotted here. So they know exactly where he is. Wait for them to see. Let's see if they try to go for something. Oh my god, wait, he's not spotted. All of this vision is in the favor of AMI. They could try to find Ariandel. Oh my god, they get Baruto.
Yeah, Pop Blossom is going to land. Rel has the ability to go into stasis and buy a bit of time, but I don't think that CCG can force the fight. Baruto's taking enough to get out. Are you kidding me? They use the flash. They get to safety. But now it does look like CCG are in an awkward spot. Rel will not be able to reset. They're going to have to just go in with half health to try to stop the taking of this Hextech Soul. Here comes the teleport. Victor will enter into the fight and immediately open up with their death ray, but Baruto is already dead. And now AMI are being forced to the rest of the choke point. But look at the Chaos Storm. Will they be able to do enough? Can CCG make it into the river? Rocket jump. Lunar's trying their best. GA Pop, though, is by the Poppy. Baz kills Hyper, and it looks like CCG will be denied this game. Finally, everybody except for Rain falls.
Ariandel has that flash. He has Pop Blossom coming back up as well. Lunar loses his mind in that fight. Just jumping a little too far forward. And that's going to be it. That's going to be AMI taking Game 2. And now we're headed to Game 3 here. We didn't even need the Dragon Soul at this point. Rain, I just don't think you got it in you, bud.
No, not with Pop Blossom up. They will have another stasis, but as I said before, when it's this close to the base falling, that's just buying more time for AMI to free fire. Down goes the Nexus, and we go to Game 3.
We expected this series to take us the distance. I didn't necessarily think it would be in game time, but definitely going to be the case in terms of series. We are going to all 3 here, as both of these teams are fighting for that one of those spots into top 8.
Yeah, 3 games made a lot of sense. Long games made a lot of sense. Together, it truly is the confluence of mistakes, crazy carry plays, turnarounds, scaling. It is basically NA League of Legends.
Careful, if Twitch chat heard you talk about that, they might think you're talking negatively about that.
I think they already are talking negatively about it, but...
Yeah, but maybe. I heard that Twitch is down right now, so I don't know what's happening. You know, we might be talking to the ghosts out there, but we've got Game 3 on the horizon. I'm going to get some more water. Narco's probably going to get some water, some tea, maybe finish off a burrito or 2. We are going to head to a break, and when we're back, CCG versus Apex Mission Impossible. We're going to wrap the series up, and we'll see you there.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers. I don't know if I expected to be here in moving into game number 3 between CCG and AMI, but I sure am happy to at the end of the day, all because this has been a wild set of games, all of them going deep into the late game, all of them full of throws, full of fun times, full of crazy carry stories.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of different games, some pretty weird games. I think when we're heading into game 3, you should be looking at, hey, like, what are our two bot lanes going to be looking like, and that was just an incredible performance coming out from the mid laner of Apex Mission Impossible, right? Like, we got to actually see what that looked like when Ariandel is able to take control of the game, when stuff like the NACL does get through. Hey, it is still very strong. Yes, it's a little bit nerfed, but I think you're going to take that if you're able to replicate that. And one of the big things that we've been talking about is consistency. For these teams, they need to not only hammer down what their actual strategy is, but being able to have that happen multiple games in a row, being able to replicate that game plan.
Yeah, definitely the case. And honestly, I think that coming up with a coherent game plan and specifically sticking to that game plan is going to be the biggest challenge for both of these teams here in game number 3, because so far I feel like while they have clear draft identities, it's a matter of both of them kind of going back and forth, maybe over-indexing towards a single objective, which leads to a fight that puts them behind, or you know, just caught out in enemy territory like Hyper was several times during that last game. So a lot of stuff to improve upon, develop from, and I hope to see all of that finally ameliorated. I was joking after game number 1 that I was hoping that was just a warm-up. It looks like this is actually what these teams want to play like.
Yeah, for sure. And I will also say that, you know, it's a bit rough just because not only do you have to be ready now, you have to be ready, like, for someone like CCG, they have not actually played a stage game in like 2 weeks. They played in the first week of groups, and then we had the whole fiasco with the Group D with Cold Hearted being disqualified, and then they got a free bye, so they haven't been able to really play on stage. And for Apex Mission Impossible, they've had to play up against Lit, then they have to come back down, and it's like, okay, we've played all of our games, we have all of that experience, like, we should be ready to go. And I think that's what we should be expecting from Apex Mission Impossible, who made top 8 last time, in the last qualifier here in summer. They got it by, honestly, making a few upsets, respectfully so, and then now we got to see them do it again. And if they do, they have to yet again be like, okay, we made top 8 again. Who are we against? Mirage Alliance again. God, like, it's so frustrating, and that's what we're talking about. Like, we want to see a high-end level for these teams, but, you know, there's a reasons why there's levels to these things, right? Like, we have our top 8, we have our top 4 who we expect, and then it's up to teams like CCG and AMI to really break the mold on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a knockdown, drag-out fight, and then I feel like as you come out of the game, you're trying to relax, trying to catch yourself, go over to the Twitch channel. Shout out to not only us on Challengers League, but also Rally Cry Official, and then Rally Cry 2. That's where all of your NACL qualifier action is going to take place. But then you see Dardock trash-talking in chat already about how both of these teams will just lose to Mirage tomorrow, and it's got to feel rough, you know? It's a very, very difficult path ahead of them, but I love an underdog story. I think that these guys both have shots of making a miracle happen. Mirage Alliance, you know, is also a team that is mortal. All teams, I think, in this qualifier have shown weak points, shown some sides of themselves that I feel can be exploited. It will be tough, but I do want to look to the future and say confidently that I'm excited for what's going to happen tomorrow for either AMI or CCG. The question is, who is actually going to make their mark known on Sunday after what is going to be a very difficult third game?
Yep, there will be all quarterfinals being played tomorrow. They are still best of 3s. We do not have a best of 5 in this bracket until finals. And so you can take a look at, the rest of the schedule. Team Eternal will be going up against the winner of our next series, which will be Teamless Revenge versus Team Ambition. And already, we already have a matchup decided for us. Team Qualifiers versus Gentle Hearts. Gentle Hearts knocking Return of the Middle Sticks out of the tournament. It was they were a team that were already making it in as a below 16 seeded team, so props to them. They knocked out Komodo, which was another upset of theirs that I think when we looked at the predictions, a lot of the other people on our broadcast thought maybe this could have gone Komodo's way. And we're still waiting to see, again, if you want to take a look at the other side of the bracket, that CB versus Winthrop game will be going on Rally Cry 2, and we'll be looking to crown someone very, very soon, in 2 weeks actually, because we're getting qualifiers, and then we're getting our quarterfinals tomorrow, then semifinals and grand finals will be next week, and then after that we have promotion tournaments. So make sure you guys are staying tuned, and again, if you want to make it out, if you're saying you want to look at maybe another team that you're going to see in the Challengers League, if you want to just watch some Challengers League stuff yourself, Grand Finals are coming up. Tickets are still available, and you can go ahead and still purchase them, still have yourself a spot that you can go and watch DSG and Evil Geniuses. That's going to be a whole lot of fun, and you get to meet a lot of the crew from the Challengers League.
Yeah. Oh, do you have any goodie bags or something you're going to be handing out? Pins?
I'm not bringing no goodie bags.
No swag?
No, I'm not giving out it. You know who probably will have swag? LCS. LCS in the Riot Games arena. I hope that path to LCS brings some goodie bags for the boys.
Yeah, awesome stuff. It'll be exciting seeing you there. Well, I'm not going to be there. It'll be exciting for other people to see you there, is what I'm going to say. I get the privilege of seeing you right now as we're about to dive into, like I said, the third game of this best of three between CCG and Apex Mission Impossible. So far, with the series split out 1-1, both teams have bared their fangs at different times. Unfortunately for CCG in that last round, their scaling was not able to make up for the fact that Hyper died in a few awkward situations. Tristana thought that rocket jumping on top of a poppy with a wall right next to them was a good idea. It was a rough one for sure.
Yeah, it was not the best. So we're going to look for how CCG can kind of pull it all back together. They obviously did win game one, and there were a lot of parts of game two that looked like they were about to come back. Even the end there, I was thinking like, okay, Victor is literally just pumping spells and no one is dealing damage to him. That's totally fine. We're heading straight into draft here for our third game, the final game of this first series here on Rally Cry Official and LCS Challengers. Should be a lot of fun. I am worried, Yurko, because my, the part of me says, I don't know who's going to win this game. It doesn't matter what draft, unless the draft looks so incredibly one-sided. I don't know who's going to win. Like, both of these teams have shown a very similar level of skill, and while AMI have generated a lot of early leads, they have not shown to consistently be able to close it out.
I mean, I'm also worried here, Alk. As I noted before, my honor is on the line. I do not want to be the sole person in last place at the end of this week, and I was voting for CCG winning this, but they certainly looked shaky in that game number 2. If I think AMI could just punch through another really dominant early game, but this time have a bit more consistency in how they're approaching mid-game fights, not even mid-game objectives, as it kind of feels like that's CCG's spot to lose games in a way, they have a shot for sure, especially as they're back on blue. We'll see whether or not, though, CCG will be able to make the most of that top lane counter pick they're so often using for Shocky.
I need Apex to win so that Grapes gets he stays at 10. It hasn't been updated for all of our series because everyone voted for Gentle Hearts to win. So he's at 11, I'm at 13. As long as I get this win, I can guarantee myself that I can at least stay first for like another week, because everybody else's, all of our predictions are the same. I hate to spoil it already, but we have all kind of kept the same, and it is across the board we've agreed that these teams are going to win. So we'll get to that in a future series, but now that we're getting through the draft, Rel going to be the only real adaptation here coming out from AMI, taking that away from Baruto.
Kind of surprised that is the angle that they want to ban out of that game number 2. Baruto definitely had some shining moments, especially in combination with Victor, but I would just ban her if I wanted to take something out of that terrible twosome, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's just like no reason for you to be able to go for that. Getting the Tristana, again, it is part of that flex. This feels a lot more like game 1. Am I right? Like Kaisa first pick, the Poppy here for Decoy. They have the Rakan for Paucus. CCG now with Tristana. They've gotten the Sejuani, who for Hyper has stayed on this champion 3 games in a row now. Wonder if that's a particular choice. Okay, Shocky immediately pulls up with a Gwen here. So saying, we're going to call your bluff. You're going to send that champion into the top lane, and Hypha is going to play another, still have access to something like a Maokai or something akin to that.
Yeah, loving this call because I think Gwen would be one of those champions to be denied in the second part of the draft. We saw that actually happen in, I believe, game number 1, or was it game number 2? Who's to say? They're all blending together in a bunch of different fights around Baron and Dragon. So let's focus back in on this. A Kennen denial actually from CCG to open up the second ban phase, and it will be answered back by a Syndra, something that Rain really enjoyed jamming in that game number 1, although they only enjoyed it after that early laning phase where they were getting just frankly bullied by the entirety of the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, that was also just a pretty bad draft to try to play Syndra in, so respect. I'm glad that they're getting away from it, but now I'm looking at CCG, right? Like, they got rid of the Kennen, another matchup that they thought maybe Decoy was going to try and play. They got rid of the Vi, something that Hive used really, really well in that last game to bring them a victory. So for AMI, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be another control mage. Like, it shouldn't be much else. Okay, so you got rid of the Ahri, something that has stayed off the table. CCG now have to commit what is the AD carry you're going to play into Kai'Sa. You can play Xayah. This champion is still available, and you'd be able to take it away from the Xayah Rakan. Instead, going to just say, yet again, we are sending the Tristana into the bottom lane, more than likely. AMI now, what's your call? You're going to pick another Azir blind here for Ariandel? I think that you would probably be doing fine, but Gwen definitely would have a field day with this roster.
Yeah, Gwen in general, I think, was such a good little pivot by CCG. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the pivot of the Tristana back to the bot lane, but I can understand why Lunar wants it. They're probably yelling into the mic to get this for them because they want redemption for what was a very rough last team fight on this champion. Here's the round out. AMI going for the Xayah Rakan. They now also have the Maokai.
Well, this team just does no damage. Okay, well, alright. AMI wanting to lock that in. They're giving Ariandel the Kai'Sa here. This is a pretty tough game to try to play Kai'Sa. We'll see what CCG are able to round themselves out with. Grabbing the Seraphine here for Rain. Wow, okay. Pretty big change. Actually, this could still be Seraphine bottom lane. Something that Xayah doesn't necessarily love to deal with all that much is the fact that, hey, there's going to be long-range poke coming at me, and if everybody's just walking at you in a straight line like AMI has to, then Seraphine ult's going to be more than wonderful here.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've casted a Seraphine. It's one of my favorite champions to watch out for because when that Encore's coming, I get to holler. That being said, it is going to be a lane where you really have to make some tight decisions pretty early on as to whether or not you want that Nautilus to roam or if you want them there to play that long attrition game where Lunar's just constantly trying to whittle through the health bar of probably the Xayah. We're having some issues, I think, with the draft, and that's why we have a bit of a delay right now because I don't think that that's going to be Pockets on the Kai'Sa.
I would be very surprised to see Ariandel on the Rakan. Yes, we need the AP Rakan to come back into favor here. Yeah, the thing for AMI is that they are relying very heavily on Hype and Decoy to be those tanks, but as soon as they are gone, or really any of that CC is taken away or dodged out on, this game's kind of just over. So we'll see what they're able to do here. It is 1-1 apiece for both of these teams. Loser is eliminated, and that is the end of their 2023 competitive split. Winner goes on tomorrow to face Mirage Alliance in the quarterfinals and looks to make a run throughout the knockout stage.
Decisive game here for both of these teams. As we enter onto the Rift, I want to do this a quick shout out to our sponsors. We got Subway coming in with a clutch at the last minute. Make sure to get refreshed via them for what I think is going to be a fantastic day of gaming, even beyond the single series. And we also got Turo. We're going to be seeing them with the inevitable Baron power plays that are going to come through. Maybe 4 or 3 of them, as we saw in the last game.
Yeah, do Turo actually love AMI and CCG for this reason? I don't represent Turo, I just want to say that right now, but they probably love these teams because they're getting so many Baron buffs. They're just getting all of the Baron buffs. And honestly, respect. AMI and CCG, they're playing for content right now, hopefully. Probably not in this game, I would hope, just because it is such an important one. And all these guys are competitors, a lot of them doing this for such a long time. Rain, Lunar, even Shocky, Hyper, they have all been playing all year long. They were playing last year as well, on making their debut on teams like Third Party, and we got to see them kind of put their work in, but they would love to make it into that top end. Same thing could be said on the opposite side for Apex Mission Impossible. Early trade, big damage onto Pockets, but you look at across from Apex Mission Impossible, you have so many members who have been in Tier 3, and hopefully are able to show their stripes in this last game.
Yeah, something to watch out for is the dynamic that we just saw come through in the bot lane. When Lunar has those full stacks, it's so hard for Pockets to hit engages because Rakans are not inherently tanky, and beyond that, they show exactly where they're going to be landing off of their grand entrance. So even if Boruto takes a little bit of damage back, I think that Lunar is perfectly happy with those kinds of interactions. Certainly, the stories that you're also touching upon, Alf, are something to watch out for. A whole lot of pedigree here for Tier 3. A lot of players have faced off against one another before. I don't know if they've actually been on teams before with one another, but certainly these are all known names. These are all players who really want to find themselves pushing towards that NACL soon. And I think the best way to start doing that is at least get to that top 8, make a name for your team, as further qualifiers will give you more opportunities in the future.
At the very least, you make money if you make top 8,
That's
right?
true.
Like, if we're keeping it 100% honest, it is like for both of these teams, we should not expect for them to, like, they are not expected to win tomorrow's series, either of them, and so, you know, the money that you get from making top 8, I think, is going to be more than enough of a prize. It'll suck just as a competitor. You don't want to have to go out so soon. But unless they've got, like, some secret tech going on, Shocky, you have got to be careful. Even with Q4, don't know if you've got this.
Yeah, Ghost is going to be used, and I think it might be
Doesn't have
a
flash.
little bit too late. Yeah, that's going to be a flash into E decoy, cleaning up the rift, and already we're starting to see a bit of a goal lead for AMI.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you get solo killed, so unfortunate there. Shocky gonna have to force the teleport. Good trade onto Pockets. I actually want to take a look at that top wave real quick, although junglers here, good snipe away from Hyper there. Yeah, the wave is actually pushing, yeah, it's pushing away from Shocky, so he actually is forced to use that teleport. Decoy is also going to use his as well, but just wants to try to use this. Now this lane is kind of borked. Already getting a Negatron cloak here for the Poppy, and anytime you get her low, she's going to have increased resistances as well, so we were kind of hoping that Shock was going to be able to do something, but that's just not it. We'll see if there's maybe some jungle attention coming their way as both Sejuani and Maokai are making their way up here.
I really was thinking that this Gwen was going to be the finger on the scales that tips things in favor of CCG, who I have to cheer for just by virtue of preserving my own honor and not being the last place caster in terms of predictions, because I think that that's
True.
how they vote you off the island, right? But
Oh, yeah, true. Wait a minute. Well, I'm not getting voted off. I'm getting voted back in.
there
for
we
sure.
go. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I'm fighting for my own survival here, just as CCG are, but no, Shocky losing that fight early, I think, makes this lane, as you said, a little bit borked, as Decoy has already stacked up that magic resist, and Shocky's just not doing quite as much damage off those Qs as you once were.
Well, Shocky now kind of just has to wait. He is under his turret, so he's going to be able to survive for the time being. But Decoy, not only does he have the corrupting pots that, you know, now he has no stacks of, but he also has the biscuits, so he will be able to sustain a little bit better than this Gwen. We're on the opposite sides. We're kind of looking now. I might have to hold that as Hyper's making his way over. He needs him. Like, Shocky's like, I need you for this crash, dude. Like, I'm literally in such a bad position right now. My wave is screwed. Like, this guy is just owning me. I need you to just come top lane, help me fix my wave, maybe give me a crash. Oh, Boruto, no!
If they start losing both of these side lanes, I think this game may be over earlier than expected. CCG will be able to extract their support at the last minute, but it costs a flash. And that is rough. I mean, now where do you go if you're Hyper besides simply to defend these lanes?
I mean, that's fine. Like, you could play a more reactive style where your champion does have to react up against them, but you're not expecting it from these matchups. It definitely changes up what they wanted to do. You saw that Hyper was going to try to pat down, and because of some of the control, because of that trade in the bottom side, AMI just start up the dragon, grabbing themselves the first dragon. Yet again, AMI, it's the early game that we started to kind of praise them for, and so far they've been doing a fantastic job of that. But it is how we close it. They have so many items, and when you have double marksmen like this, it does mean that objectives are very easy for you to finish, but you are very squishy, and you do need to be paying attention as to where your front and back line are, especially when we're talking about items. 3 items are going to be the case, especially when we're talking about Kaisa.
Yeah, we've had these two teams trading in the double marksman comps for a little bit now. This time it's going to be Ariandel and Baz focusing on these champions. Hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit less of a full ADC role for Ariandel. I imagine they're going to be building some amount of AP within their build. I just don't know exactly how that comes about right now in 13-13, as I'm a bit out of the loop on, just in general, how AD carries are supposed to do things.
This is not the Kai'Sa nerf. It's still probably just going to be AP, right? Like, he's probably just going to go Static Shiv into Nashor's Tooth into probably just... It should be... I don't think it should be Rage Blade this game, because out of all the times that Kai'Sa's going to be auto-attacking, you're running into Seraphine, Tristana, and a Gwen. You're just never going to have a chance to actually auto-attack. It probably should just be a Ludens or a Leandries, but knowing players and knowing how people, you know, like to go towards comfort, it's probably just going to be Rage Blade. I don't think that Ariandel's probably got a lot of solo queue experience, but playing this Kai'Sa, but on stage, definitely a little bit more limited. However, I think everybody has played enough Kai'Sa mid for like the last like month and a half that they probably should just get it at this point,
That's
right?
true,
like,
true.
It's no longer like this funny niche, like, haha, look at me, I'm playing Kai'Sa mid. Like, no, there's like 100+ like pro play games across every region. Probably should have it at this point. We have Herald now. Everybody's moving on for this. Everybody's making their move to this play.
And that is, once again, Keeper's Verdict used to great effect to isolate the jungler. CCG gonna have to get a long raid home, as now we see the usage of the Nature's Grasp to further lock up Red Squad. Hyper back in, will just boomerang, pick up Decoy off their ultimate, and now Rain's getting those resets on the Tristana with the rocket jump. Down goes Hype, a double for the Sejuani, but finally Baz enters onto the Rift alongside Ariandel to restabilize a 2-for-2.
A good start there for CCG, but they lose out on the Herald and still go 2-for-2. AMI, your tanks were there, but none of your damage dealers were, so I think a bit ambitious to try to stand your ground like that. Maybe trying to set up a Plasma proc for Kai'Sa to come in, but Kai'Sa level 6 ultimate is not that far range. It is a pretty short range. It's within her kind of sphere of duelist, so good job from AMI, getting themselves a really big gold lead, and Ariandel, the biggest proponent, the biggest winner off of all that, will even get himself a plate here after shoving in this wave. Looking dicey yet again, but it has been these early games that have been going the way of Apex Mission Impossible, and CCG always found those comeback victories.
Gold right now, about 1,000 in favor of AMI. This time around, though, I do think that the scaling is a little bit more even between these two sides, and so I'm not going to be giving CCG the leeway I was giving them in the last game, where I said, hey, you drop 3,000 gold, doesn't really matter. Your champions are eventually going to spike over them. While you do have a Gwen and a Seraphine and a Tristana on your side, you're facing down the double barrels of Ariandel and Baz on two very, very powerful marksmen.
Well, now we're going to see Dragon spawning in a minute. You're seeing how CCG are actually just going to set up on this objective. Big important note for me here is even with the Static Shiv, Rain should be able to actually match the wave clear here just due by process of being Tristana and the natural kit of this champion. So now we'll be able to see how hard it is to actually get mid priority in this section, because for the time being, I mean, they're just going to keep ping-ponging waves, but your bottom lane is not looking too hot right now as Hype tries to find it, forces the jump out. Shocky has a small advantage in terms of CS, but again, waiting for that ultimate to come out.
Yeah, Shocky has done a decent job of restabilizing. A bit of income off those two assists certainly will help the Gwen. Now, we do see Hyper approach upon Ariandel. Hype's going to try to split this play and at least isolate the Tristana, but unfortunately, Kai'Sa has nowhere to go, even off the Killer Instinct. Pockets will be able to kill Rain, though, in return. Baz is in a lot of trouble in a 2v1. It is chaos mid and bot, as now Hyper has to deal with being shoved in by the Tree Man and the Bird Person for Ruto here to stabilize the lane.
Yeah, I just don't think you can ever take that fight, guys. Just not a good look. So you end up going 1-for-2 in that trade. Shouldn't mean the Dragon, however, and usually when you find kills before that, should turn into some free stuff going into the future. But both teams actually going to be going for a reset, coming right back out. Both mid laners teleporting back into mid lane. Oh my god, Decoy, you're being such a menace right now. I love it. Just trying to cancel the recalls. Shocky will just teleport back here as Decoy doesn't have his has a choice here. Either can roam down after pushing this wave, or look to just keep walking top lane, keep trying to set up himself, and keep Shocky locked into this lane.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the latter personally. I just think that you can't allow the Gwen to free farm. Already you see the CS development kind of favoring Red Squad. That's worrisome to me because Gwen is just going to be doing so much in the side lanes as a split pusher, and you want to limit the time in which they're able to just free farm early and scale up. We do have the Rift Herald dropped into the mid lane. No real action besides some plates being accessed. AMI gonna cash out still though. They're only about 160 gold up versus CCG.
And a lot of that was actually just the plates that they were taking, not only in mid, but also the ones that we're going to be seeing right now. Shocky able to grab this. Probably just going to have to use the ultimate to escape. Has Ghost as well to get out.
Good knock about the Keeper's Verdict. Decoy is trying to pressure for this Ghost activated. They will be able to keep their needlework, but losing that Summoner spell is a little bit sad. Shocky certainly not powered up just yet.
Using that Rift Herald priority, they also had push in bottom lane, which is kind of surprising, but if there's anybody that's going to be able to match a Seraphine, it's probably going to be a champion like Xayah, who just naturally is going to be able to clear out a wave, thanks to her Feathers mechanic. Ariandel and Hype taking control of mid. Hype actually having some of his jungle camps taken away as Hyper is staying on this side of the map. Don't think there's going to be actually much use of it. Yes, like Sejuani is ahead, and by a fair bit. These are about 5 to 6 camps here available and taken away by Hyper, or that he's ahead. So Sejuani will certainly be a little bit more tankier than her counterpart, but really it's all about the pressure they're actually able to get out of it, right? It's all about the ability for him to actually move out. Alright, so I didn't think I was going to have to make this note. Why do I see a static Shiv on a Tristana?
I guess that you just
I'm
want
upset.
that full wave clear to be able to answer back against Ariandels. Not really sure about that. Bit concerning, bit confusing, but I guess by de-emphasizing marksman, and you already have a lot of damage on Shocky, perhaps there's an angle.
good
I guess
flash.
we're gonna have to see
Oh, wait a
whether
minute.
or not CCG is able to stabilize elsewhere on the map, though. That's Lunar picked off very quickly. Baz getting the kill right there is also quite worrisome.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Okay, let's win this game, guys. There's a no damage. There's a no damage Tristana in the mid lane. Let's go. Like, Kraken Slayer is just way too broken on her, and you already have enough wave clear. Like, I get it. You probably feel a little bit threatened. You see the little static shift proc. It hits all your minions. You're like, but all my minions are dead. And it's like, yeah, you're Tristana, bro. Just press 2 buttons, and the entire minion wave is also dead on the enemy side. So they're going to take control of bottom side, and top side is going to be naming the game here for CCG. They get the Rift Herald here. It looks like they're playing the 4 of the bottom side tier 1. And CCG going to make that trade on the opposite, trying to get this tier 1 for themselves, trying to get it. Good job of the Keeper's Verdict from Decoy. Will lead the first turret going over to the side of AMI.
Yeah, Decoy able to repel the 3-man dive setup as well for CCG. Sitting pretty there, hopping on Poppy. Really, throughout this series, I've been seeing so much more of this champion to admire. I really got to jam it a bit.
Okay. Well, I'm glad for Shocky that he's having fun finally, because that early lane was garbage. That getting solo killed in this matchup is like kind of expected, but oh wait a minute, he might get solo killed again.
Yeah, I don't know if they're having much fun anymore. Needlework forced out early. Decoy still has the tower alive, and that means that Shocky's brought into a very awkward position, immediately knocked up by the grand entrance, and Hive will be the one to end it.
Well, now here for Apex Mission Impossible, they're getting gold, but is it on to the right members? Right? Like, you got that kill, it was good, it alleviated a lot of pressure there, but now Rift Herald here for CCG, they're going to use it to get down to the bottom lane, get Tristana a turret for herself, and at 2 minutes before the Dragon, by opening up this bottom lane turret, it does mean that this is it is the lane that is closest to the Dragon, and should be easiest to try to handle as we get closer to this objective, but my real focus is going to be on the side lane, because now you've opened up a lane for Shocky to potentially play with as the game gets further and further.
Hyper is trying to just clear out the Krugs, but this now means they're in a 2v3 scenario. Little rocket jump
Oh,
to
nice
safety.
buster.
Job by the Tristana to get to safety. Boruto's now in a little bit of trouble. Gonna be rolled up in those roots. Call them a burrito.
Oh my god. Wow, wait a minute. Baz is even trying to find something in the mid lane. Uses the ultimate to force Lunar out. They know that he has no flash. They got that kill into Boruto. Alright, a minute before the dragon spawns. They're getting kills. They used a lot there, however, to make sure that that play was happening. So I don't think Apex Mission Impossible should be allowed to get this next dragon for free. It'll put them on soul point, and you look on the opposite side from CCG, they still have the Nautilus ultimate. Hyper's ultimate is coming up as well. These are all going to be up and available for AMI, or for CCG. On the opposite side, summoner spells were blown, ultimates, a lot of them are used, and even Baz doesn't even have the, it doesn't have his ultimate, so now it's kind of in a tough spot. Like, can we actually walk up? It's looking a little bit suspect.
Just in general, the de-emphasization of these early dragons by CCG, I think, has been a real thorn in their side throughout these games. Even the one in which they won, it was utter domination of this lower river by AMI, and now CCG find themselves unable to really push up into this river. Good denial there by Pacus with Hype at their back.
We're waiting. We're going to see. Now, okay, Ariandel, by finishing the Nashor's Tooth, has the Prey Seeker, which, you know, I'm going to hold that. There's no flash here for Lunar, so...
Yeah, Decoy coming in like a heat-seeking missile. Shocky is going to teleport into the play as well. Will be available to D-push, but still, the Rakan wants to go in. Nature's Grasp to follow up onto the grand entrance. Step charge dropped on Pacus, who's able to just walk it off. And yet again, its resources burned, but nobody going down. Lunar will be back up in 10 seconds.
Lunar, like you're saying, will be back. There's Hex Tech portals as well. As the ultimate coming up, looks like CCG are not going to try to go for this.
Wow.
So we're at soul point here at 18.5 minutes. What a tough spot to be in. We talked about how CCG, hey, in the late game, you have Gwen who can run around in the backline, but she's been taken care of. Lunar on this Seraphine is not quite out of it yet. He's very close to finishing a Ceres, which will make him incredibly tanky. We still need to see how AMI can actually close this out, because they've had control of the early game, but it has been some mid-game flubs. It has been around that 20 to 25 minute mark. We start to see them kind of falter, and now they have their backs up against the wall. Hex Tech Soul is not what you want to be giving over right now to double marksman.
Yeah, for me, it just feels like CCG has been a bit too passive around these objectives. We even kind of see this sheepishness around Baron, and then all of a sudden turns into aggression at the wrong time. Cough, cough, what we saw earlier. But yeah, it's kind of this situation where now AMI are so close to accessing a very clean win condition. While it isn't necessarily 100% going to get it, look at the picks! Good job by AMI, just getting on top of Rain, denying the rocket jump. Ariandel ticks ever further ahead.
That's why I love to see when you're playing this Kaisa, just getting right into that backline, and specifically even participating with some other laners. Like, when you have something like this Kaisa, she operates a lot different than even just like the Tristana. Yes, Tristana can jump over walls and get to fights a lot earlier than some marksmen can, but Kaisa can very easily, once a bit of CC lands, and boom, she joins in from another half of the lane, another part of the map, almost immediately. And now that they have the level 12, that ultimate range is much further, and we're just getting more and more gold into a very big carry. Ariandel has carried Apex Mission Impossible to wins, not only here in Summer 2, but also in the first qualifier of Summer. And he's looking to do it alongside some newer members of the team and get themselves back into top 8. A repeat performance for them too, for these two, would be fantastic.
CCG venturing deep into enemy territory, just going to extract themselves with the Hex Gate. Kind of in a bit of a lull state as the Baron Nashor spawns up. Neither team powerful enough to just raw dog it this early on. Obviously the takes are pretty fast because of the double marksman on AMI side and the fact that you also have Rain on that Tristana, but I think it's going to be up to picks, probably another big team fight, and that could actually be what defines the game, because priority gained via Baron Nashor, if it comes before the 2 minutes and 30 seconds mark where this next dragon spawns up, could just lead to either the denial of soul or establishment of a huge advantage for AMI very quickly.
And we'll see how, we saw how important Baron was in a couple of the last games of this series. So Baron would be a pretty big win, but right now we've got 2 minutes before that Hex Tech Soul spawns. You're already seeing they're playing for that side lane yet again. Ariandel has flash, has the ultimate here, but look at who's playing around him. Hype and Pacus can join at a moment's notice. He has to be so careful. Rain has to pick his spot correctly. If you ever get spotted, remember, double marksman means that this Baron immediately evaporates.
Yeah, and there's just too many members of CCG too far away from this Baron Nashor, and yet again, you have that Poppy insurance to knock out Hyper once they do in fact approach this pit. That's just going to be picked up in an instant by Blue Squad, and AMI actually want to go for the full-on play. Lunar's already caught out, Boruto's in a little bit of trouble, having to burn their hook to get back out, which means that there's no re-engage potential for CCG. Big advantage and big gold swing.
Now they've got the Baron, they can very easily start to parade onto this mid-wave, get this mid-tier 1. Just a fantastic engage coming out from Pockets there to try to find Lunar, who now again has no flash. 0, 3, and 1. Completed Seraph's Embrace. We'll see what it turns into.
Hook under the tower, Hype taking a little bit of aggro, will have to flash to safety. Hyper runs them down, picks up the kill. The problem is Shocky is now gone. Huge source of damage taken away from CCG, even as Rain is able to get a kill of their own. Here comes the Encore, swinging entirely wide. AMI still stabilizing near this tier 2 tower.
And look at what Ariandel did there. He took care of Hyper 40 seconds before this Dragon. It feels more and more like an AMI win. I'm so sorry, Nyarka, that you're not going to be able to take over Travesty, at least in this game. But with all our predictions staying the same today, hopefully tomorrow will be better for you, brother.
Nah, Travesty and I have all the same predictions outside of the series. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be better for you.
Yeah, that's true. It's not even about me wanting to overtake Travesty. It's about not wanting to be in last place. I love Travesty, but I just wish there was a way we didn't have a loser.
I'm also competitive, and I would love to win against Travesty. And I'm already doing that. I'm ratioing you too. I'm so sorry.
You're rolling us right now.
Look, I had the read. It's the return of the my.
And there goes the Seraph Shield.
Seraph Shield is down, yeah, and there's no Encore either going to be coming out. Rain's taking that damage. CCG, they do not have time to be patient. They need to send it if they want to have a chance here up against Apex Mission Impossible. The game is all but slipped away from them, and it requires them to actually stand up and be heard.
Well, this is going to be the deciding fight. One way or the other, I think that CCG, if they could swing this, if they could start scaling, they have a shot. Shocky entering into the fight immediately. Boomerang lands on top of the Maokai. The chain CC layered upon them with the Encore, but Ariandel accesses the backline with the Killer Instinct. Oh my god, another Kaisa Quadra to put a capstone on this series.
Oh my god, and it comes off the back of Ariandel 10, 1, and 4. He went for the looted build. He knows! Someone go get the picture of the Riddler from Batman. He knows so much. AMI gonna take the Hextech Soul and they're gonna shut out CCG. They're gonna say, hey, you may have won a couple games, but we already handled you in the first week of groups. They've got Baron as well still. It's the last wave. They're going to open up Inhibitor, open up the base. 25 minutes here. Apex Mission Impossible have all but won this game.
CCG used their scaling as a crutch in 2 games in a row. Now with that taken out from under them, the early game power of AMI is the statement maker that brings them into a dominating lead right now. This is the biggest gold gap between the two teams we've seen all series.
Yeah, for sure. It's been so dominant right now, right? And we're talking about the series as a whole. It's been back and forth. This has been the most clear game I think we've gotten, where it is very clearly one team is the victor. And I want to say, I think it is only right that the team that is actually playing for early Drakes, that are actually making proactive plays, to be rewarded with a win. I think that if you are rewarded for being inactive, that is just a bad thing. And unfortunately, CCG, they have lacked a voice in game. They have lacked an ability to actually go for early plays. And I do think that, you know, they're going to have a pretty long summer now and long winter to be thinking about, like, what comes of this? What happens now? Like, what do we look forward to at the end of 2023?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that CCG are most likely going to go out on this note, kind of exposed with the worst game of the series so far. There is hope. There are throws that happen from 8,000 gold down, but the Soul being assembled, Ultron being built, this is a rough one. AMI looks so dominant right now, and look at the confidence playing off of the Prey Seekers. Ariandel is just obliterating health bars from a mile away.
And he has a Void Staff now, so he just straight up one-taps people. Like, you already saw, Lunar took half of his HP, and that's going to be on a 4-second cooldown every time it hits somebody. So now you got to deal with this. This is such a dangerous spot. I will say the one thing that is working in CCG's favor is that the waves are not quite aligned here. Mid-wave is going to be arriving, and that's why Shockey's going to be able to clear this one out. Top wave is going to be arriving right now. Seeing that Lunar is just taking these back-to-back. Usually, if they were more on parity with each other, I would say that she'd be able to survive the poke. But you just see it right there. No one can make it happen. Oh, Jesus Christ, Boruto, run.
It's so heartbreaking for CCG to be relegated into the base for their last minutes on the Rift for these NACL qualifiers. I hope to see them try to bring this back, but it's so difficult. AMI know exactly what their win conditions are now. Nature's Grasp, they're trying to push behind the tier 3 turn in the top side. Decoy will not be able to land their keeper's verdict.
Whoa,
to split the fight open, but still, they decide to go for the engage. Encore onto 4 members. However, Baz is able to re-engage with their Feather Stroke to deny the CC, while we do see finally the Kaisa fall. So will this inhibitor, and AMI yet again open up the base, losing 2 for doing so.
All right, I'm going to say if this was any other game, like if this was like a game 1 or game 2, I'd have been like, yeah, that looks like a throw. Ariandel kind of sent it there on the Killer Instinct. He went right into the clutches of a Nautilus ultimate, of every single bit of Seraphine abilities. I don't expect that to be the norm. I don't think we should expect that to be the norm. That was an oopsie. Now AMI, they took everything. They have 2 inhibitors open. They're going to be able to take away jungle camps as well. Baron's up. Elder spawning in 2 minutes. Let's just see how Apex Mission Impossible are actually able to clean this out, because they are still 8,500 gold up right now. That is multiple items being finished before your opponents. And the one member that we were kind of looking for, like, Hyper, are you going to be able to step up? We thought that this guy coming off of his time on FlyFam was going to be able to bring it true, but AMI have had 0 qualms about squashing that belief.
And we're going to have a 30-minute Elder Dragon to contend with. CCG have lost 2 inhibitors. They will not be able to fully index themselves into the bot side river. And with another Baron Nashor on the horizon, AMI are presented all the tools necessary to end this game in an instant. Decoy dueling with Shockey in the bot lane. Has to be a little bit careful if the needle works confused. Magic it's already just so immense, and Ariandel is here. They want to clean up versus Shockey. Stun not going to come out, but a Void Missile chunks Shockey from half, getting the kill for the Kaisa.
Yeah, that's why Plasma Proc scaling off of AP, I think, is a mistake. There's no reason for him to do almost 28% of his enemy teams, like, just missing HP instantaneously. So, Ariandel gonna be able to find that, teleports back in, it'll be Baron. There's just nothing for them to do. It feels bad, but Apex Mission Impossible gotta be feeling good with the Turo Baron buff.
Turo Baron buff, they're about to have the Elder Dragon in their grasp as well. Not even taking the reset, they're just gonna path from top to bot, sweeping all the while, finding vision, finding priority versus CCG, who has 1 more fight left in them before they're sent to the Great Beyond.
I will say, this has gotta feel so vindictive for Apex Mission Impossible. A squad, time and time again, doubted for their own ability. Bruto's gonna go down. I'm just gonna not even bother with this one. Decoy, Hype, Ariandel, Baz, and Paucus.
Oh my.
A majority of this squad made it to top 8 last time. The only change was bringing Hype in from the jungle. And I think if you look at these players individually, they have been doubted every single time. Ariandel said, hey man, it's past your time. Like, you have not been able to put up a result. Decoy, you've only really played tanks, man. Like, you're never going to be able to step it up. This is now a team that's made top 8 twice. And Hype coming in, like, we're seeing it's not that much different, but I think it is still impressive enough, and I want to give them their flowers. It takes a lot to make top 8. There are 32 teams that came into this qualifier, and to make top 8 and play against some of the better teams here is, you know, worthy of commendation.
CCG needs to try to play passively, but there's no base with which to use to sacrifice, to keep themselves buoyed through this Elder Dragon, and the Turo Baron buff still available. Another inhibitor going to fall, and AMI are about to make history with the 2nd victory in this series.
Let's see how they close this out. It's going to be so tough. Rain. Oh my god, they even get the Keeper's Verdict.
Yep, and there's the open up onto Rain.
Oh,
Lunar going to be able to get a long-range encore, but unfortunately the Elder Dragon executes are just too powerful to contend with. Baz goes down, but as long as Ariandel is untouched, this game is done and dusted. You can't call it a coincidence when he goes to top 8 twice in a row. Congratulations to AMI for locking in.
Apex Mission Impossible, you did it. You did it yet again. You've made it into top 8, now you just have to play against Mirage Alliance again. That should be a lot of fun.
They were scrappy, you know, they had heart, and at the end of the day, I always root for the underdogs, and I do think that AMI, while they have their biggest challenge still ahead of them, have at least made their names known to a wider audience through very solid play, domination in this last game. They just took a little while to come online, Alk.
Yeah, you know, maybe they got some old grandpa gamers over there that's still waking up at 10 a.m., but hey,
Oh,
congratulations.
wow, we got a game?
It's unfortunate for CCG. That is the end of their 2023 competitive year. Shout out to those boys. I know that they worked hard. I know there was a lot of situations going on behind the scenes that kind of stopped them from really able to reach their potential, and so my heart goes out to them, and hopefully if you are a fan of any of the players, you can send them some nice messages. They probably are going to need it in a few minutes, but that's it for our first series. We still have another one after this, but we're going to try and get an interview with one of the winning members of Apex Mission Impossible, and we'll be right back with it.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers, and we got a 3-block on screen, which I think means we're moving on to an interview with the one and only Ariandel from the victorious Apex Mission Impossible. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, man. Well, look, it's been a lot of fun having you in terms of like, hey, we made it in top 8 in the last qualifier. When you talk about like this team, how's it been? Because you guys have mostly kind of stayed the same throughout most of the qualifiers, other than bringing in Jad.
Yeah, I think after qualifier 1, when we finished top 8, we felt like we had a roster that we were happy with and that we could make a deep run. And the only hiccup was finding a replacement jungle since Reggie decided to step down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think over the past couple of weeks, we've just been hard at work, trying to improve as much as we can, and I think we showed it today.
Nice. For yourself, I mean, you've been playing obviously for a long time. It was funny. Coachify like finally put out their like one of their like documentaries or like one of their episodes, and it was like their win as Miracle up against you guys. And I think Tails was like, "Yeah, we're just worried about like playing around Descripton," and I was like, "Jesus Christ, guys, that's an old name for you." So, like. And for yourself here playing on AMI, and obviously you've been playing in Tier 3 for literally almost every split, what are your goals? Like, what do you want to do here in Tier 3? Like, do you want to try to be like that gatekeeper like Alorum is, or are you still trying to make that upper reach, trying to punch up into Challengers League?
Definitely trying to punch up into Challengers League is my goal. Like you said, I've been around for a while, and I think I've just been refusing to give up, having that grit and endurance, and trying to put in the work to get there. Yeah.
What's kind of been like the biggest lesson you've learned, either with this team or maybe with a former team that that has stuck with you? Because as someone who's played on multiple different rosters, I'm sure that there's been a lot of different teachings you've taken split after split.
Yeah, I think the most important lesson I've learned playing in Tier 3 is that it's really, really important to have a roster that you enjoy playing with. And I think having that synergy, having the good vibes with your teammates, it just helps to elevate your team to the next level. And I think what I have here with AMI is that, like, I love my teammates. I think they're all great. I love our coach, Cody, as well. And I think everyone is pouring their hearts out in the past couple of weeks, and I really appreciate all of their hard work. And it also inspires me to give my best effort as well.
Nice.
Yeah, that warmth seems really important, the coordination. So kind of take us through the series then as a group, as an Apex Mission Impossible. How did you guys feel coming out of that game number 1? What did you guys think you needed to adjust, and do you feel that you guys actually enacted those adjustments throughout the rest of the series?
I felt like game 1 we had some good looks. I felt like we were in control of most of the early game, and we were just talking as a team, like, if we just hold the ball down and we don't throw it back to CCG, then we should be in good form to take the series.
Fair enough, man. Like, we were looking at it like, okay, like, should be fine, but we're still waiting. Kind of, I guess, moving forward a little bit, like, you're going up against Mirage Alliance again in the quarterfinals, and I'm sure, and that's literally less than 24 hours away. So what are you guys looking to do? Like, obviously, I'm gonna hope that you guys are looking to make a little bit of a different result this time.
Definitely. I think we're just going to put our heads together, get the best draft strategy we can going to tomorrow, and just be in confidence. We have faith in each other, and I think no matter what happens tomorrow, as long as we show up and play our best, I think we'll be happy as a team, no matter the result.
Okay.
Fantastic mindset for sure. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ariandel.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I'm glad we got to have you. Oh my god. Yes! Okay. I was going to say, like, I love that. I love that we get to talk to our players, and I love when we get to interviews, which means players, every time that we don't get to interview you, it hurts us, and it hurts your brand, okay? So make sure that you guys are accepting interviews because we want to talk to you. You should be at least a little excited because you get to be on stream and also building your brand as a player, especially for a lot of them. Ariandale's been doing a great job at that, and hopefully we get to see more of the Ariandale streams coming out soon. So
Yeah.
we're going to head straight into the next series, I think, if I heard correctly. Teamless Revenge versus Team Ambition. Going to be hopefully a one-sided affair for a team that we expect to go very far. And for Teamless Revenge, they have everything to gain in this situation.
Yeah, Teamless Revenge certainly are not in a position where anybody is predicting them to come out on top. The real debate, I think, is between a 2-1 versus a 2-0 for Team Ambition. But I would love to, at the same time, see the defiance of all norms, of all reason. I would love to see Teamless Revenge take it versus Team Ambition and really shake up those quarterfinals.
Yeah, if we could just take a look real quick at our rosters before we get into game pretty soon. We're going to be looking at Teamless Revenge versus Team Ambition. Teamless Revenge coming in with a roster that didn't change all that much between the two qualifiers, but a team that has found many different levels of success. They found some upsets in the first qualifier. Coming into the second one, however, Crocodon coming in. Crocodon has been a very big addition for this roster over Excelsis, and I think we'll get to see a little bit more of this. That support is incorrect. St. Ghoul, unfortunately, due to some of the things that we're talking about, there has been some of the mix-ups in terms of players, so they do have to have Clyde stepping in from the Grandpa Gamers formerly.
Yep, Helix's Grandpa Gamers unfortunately eliminated last weekend, but Clyde getting a second chance at life here now on Teamless Revenge. And there is some story to bring out. I know that we immediately jumped straight into doubting this team, but they have their strengths. They, in fact, were the ones to 2-0 a weakened Team Ambition earlier on in this group phase.
True. I remember speaking with the Team Ambition boys and being like, what happened? And they said, we kind of egoed, not going to lie. And that they did. Crocodon got 2 games of Kindred and absolutely ran those games. He went like 21-2, so pretty impressive stuff. But they definitely played around that fact. Diesel still on supportive top laners, and Inori B and Genesis really kind of being those secondary cannons in terms of firepower. So let's take a look at the opponents, the people that they felled the first time around. Team Ambition this time, wanting to get their revenge. And with the roster that we thought we were going to get at the beginning of the split, it was going to be Porsche, Limo, Kachu, and Levitate. Porsche is back from vacation. Hoarder, I think, played admirably, but this team definitely looked a little bit different without the captain in the top lane.
Yeah, I was a bit concerned for Hoarder, and honestly, in the matchup versus Helix's Grandpa Gamers, the last best of 3 that Team Ambition played in, after dropping that first game, I thought we may be seeing TA eliminated before Porsche could get back onto the roster. But honestly, Hoarder brought it together, brought it back, and those last 2 games that we saw from them, honestly, I think was a great note for them to depart on. But now, yes, this is the intended roster for Team Ambition, and therefore, this is going to be a far harder challenge, not even in terms of individual ability, but also just in terms of the coordination being fostered and built by Team Ambition for so long. Teamless Revenge have the work cut out for them.
Yeah, Team Ambition are also going to be fighting with a pretty massive chip on their shoulder. I know these boys, they are very, very kind of hyphy when they want to be, but push come to shove, they want to make to promotion tournament. I don't think there's any reason for them not to, especially with the form that we've seen all of these players be in. Limo being one of the best performing junglers here in the qualifiers. Kachu in his own right, being able to play both some of the meta stuff as well as his own, still keeping and retaining some of the identities he's had as a melee specialist. Levitate and Snow, those who just literally qualified and promoted into the Challengers League with Tony Top just one split ago. Like, this is a team that we expected to make it, but not necessarily be the second seed out of this group. And they are like a bat out of hell. They have been taking names every single game. It has looked like they are revitalized. Like they said, okay, that 1 week was a complete fluke. We want to make it to the top 8 at least.
Yeah, Team Ambition already have a good nest egg of points under them. They are currently sitting in that first place, tied with Mirage Alliance, due to what I think was an unexpected victory of the whole first summer qualifier. And so they have a pedigree that they themselves have established that they need to live up to here in this best of 3 series.
Let's take a look at those predictions. I don't think that they should be anything but Team Ambition. Unfortunately for Teamless Revenge, they are good, but they are not Team Ambition good. Yes, they did it once. If they could do it twice, I think we could start putting some respect onto their name. But until that happens, I think it is fair that people are going to be looking at Team Ambition, who are revitalized. Teamless Revenge also did take a pretty rough loss last week, so you got to look like they played up against Team Coachify, and Team Coachify handled business there. Teamless Revenge, definitely a team who I think should have made it to this position when we looked at this group, but other than that, I don't think that this is going to be a particularly close match. I'm okay with being surprised and being humbled, but until that happens, I think it's fair. We look at this. This is 6 for 6 on Team Ambition.
Yeah, I think that these guesses, like I said before, really only vary maybe in terms of some people thinking it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Team Ambition versus 2-0. I'm kind of tending towards maybe this first game could go in the way of Teamless Revenge, and maybe if they get momentum under them, they can go for the upset in a situation where Team Ambition goes runner-runner. But that is truly the dream scenario right now for a team that, as you can see via all analysis and speculation, currently has to defy all expectations and odds.
Up to them, right? We came into this match saying that Team Ambition were the expected favorites, and for Teamless Revenge, they have almost no kind of expectations put upon them. They are expected to lose. They are expected to bow out and make it into top 12, and that's it. But here and now, you can make not only your own dreams alive of being able to make that run into the promotion tournament, being able to make a full-on grand finals, or you could do something very funny and shut out one of the best teams here in the qualifiers and try to take a look at a win.
Yeah, I would love to see something wild like that happen. We are diving into the draft for game number 1 now. Team Ambition on a blue side going to be, once again, denying the Kindred. At this point, I just want to see this champion get through the ban phase.
Nope, that's not happening, man. That champion's OP.
I just want to see how OP they actually are. Good on them for also banning the Ziggs. I'm shocked we didn't see this champion at all in the last series.
It just wasn't in their pools, right? Like, there's not a lot of Ziggs players in that last pool, so hopefully we get to see a little bit of it this time around. Teamless Revenge taking away the Jace from Kachu and the Zaya from Levitate. Varus away from Anoribi, so looking at Kaisa, looking at Tristana, still a lot available here for Teamless Revenge to be able to pick up, and both of those champions are going to be making it on through. I think it'll be pretty interesting to see what the actual priority is from TA.
Yep, and there we see Porsche hovering the Kaisa to be flexed between Kachu and Levitate. I don't know if we're going to be seeing another mid Kaisa, although it certainly was brutally effective in the hands of AMI last series. So who's to say? It looks like on Teamless Revenge's side, whose name, by the way, I got to say, when abbreviated TRV, only makes me think of Travesty. So shout out to Travesty.
Real.
But real. Yeah, TRV are going to be grabbing themselves a Sejuani or Rakan to start off this draft.
I feel bad for Travesty, not because of anything, like not because of predictions or whatever, but because I know that we're taking him away from Baldur's Gate.
That is true.
Yeah, so he's literally been looking forward to this for like months now. Like every time I talk to him, he's just like Baldur's Gate 3. I'm like, yep, I know. Did you see the clip of like they stacked a bunch of boxes on top of each other? They stacked like 100 plus like boxes, and they like used an arrow to get over a castle.
Oh, in the game. I was very confused for a second.
In the game.
I thought this was like a marketing
Travesty.
campaign. No, I have not seen that, unfortunately.
No, that is literally one of the best things I've ever seen for a role-playing game, ever. And we can take a look back at the draft now. It's just Maokai, and there's now a Silas here for Genesis. There's a lot of good ultimates for him to take so far, so I like this from them.
Yeah, I think that right now it's a matter of, I'm really going to say travesty for Teamless Revenge.
Yeah?
But I think that Teamless Revenge is angling in a really solid manner. They do expose themselves to have the ADC pool pinched pretty hard now in the second phase, as there's already the Varus and Zaya. That was a self-denial, actually, for themselves. They also are going to ban out my Talia. So, hey, now I'm fully on Team Ambition's side.
There you go. Welcome. They knew. Kachu's definitely pulled it out once or twice before. Getting rid of the Draven. I just expect more and more AD carry bans, right? Like, there's no reason for them to not do this. They will have first pick on the side of Teamless Revenge after this ban phase, so interested to see if Anori B will just try to take the matchup of, hey, you have a Kaisa Nautilus, let's just take the Tristana, actually banning it away. So Nori, what are you going to pick here? Because now you're up to thinking, like, you're going to play Aphelios, not the best in this situation, but you do have a lot of front line for yourself, and would it give you some range to play around? I just think Zeri does no damage in this composition, so this is, like, literally you're waiting for, like, 8 to 9, like, rotations of spells, and Team Ambition are just sitting there like, we just killed your entire team, bro. Like, I do not care.
I'm happy to see the Zeri back on the Rift at least once or twice. You know, it's a champion that I very much enjoy casting, very much enjoy watching. I know other people were getting fatigued. I don't know. I was riding the Zeri train all the way to the hype station, but alas, it will be returning in a weakened state in a team that, like you're talking about, all may not be the best suited for it. Now, we see further defenses built up against the Zeri. I thought that Cassiopeia was going to be a lock-in, but they are reconsidering just a little bit. Levitate, though, jamming that Scion for Porsche, liking that a lot.
I was kind of wondering here. Okay, so Kachu taking up the Pantheon mid. Something that we've been seeing. Now, this could just be the Pantheon mid, could still be Pantheon top. I don't know if Porsche is really going to be one to pick up some fun stuff going up there, but now we'll see with Teamless Revenge what Diesel's counter pick of choice. All right, we still have lots of options here. I think that both sides are going to be totally fine. This Pantheon, definitely something of a special. We've been seeing Pantheon from Barrack, most likely in the top side, but also I've been seeing a lot of it from one of our other wonderful mid laners, Max, over on Return to the Middle Six. Unfortunately, were eliminated earlier today on Rally Cry 2, which, again, if you want to make sure you're checking in, CB versus Winthrop are already into Game 2, potentially the last game on that stream, and we still got to thank our sponsors here for Turo.
Yep, entering onto the Rift. Thank you so much, Turo. Thank you so much, Subway. But if you guys are looking for a rental car, if you guys are looking for a way to access, say, NACL finals and getting around that wonderful city of LA, you should check out Turo, because the whole of the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by them. They're the world's largest car-sharing marketplace where you can book any car you want for about any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com.
Remember, guys, the LCS Challengers League Grand Finals. You can buy tickets, guys. Woo! You can go if you're already headed to LA. If you wanted to still try to see Disguised versus Evil Geniuses Challenger, you can go say hi to them. You can come say hi to the rest of the Challengers League crew. I will be there. I actually haven't asked if anybody on our crew is going to be there, but I'm going to assume I'm maybe the only one going. And hopefully you get to see a lot of the gamers there. I know there's a lot of people who are either going to be staff or otherwise going, so make sure that you're able to, if you can, come out, if it's within your means, make sure you pop on by. Tickets are like $10, man. It is really cheap.
Really cheap for a fantastic experience to cap off what has been a crazy season of NACL, by the way. Yes. I gotta say, I am on my very last tube of copium at this point, because my goodness, I put EGC as the third worst team in the NACL for my power rankings to start us off with the split, and now look, they're in grand finals. Terrifying stuff for me.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they were going to be that bad because they finally would have gotten King, but they definitely were on a stinker there. But they made it, right? Like, those were a team that everyone expected to bomb out of playoffs, and they proved everybody wrong. They made the run, so respect to them. We've got our game here. Junglers going towards the bottom side of the map, and for Team Ambition, they're going to be okay with how they act in the early game. I think that the one thing that they should be noticing, oh my god, wait, they're just fighting to the deaths. No 2 and Levitate. They want to use all of that Plasma proc. Even getting the Ignite, I think that's a pretty big win in terms of a trade versus a Ghost.
Yep, definitely the case. I do think that right now, like you're saying, Team Ambition is pretty comfortable with however this early laning phase goes, as long as they aren't totally bleeding out in any of these parts of the map. Kachu on this Pantheon, I think, is going to be a real difference maker, though, and someone I want to focus on. Obviously, Pantheon is notorious as this very early game-oriented champ that wants to play super aggressively, as they are right now. Unfortunately, Krakadon is right there to put a bit of CC onto the Spartan's name. Good knockback, though, from Alimo to cover. We could be seeing First Blood. Flash away, Krakadon trying to get to safety. Kachu doesn't have Spear Shot available.
Yeah, so this Pantheon champion is still kind of broken, guys. Like, there's no reason we should be trying to take this. You have a losing mid 2v2. The only way you get around this is Genesis outplaying his mind, and should be seeing I don't know what Silas we're going to be getting, if this is going to be the poke-oriented version with a Q-Max, or trying to get around this with a W. I feel like you would want to go poke versus Kachu, but also, yeah, I think you can make arguments for both. I guess we'll just I guess we'll just have to ask Kachu if we end up getting an interview and they end up winning. So
yeah, something to watch out for. I am interested to see what kind of flavor of builds we get out of these teams as well. A few champions that I haven't seen taken to the Rift as of late. With a bit of freedom to flex their builds, you already have the Nautilus and the Siren.
Oh, that definitely
could go
lands,
for a bit
guys.
more AP. Here's a bit more engaged in the bot lane as well. Things getting pretty messy across the map.
Still a win here, I think, for Anori, who has a massive HP lead over his opponent. So, gonna see if maybe there's anything to do there. Again, a lot of this is now going to be Kachu having control of mid. If it's not solo killing his opponent, then it's going to be moving into the side lane with the ultimate. That is going to be a pretty massive game changer. And especially when we're talking about these two, Kachu and Levitate, the carries for this team, they can very easily swap places, right? Like, Kachu finds someone on a side lane, Kaisa comes in with Killer Instinct. If, you know, Kachu's by himself, or if Levitate's by himself, boom, there's Kachu coming in to save him. So, a lot of good access, and it is reliant on Teamless Revenge going even or falling behind. If this Renekton is a menace, then certainly they can find something. Limo is here first in bottom lane, however.
Full wrap, double Bramble Smash, knocking back both members of TRV. Anori getting to safety off of their Flash Ghost. Clyde going to follow, but a lot of Summoner spells burned. Good job by the Tree Man.
Okay, that's good. And now Krakodon and Genesis actually are here. Kachu will probably just have to teleport off of this wave. He did just walk back. And that's kind of the whole point of him doing that, is so that he didn't have to use his teleport. And so they know that Limo is here. There's not actually a big enough way for them to do this. They'll actually even be spotted by using the Scryer's Bloom as well. So good protection. Looks like Teamless Revenge will be able to get this wave under the turret as well. So small bit of an advantage going over to Teamless Revenge, as now Kachu's got to be careful. Will get frozen up.
Yeah, has the flash available, might be able to get under the tower, but that was a lot less favorable of a trade than I thought it was going to be. Kachu just getting chunked pretty hard. Nothing available on the refillable anymore. It means that they're going to have to look for a reset soon.
They've got biscuits. They should be fine. So, respect though. Still a fine look for them, as we're seeing now Kachu just going to hit that level 6. Good job from Diesel so far, who has had a small lead up against Porsche. Porsche is going to just keep on tanking this.
Has to use their ultimate, might not be able to fully tank it. With the Dominus available, Diesel's tanky enough to walk it off. Solo kill for TRV to start us off.
Wow.
And a first blood onto a Renekton's pretty scary to deal with.
Okay, Diesel showing up a little bit here. Porsche doesn't have Flash. Took Ghost in this instance. Totally fine in this, you know, as a Scion. You're probably never going to just have to Flash W. So, but in that instance right there, does lead to a kill from the Summoner spell choice. Teamless Revenge, however, they're going to miss out on this first Dragon. They're also going to give over a lot of play to this bottom side. Saying, okay, look, we know that our top laners just invested their teleports. Not going to be able to do anything. Krakodon is on the top side of the map right now. And Limo, we haven't talked about him too much, aside from an early gank in mid and showing up in bottom lane. But this Maokai has been his most played. And it is... I feel bad for him, as, you know, he's a pretty energetic guy and he loves to be, like, a pretty funny and wisecrack, but, like, if he has to just play Maokai to get his team wins, I'm sure he's okay with it. Like, he just does not care. He wants to win, and his return here into Tier 3 has been nothing but W so far.
I feel that there's plenty of wisecracks and puns that you can make while playing Maokai, though. Given that the champion's execution, you know, is a pretty low barrier at the end of the day, I think you get plenty
So we could
of
use
time
more of
to
that
just...
brain power to,
Yeah,
to
exactly.
actually make the jokes instead of, you know, play high mechanics Maokai.
Exactly, you know? You can say stuff like, I don't know, suck on trees, or...
Oh my god.
I'm about to trees them from this bush. It ain't cheesy being treesy. I don't know. I'm trying here.
I meant more like Limo is he's a goofy dude. He's a goofy little guy. He's a goofy little guy. So I don't know if he's making puns with trees, but he's definitely probably not gonna be able to, like, alright, watch me one-shot this noob and then just like go for a combo. Okay, Clyde has
that makes a
ultimate
little bit more
first.
sense. All right, Lightning Crash used as well. Snow in a lot of trouble. That is going to be a Nori B picking up the kill. TRV right now defying all expectations as they still have the ability to move over to this Rift Herald.
Yeah, now they're going to have a pretty good advantage for themselves. This bottom lane has been doing fine, and Honori took Cole in this matchup, knowing that Kaisa, before she gets her evolve, really can't do much. Snow has not been having a great time. We saw him last week actually perform a little bit better, but so far this qualifier has not been kind to him in terms of his own level of performance. Still ended up winning the last qualifier, but so far, Summer 2 has not been kind to Snow. We'll see if they're able to turn that around. That is Porsche's ultimate to try to get away. Diesel popping the Dominus as well to take control of this topside matchup. It is all eyes on Kachu right now. What can this man do? He's pretty low. Krakedon has ultimate as well.
Good flash gets out from under the Arctic Assault. Krakedon doesn't want to push any more pressure on top of them, especially with the Nautilus rotating up. Will hold their ultimate and will also just back off towards those chicken nuggets.
The difference between Team's Revenge and how they won their first set of games was that Krakedon was on a bit of a carry. But the bottom lane winning was not something that I was going to be expecting. They have a very high bar set for Levitate and Snow. Levitate, obviously one of the best performing members on this team, time and time again. He has been super consistent when it comes to the marksman role. He's been one of the better AD carries here in the entire tournament, unfortunately being overshadowed by the likes of Neo playing on Mirage Alliance. But Honori B, while a decent player in his own right, I don't think was expected to be, playing, taking advantages so early on. It is only one kill, so can't blow anything out of proportion quite yet, but we expect a lot from Levitate, who spent a lot of this time in the offseason trying to grow his champion pool. He was mostly just a Lucian and a Zeri 2 trick, but now getting a lot of Kaisa games, streaming a ton on his own account, so I'm a bit surprised. I think that we should be looking for them to be dominating a lot more.
Yeah, right now it just kind of seems like Teamless Revenge have control of this early game. They're up 1,000 gold right now. Let's see if that's going to turn into any more. Diesel is just hammering away, getting those demolished procs.
Oh no,
He is on the far side of this play though with Ghost. This is a bit too deep for the Croc as they will be smacked, bringing that lane to about even once again. Although
I don't know how you get the turret there. They're finding this engage.
Look at this engage. Yeah, it's going to be a usage of 2 Nature's Grasp because of the steal from Genesis. At the end of it, though, Noribi dies early. Crackdown going to fall as well. 4 members in an instant wiped off the map. Team Ambition still are on top.
Yeah, I don't know what that flash was, Honori. I get it. You're trying to use the flash ultimate, get that lightning crash, break up the entire team fight, but just hit from over the wall. You have so many abilities to jump in between and over terrain. I just don't understand why you needed that go button to be right now. And it's going to be 30 seconds before the Dragon. They'll be able to respawn. Should be Teamless Revenge's kind of objective, as the bottom lane for TA is going to respawn or recall and go back to base. But I think that was a pretty massive mistake, and one that does put into jeopardy your ability to win the game.
Yep. Teamless Revenge have lost the gold lead that they were forging quite nicely for themselves. It was a 1,500 gold swing off of that split play across the map, and credit to Porsche for making something work and exploiting this misposition from Diesel to just
oh no, wait a minute, he's
lanes.
ulting back and Sejuani's here? Oh, this turret's gone, brother man.
Yeah, Porsche might also be gone immediately as the turn tail go the opposite direction. I heaped the praise on a little bit too soon, as now the Scion's in a whole lot of trouble. Now it's just a matter of them trying to use their passive and last few shots to take down the Rift Herald. They will be able to do it, deny a second charge, but still, heartbreak up on the top side.
Be able to catch this next wave. They'll have control of the top side of the map, whereas Team Ambition are looking to try to hold down this entire bottom side. Both AD carries finishing their first item. It's going to be double static shivs here for Levitate and Honori. Dragon going over to the side of Team Ambition. They've got 2 dragons now, which means in 10 minutes time we should be looking at them potentially having a soul. It's an Infernal as well, which I will say does kind of benefit Teamless Revenge a little bit more, just because they have 4 champions or 3 champions that are going to be building damage and not 2. But Team Ambition are definitely not going to say no to a free soul if that's going to be the case. Still 1,000 gold here for Teamless Revenge, as a lot of this gold now is just almost entirely Diesel, right? Like, has a turret, has almost 40 up on his opponent. We need to see this Crocodile do big things, otherwise, you know, you're going to be looking at be like, cool, you won top lane, I'm playing Scion, don't really care, my team is winning.
Kashu still not quite at first item, building that Iron Spike whip. Looking deeper into this game, I think that they need to start using those Grand Starfalls and getting at least a kill or setting up the team beautifully every time that they do so. Because, like I said before, Pantheon is something very indexed into the early game, and Team Ambition need to make a splash similar to what Diesel's been doing on that top lane for Teamless Revenge in order for me to say confidently that, yeah, Team Ambition are ahead, are looking to win this game. Right now, I gotta say, those 4 kills in sequence definitely are setting them up for success, but they got to do a little bit more.
They're going to try and find this onto Diesel.
This is a tough one. We've seen the Croc and 2v1s pop off before, and that might just happen again. Kachu's in a lot of trouble. Clyde is here as well. Teleport being channeled. Down goes the Pantheon, and while Team Ambition are now trying to split and go for another fight, the Nori B is going to only be able to trade their life as Kraken on Kill Snow 2. A disaster as Teamless Revenge are now trying to get on Levitate, but the Kai'Sa does hold on. Now, a Stolen Nature's Grasp is going to be fired off by Genesis to try to get revenge for their fallen comrades. Levitate will walk it off, though, as Porsche pushes through bot.
Porsche getting a couple of trying to get some turret damage. The teleport coming out from Diesel, who's now finished at 15 minutes. 2 items. He has a Black Cleaver as well, and he survived such a big play. How does Sky not have a shutdown? Like, Levitate has 300 gold, but this guy's 50 up on his opponent, and he doesn't have one? This is why Riot needs to just tell us what's in the bounties. Like, how do I get a bounty? 15 minutes now, like, this is ridiculous. If I'm enemy top lane, I'm like, huh? He just killed my mid laner as well.
Yeah, and honestly, Diesel has pulled so much pressure in their direction that they have opened up the gold lead just a little bit more. Now TRV are pushing towards 2,000. Might make it more if Snow dies here, but it looks like at the end of it all, Clyde will have to stop their chase and move back into the safety of the rest of their team.
Well, now he's just going to get more plates, but again, any side that Diesel is not on is the side that Team Ambition want to try to play on. And unfortunately, they played straight into the strong side of Teamless Revenge. And now they've recognized, okay, if we just play away from this Renekton, we can grab objectives. They'll get another Rift Herald here. And that is kind of the play that Teamless Revenge have to, or TA have to kind of play for at this point, because they are a little bit behind. Again, all of it centered on top side. Can Diesel actually make this play? They're going to try to make this dive under the turret.
Yep, good denial of the ultimate. Porsche still has Ghost to try to walk this off. Grand Starfall also used immediately. They're going to be charmed up by the Rakan quickness, but Inori B goes down too quickly, and now Teamless Revenge have to try to do something off of a dying Diesel. Clyde splits the rest of the team, giving a double-double to Kachu, but with the charge up of the spear shot, Diesel almost falls. We'll be able to slice and dice away. Porsche running under the tower, knowing that they have their passive at their back, they will just dying, giving over gold and not even picking up a kill. Diesel happy as a Croc can be.
Oh my god. Well, they'll finally get the turret, but yeah, I don't know about that one, Porsche. I think that was a bit of a oopsie there. I love the new graphics for like turret takes and everything, because you get to see the little minion guys, like if they take the turret. That's really cute. I love that for them. Kachu does end up getting a couple more kills there, right? Like that was both onto Inori B and onto Clyde. So we'll see what they're able to do. The game is getting more and more even, but I wonder where a lot of this gold is coming from, because it has to be Levitate with a massive lead himself, and Diesel just absolutely stomping with a wallet here.
Yeah, that being said, I'd rather have the Fed Kai'Sa than a Fed Renekton as we move towards that 20-minute mark, especially a 4-0-1 Kai'Sa building that much AP, Nashor's Tooth, and Static Shift completed. And Nori B is going to take a long time to become relevant, and they themselves go for the Static Shift.
Okay, well, that's a good spot to be in if you are Teamless Revenge. You know, you're saying, look, Renekton is very strong, play around Diesel. It's turning it into a into a dragon for themselves as they're all playing around this. TA is just going to try to focus down the mid-tier 1, and even try to get a mid-tier 2 as well. It's taking him a really long time to finish this objective.
Diesel is going to have the clamp spin on top of them, especially with the Nautilus over the wall looking for the Hex Splash. That means that we're going to be seeing TRV push onto the gas pedal and go for the full engage. But Levitate is so far untouched with a double-double. Down goes Inori B. Oh my god. Team Ambition, 18 minutes in, going to pile on the Kaisa kill count for the day with the triple onto their bot laner.
Yeah, Diesel just can't be there. I don't know why he's there. He thought maybe his team could get there a lot faster, but the engage, Snow, hey man, he just jumped right over that wall and landed every single spell onto a Nori B. So that'll be an inhibitor an inhibitor turret being opened up. Don't think this should be quite the turret or the inhibitor itself, but it's gonna be multiple turrets now falling as Porsche is even able to get himself one. Again, it all comes down to like, yeah, our top lane got a lead and they were able to accentuate that a few times, but he's still playing Scion. This is like, I'm playing a tank. I have a tank that's going to scale as the game goes on anyway, so you have to be on the beatdown. You have to be the ones to make everything happen. Otherwise, we're just going to win as the game goes on, as our team starts to get more and more items.
I think that this game is going to be over pretty darn quickly if Teamless Revenge don't find a new way to coordinate, because so far, these crucial miscommunications, these crucial overextensions are really costing them.
Well, they're also going to have to figure it out because Levitate's about to finish Rageblade, and that's 3 items before Nori B has even finished too. So they're trying to get as much gold into this Zeri as humanly possible, while Team Ambition, they do not have to worry. They know that it is inevitable that Levitate will get his gold, that they will find another win. 3 minutes before Dragon. I mean, Baron spawning right now, actually, and that is a very easy objective for them to take with a Kaisa this fed. Yep. So, need to be very careful for TRV.
Overall, it just feels like TRV have to put everything into a 5v5 and hope that Inori B can find chain kills, but at this point, I feel that the period in which that could possibly happen has gone by the wayside. Levitate is just too strong to be touched, and with the defense that Limo, Porsche, and Snow2 all bring to the table, this Kaisa will be able to free fire for the entire time that Inori B is trying to use Lightning Crash to their advantage. And right now, when you look at the damage comparative, there's 180 carry that needs to be wiped out immediately on the map, and that is certainly not the Zeri right now.
Nope, it is all on them. Now, Zeri has finished the Navori.
They stole it!
Oh my god. That's sad. Well, Limo and Levitate, I know Limo for sure is cackling to himself. So, good job. They made that steal happen. They're controlling topside really, really well and making sure that, hey, if there's anything that needs to happen around mid, Kachu can very easily escape if he needs to. So, look at how much wave clear that Kachu just gets to have. And Diesel now, you got Black Lever? Don't think it's going to matter, brother.
Oh, that's so sad. Diesel, you know, from basically the biggest terror on the Rift is someone who now isn't even able to really bully Porsche, who they were doing a great job bullying early on. Really shows the glow up that TA has been going through. The gold lead hasn't really expanded all that much. In fact, I think that Teamless Revenge has actually brought it back slightly. But 3K down with the gold concentration on Levitate still is devastating at the 21-minute mark.
And then now they've got a dragon they've got to worry about, right? Like, it won't be the soul, but it'll be soul point, and I just don't think that Team's Revenge have 10 minutes in them, right? They may think that in the game, that, like, they can scale. There are definitely still options for them, but Genesis, this mid 2v2 has not panned out how they thought. They're actually going to go straight onto him. Nori has flash. He'll just be over this wall, though.
Doesn't even need it. Oh gosh, and Levitate's the one to clean the kill up too. This is a clear opening for a Baron Nashor off of an incredibly telegraphed Pantheon ult.
Yeah, like, not only do you know that it's coming, but also, like, you just got a flash. You don't know where the rest of his team is going. It is there. You know that they've been kind of hovering around topside. So Nori now just going to save his summoner spells, and that should just be the Baron going over. They do know where Krakadon is.
And
oh my god,
Levitate shreds the team. Depth charge placed onto the right person, but I don't know if it matters for Teamless Revenge anymore. Diesel trying to flank will be blocked off by both Snow2 and Scion. Levitate finally run down, shut down for Diesel, and with the dominance available, they're going to try to run through the whole team. Snow2 will be able to land their hook. Kachu will alley-oop it with some brutal shots off of their WQ. They will pick that up, and still, Baron is being aggroed by Limo all the while.
Nori B is back. He's made it all the way back into this fight. Should be able to get a lot of lethal tempo.
They're going to activate it and try to go for something here. It's still a 2v4. Kachu gets the stun on a Krakadon. Noribi free fire for the time being. Knocked back into the decimating smash by the Maokai. And that is the ace TA we're looking for.
That's going to be the game as well. Now we've got the Infernal spawning here for TA. Oh my god. It's going to be soul point for themselves as now Team's Revenge back to the drawing board here. Not much done through your mid lane. Your jungler was not put on a great level of success. We'll see the 2v2 now as Kachu. Oh, we got teleports. It's everybody.
Yeah, it's Smash Ultimate. Everybody's here. Kachu holding on with their incredible nest egg of abilities in gold. Will eventually fall to Diesel, though, and Porsche now has over-indexed a bit more than expected into trying to save the Pantheon. Will have to just walk it off with the other two tanks of the team at their back.
Wow, Diesel got so many shutdowns in the last minute. He got the mid shutdown there, so 800 gold, another 1,000, and it's going to go straight to waste. Okay, we're getting more TPs. We've got to fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chance for Teamless Revenge to bring it back. Unfortunately, so many members already stopped it up, but Noribi unleashes themselves onto the enemy team. Porsche's in a lot of trouble. Levitate's still untouched, though, trying to burst down, but they can't do it. Red Squad has enough tankiness to plow through everybody except for the Kaisa, and now Genesis is on top of them alongside Krakadon. That is an ace right back for Teamless Revenge.
Yeah, I just don't think that was their angle there from Team Ambition. They finally fall in a fight, and that'll be a dragon being taken here. Kachu waiting to see where he has to ult here. Looks like it's going to be in mid, just trying to clear the wave. Kachu, you got to be careful here, brother.
Clyde incredibly low, will be able to walk out of the way of the Pantheon shield bash. Unfortunately for them, they're just there to watch their top and bot die. I do not know how Kachu was able to pull off the double-double off of, yet again, a very telegraphed ultimate, but clearly TRV bit off a bit more they could chew by standing their ground.
Gore Drinker is a hell of a drug. He got so much bonus HP, the shielding, the immunity to damage that you have on this champion is really strong, and now that he has level 16, he's feeling absolutely zero fear when it comes to it. Team Ambition, I think still got to play with a lot of respect here. Yes, they used so many of their tools in the fight before around the inhibitor, but they got slow chased off of the base, slow chased off of the objective, and nobody was really able to stop Levitate. By the way, as you can see the timer in the bottom left, make sure that you're tuning in with LCS. Today should be the C9 versus Evil Geniuses upper bracket. That is going to be a lot of fun, and I already know I'm tuning in as soon as this series is over.
I'm torn in so many directions right now. You know, we got LCS, we got NACL, we got EVO as well. I love myself some fighting games, especially with Project L being featured. Oh my god, I was not expecting Project L to be at EVO, but I'm so
there's no way. There's no way they weren't going to have Project L not at EVO.
I just thought that it was still cooking in the oven, you know. I thought like maybe an EVO a year from now, but I didn't expect the demo to already be playable.
Yeah, I'm very jealous for all the fans, all the people who are at EVO currently and having a lot of fun. What game are you currently like? Is it like one game that you're super interested in, or?
I've been a Guilty Gear striver from minute 1 of that game.
Okay.
So that's the one I'm going to be watching out for. But it's cool to see like a lot of these games either at the end of their lifespan or right at the very beginning. So Street Fighter 6 is going to be sick. I loved the Mortal Kombat 11 finals yesterday. It was a mirror match, which was unfortunate. A Fujin mirror match, so 2 zoners, but. Fact of the matter is, it had a lot of really good storylines coming into brands.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah, check it out is all I'm saying. But also check out LCS and NACL, etc., etc. A lot to watch.
I was gonna say, don't check out EVO right now. Do not check out. They're playing King of Fighters, I think, right now. Do not check that one out. Not a fan of King of Fighters. Not a fan of KOF. I'm sorry, everybody.
KOF's got my respect, but yeah, certainly it's a little bit hard to get excited when we got such a banger between TA and TRV currently taken to the Rift.
Well, for sure right now, as Team Ambition kind of stalling out just a touch, but they are totally fine with that. They're just picking up more and more items. We're actually seeing Noribi has finished a 3rd item, so getting that Runons is going to be very pivotal for them to actually turn around a fight. And honestly, we talked about the scaling, we talked about how Levitate should be able to run away with a lot of these fights, but now we're looking at TRV. They're picking up items like Genesis finishing the Zonias here is going to be looking for more damage. Diesel has not only the 2 HP items in the Gore Drinker and the Black Cleaver, but now has Sterix, which is going to be more HP. It's also going to be a shield for him. He has GA, so these fights should be going long. Baron is spawning in 50 seconds. The Baron will spawn a minute after that. We'll see how Team Ambition are able to close this one out, because TRV are not quite out of it yet. They can very easily take this game.
Right now, it's mid bot versus top bot for these two teams. Team Ambition kind of have that sleeper power in Kachu, who has cleaned up so many kills that they themselves are still kind of power spiking even 28 minutes into the game as a Pantheon. So they certainly have a few more fights to take under their belt before they truly fall off. And all the while, we're still waiting on a Nori B to have that one magical play, the certified Zeri moment, the CZM, as my friend Tiger58 is wont to say. They've had a few big plays so far, but we need a bit more from them in order to fully hand the baton from Diesel over to them as the main carry for this late game.
And I love this coming out from Krakadon, actually going for more of a supportive build after the Anathemas chains. So, trying to pick up what looks to be probably a Knight's Vow to try to protect a Nori B. It is all eyes on this AD carry. Make sure that he doesn't take any of the poke. You guys need to be able to stop all of this damage coming in, and maybe it's just a star. You know that Akachu's on this side of the map. He can ult in and join at any moment. Fighting over mid priority, I think they recognize that, hey, maybe the Baron's a little bit more important, but even if they can't grab this objective, they very realistically could get an objective bounty here.
I mean, this is TA's dream engage. They're going to be able to land the hook. Here comes the Nature's Grasp, landing onto multiple Red Squad members. Levitate, still untouched, goes golden on the back line. Kachu makes her triumphant return to the mid lane, popping the GA of Diesel. Krakadon going to go down, and Genesis will fall as well. A quadra kill for the Kaisa, an ace in an end of game number 1.
That's the third Kaisa quadra we've had in a row right now. Levitate gets it, and that's going to be the end of the game. They're going to use this mid wave, and if they don't use this one, they can use the top wave next. Team Ambition, they're going to take game 1.
It looked a little bit dicey there after that initial show of power from Team Ambition. I thought that Teamless Revenge might be able to bring it back. They had some good plays early as well, going up 2-0, but ultimately they just were not able to bring all those puzzle pieces together, and it will be Team Ambition with their first victory, forcing Teamless Revenge to go runner-runner.
Okay, well, that's what we expect from this team, and I think for Team Ambition, they were a little sloppy in this game, but ultimately them taking the win, them being as dominant, is a good sign for them, especially going into top 8, where we expect them to be looking to make a much deeper run. I have to double check. I want to make sure that I'm right on this. Yeah, so the winner of today's match is going against Team Eterna tomorrow, and that will be a very fun and hopefully very high-level matchup between these two, as... wow, I mean, we're already getting close to game 2 now.
Yeah, game 2 on the horizon, guys, and it's going to be an exciting one. Right now, we have a team on the brink of elimination. We'll see whether or not Teamless Revenge, though, will be able to fight for their lives, bring it to a decisive third game, because right now, Team Ambition look like they're on fire and ready to get revenge. Go 2-0 to answer back to the 2-0 that they suffered at the hands of Teamless Revenge earlier on in the qualifiers. We'll be very, very excited to get right back with you guys after the short break.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers for the last day of the group stage and perhaps the last game of the group stage here on the main stream, as we have Team Ambition going up 1-0 so far versus Teamless Revenge.
In a pretty dominant fashion. I think that aside from some minor hiccups that we got to see from Teamless Revenge kind of punching back, this was a game that we expected for them to take very clearly. We saw that Levitate was back to more of his winning ways of being an incredibly great AD carry here, and unfortunately for Teamless Revenge, things just fell apart. Like, you put so many resources, you got so far ahead because of Diesel, and he could get into the backline, but the rest of your team could not follow up. Specifically, I do want to note the difference that this team looks when Krakodon is not on a carry, when Genesis is unfortunately unable to do much in the mid lane, or even Roam. That has been their strength. That has been their strength so far, is their mid jungle just easily moving out of the lane and trying to impact other sides of the map.
It does also kind of feel like while the identity was there for Teamless Revenge, they weren't able to do the baton handoff that I was talking about, where Diesel can lead early, but they got to get a Nori ahead. And while they did draw back the deficit between them and Kaisa to some degree, it ultimately was not enough for us to actually see TRV taking that game number one, putting them in a very difficult spot. I think for ego purposes at the very least, even if they drop this series, it'd be nice if they go 1-2, because then you could say, hey, in groups, I had an overall positive win rate versus Team Ambition.
Yes. that is one really good way to fudge the numbers there. Just like, I have a positive win rate. Yes. I think it's pretty funny. But we're trying to take a look at like how strong is Team Ambition going to be looking like going into top 8, because we do expect them to win. I actually want to real quick hop back out and look at the groups as a whole, look at our top 8 going in, because we do have some more results coming in thanks to the gamers over on Rally Cry 2. Winthrop did end up taking a 2-0 over Lethal versus CB, so that revenge is complete. There is no more upsets. It feels like the world righted itself after week 1. They came back. They're able to all kind of make it through. So Lit versus Winthrop is going to be our 4th quarterfinals. That'll be playing again tomorrow. All of these quarterfinals that you see on your screen will be played tomorrow. What streams they will be on? Quarterfinals 1 and 2 will be here on Rally Cry Official. The qualifier 3 and 4 will be on Rally Cry 2, so make sure that you're staying tuned in. I know that they're still wrapping up an interview over there, but we over here have to kind of finish out our series. We're the last series of the day. We gotta see if TRV still got it in them.
Yep, they can take us to a decisive Game 3 with solid play, but they need to rank up fast. We talked about how Apex Mission Impossible need to scale hard within the next 24 hours to take it against Mirage Alliance. You got less than 10 minutes for Teamless Revenge to try to do something to stop the rampage of Team Ambition.
That's you got a lot of stuff ready to go. I mean, if you're Teamless Revenge, you came into this, right? Like you came into this series with so much prep, hopefully, and your ability to actually kind of you've beaten these guys before. Now, I don't think you're going to be allowed to get Kindred again, but you can replicate those circumstances. I don't think they were really unfavorable. You saw that the Ziggs and the Kindred bans were things that they had to be taken away from Teamless Revenge, and unless they fundamentally either change up how they play on a dime, or they change some of the champions that we're seeing, I don't know if Teamless Revenge have it in them.
Here's what I'll say. I think that they made a critical error in that first draft by waiting so long to lock in their AD carry. The pool got incredibly pinched. We saw an awkward Zeri being jammed, but at the end of the day, Zeri still did stuff. If you got a champion that's a little bit more preferable as to where the meta is right now, and it's a bit more well-oriented with your team identity, we could have been seeing some of those early victories that TRV got, including a kill in the bot lane that went over to the Zeri, turn on its head, brought to a little bit more relevancy, and maybe they're going to be able to take the second game.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of focus around dragons playing around bottom side. I don't think that Teamless Revenge also ever got a Rift Herald in that instance. So like, cool, we got Renekton and he is dominating. How is it that our timers are in such a bad spot that we can't actually secure a Rift Herald? That is a huge, like, glaring issue for me. Like, when you have Renekton, you're supposed to get Rift Herald. That is the whole point of this champion right now in the meta, is you will be a backline threat later, but for right now, you get us priority in topside. You should be able to have a strong enough level 6, level, like, around level 10, level 11, for us to actually play on the Rift Herald, and that just never happened from them. That never materialized, and so that gold basically turned into, Diesel, it's all you. We said that we wanted to see a baton, hand over to some of the other carries. That can't happen if there's no Herald. That can't happen if there's no objectives being taken.
Yep. And at the same time, Diesel has, I think, the ability to carry on a champion with a little bit more late game relevancy. That could be an angle that I would love to see them shoot for in this draft. But we're now putting burden on a lot of different roles, and we're hoping that Teamless Revenge can get ideal picks. Here's the thing, though. Team Ambition look clean with what they have. They've looked clean throughout the rest of the qualifiers with other drafts, other identities as well. And while I think there's favored roles, at the end of the day, this is still more homework piled only upon the desk of Teamless Revenge, while Team Ambition gets some time off to really prepare themselves for, like I said before, a chance to go 2-0 here.
I love it. I love the idea or the visual that, like, Team Ambition, they got bullied in week 1. They came back. They're like, "What's up, nerds?" And just like, boom, drop a stack of papers on their desk, and they're just like, "It's due by Monday. We're going to top 8, boys." Like, I'll see you later.
They're the people who did their final paper like at the very start of the semester or something like that.
Yeah.
And now they're just coasting. They have the tools necessary in order to make it to top 8. That, I think, is what they're focusing upon. But they do have to make it over one last little speed bump, and that is in the form of a Teamless Revenge, who have gone back to red side actually for the second game.
Interesting. So they want to try and get counterpick. They think that through top lane, that is going to be the answer. Wonder what Team Ambition are going to be able to go for. Yeah, look, you can blind all your top laners here on blue side. Like, it just does not matter. And unless Diesel can make a big enough influence this time around, I think we should be seeing a Team Ambition 2-0. But bans staying relatively the same. We're not too far along, but expecting a Ziggs to be taken away as well. Expecting a lot more of, hey, we're getting rid of LeBlanc. We're probably getting rid of the Kai'Sa this time around. I don't think that Kai'Sa should be allowed to get through, especially if you're not going to challenge it with a Tristana.
Yep. I mean, TRV certainly are deliberating on what exactly they want to knock out. They got 8 seconds to choose something. I think that the angles that you're pushing them towards are correct. Tristana, Kai'Sa, both incredibly viable bans. I will say, I think that given the situations that Teamless Revenge were able to force upon Team Ambition, sometimes you saw the weakness of the AP Kai'Sa build come through, where during these fights where they don't have defense to be able to poke at people and needle away at their health bars in the long term, they do just kind of get run over on occasion. But we're actually seeing a knockout by TRV first.
Okay, fair enough. This was still similar to what we saw in Game 1, so not super out of the ordinary. We're also seeing the Draven take away. It is Anori-B's most played champion from solo queue, so, just gotta pay respect. Especially for Draven players, there is no prep for that. You just have to ban this champion. Like, unless you... now, Levitate could play Ashe. I think Xayah is still fine, but it is a headache to try to play against Draven in solo queue. Like, every time I'll be like, okay, can we play Draven here? I'm like, yes. And I'm like, all right, well, we got to flip the game now, so we're going to see what happens level 1. That is going to finally be our first adaptation here. Teamless Revenge getting rid of the Kai'Sa. You just pick Tristana here, TA. You just pick, like, I'm going to put my hand over it. Never mind, I already saw it. It's a Xayah. I'm a little sad.
I mean, it's not like Xayah's a bad champion. We've certainly seen it used to great efficacy, especially in our prior series, but I don't know. Leaving open some of these big picks for the mid lane flex, I think, is a tough call by Team Ambition. Maybe they're bringing back that ego just a little bit, but actually it looks like Teamless Revenge, first and foremost, will get themselves the couple split. They're going to go grab the Rakan. And then a Maokai. I mean, Tristana's still open. A TA's got a second shot.
Yeah, TA, I don't think you want to try to pick. I think you're looking at jungle support on this one. I think you should either lock in your Nautilus and then get either a Sejuani here for Limo, or maybe you go for a different kind of tank. You could also try to just blind top lane and get that before all the bans come on through. Perfectly fine for themselves there.
And now they're going to be rounding out their composition. We'll see if they're going to continue along the lines of getting themselves the support as you elucidated. With that Nautilus, however, it certainly seems like it. Yet again, huge facilitators to create a wall between Levitate and the rest of the team. Good engage, so the Xayah could follow up. This is certainly a draft built around this bot side.
Okay, so a lot of access to be able to play around. Ooh, Ari here for Genesis.
Wow.
Okay, kind of a tough one to crack. You don't automatically have very good targets from what we see here from Team Ambition. Shout out to Rallycry 2 for the raid. Thank you, gamers.
Hi.
Thank you for your service, and I'm glad. I hope your games were good. I hope your games were long and plentiful. Not longer than ours, however, because we are still going. So, coming into the second phase, we see that Teamless Revenge focusing more on mid laners here, but not. I don't think we'll see another Pantheon, but you have to start thinking, like, Kachi's probably got something. He's probably got, like, his Yasuo still waiting. I think Cassante, even though through nerfs, is still perfectly fine in this position as well. You're building out a front line to make sure that Xayah can let loose with all those feathers.
Yep. And what I'm also worried about here is the fact that, yeah, this is a pinch of the 80 carry pool. TA knows that they want to continue to put Inori on the back foot, limiting their options as to trying to find someone to jam through the bot side to match up against Levitate, who really came into their own in that last game. And so the question is for Inori, what are you getting, Alki?
In terms of bans, or am I like for Inori? Like, what am I picking?
Well, what do
you
think they should get as a marksman?
Aphelios is fine here. I really don't want to see another Zeri pick, please. I think Zeri is pretty
It's a Callista, which is like reverse Zeri. Both aren't very good right now. This is just super aggro. Very interesting to jam into a Nautilus.
Yeah, level 1, this champion is going to have a lot more power. I actually think level 2 should be fine as well, but if you get hit with all those feathers, it's kind of GG bonjour. So, TA, I don't know what's going to be happening here, because now Teamless Revenge have just absolutely put it on the table. They're like, okay, we're going to win this game pretty early on. We're going to have Callista slamming it down on the bottom lane. We're going to have Ari looking to try and make roams. We'll see what Team Ambition are going to lock in as their final pick, as they grab the Renekton as well. Okay.
And now it's a consideration for what's going into the mid lane. Most likely, unless we see some kind of crazy flex. Liking the Yasuo consideration here, there are knockups to play off of. Not a ton, but simultaneously, a Yasuo makes his own knockups if you're good enough.
Yasuo gets it done himself. He does not care. He's like, this is my territory. Okay, man. I'm good. If no one else can do it, I'll do it myself.
Ionian boys do it themselves.
Yes, there we go. Teamless Revenge, what is your last call? Okay, it's a Malphite. You see how AD-centric they are? I like this.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have... I feel like, if you took me from left to right of this Teamless Revenge draft, it's like, Malphite, fine. Maokai, okay. Ari, decent. Rakan, totally okay. Like, Callista is going to be an early game engine and does give them some ability to actually take dragons very, very fast. I just am worried that if this doesn't go very well in the early game, this champion gets farmed to oblivion by a Xayah and a Nautilus.
Well, we're entering out onto the Rift now for game number 2 between Team Ambition and Teamless Revenge. Shout out to our sponsors while we're here, though, and everybody starts clustering up on Red Squad's side. We got Turo, one of the best rental car marketplaces, and we also have Subway, one of the best sandwich shops.
When was the last time that I had a Subway sandwich? It's not that long, surprisingly enough, but longer... I'm actually trying to think about that. I don't think I've had a Subway sandwich in a little bit. I think there's one by my house.
I was running a esports summer camp here with the College of William and Mary, which is where I went for undergrad.
Okay.
And for 2 weeks straight, I had nothing but Jersey Mike's subs.
Whoa! They don't sponsor the stream, brother. We can't.
That is true. Well, here's the point. I am exhausted of them, but I don't even dislike subs. I just want Subway over Jersey Mike's at this point. They're just two very different flavor profiles,
Okay,
you know?
I have been mad at Jersey Mike's for like years now, ever since they got rid of the meatball sub. That is literally the best thing they could have had on that entire roster, and they got rid of it for ego, okay? They said it wasn't selling enough. I single-handedly was carrying that entire food, okay? Subway, they've got some good stuff, though. You know, what do you know what your order is off top from Subway?
My Subway order is the club sub with as much vegetables as possible on it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, if the veggies are free, I'm going to get them all, you know? Just load up that plate.
Oh, that's true! Okay, fair enough. Well, let's see what TA and TRV are cooking up in the second game here. It is certainly a game that will get a little bit harder as the game goes on for Team Ambition, as they are going to have to walk into a straight-up Malphite ultimate, and all my eyes are going to have to be on Anori B. Like, we put a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane, and so far, we'll see how much it actually, you know, results into an actual kill, but between him and Genesis, they're going to need to do so much work, because if this Malphite ult is just there and isn't able to get much, if this is like their primary engage, then suddenly you're going to be in a pretty big pickle where you have no CC, you don't really have a tank because Malphite does nothing after his ultimate's done, and now you have a short-range AD carry that will just get completely obliterated come team fights.
That is certainly a concern, and I really do hope to see as much of an impact made early as possible for Teamless Revenge through this bot lane. Right now, with Sejuani kind of covering this side of the map, it might be a little bit difficult, and Team Ambition know that their goal in this side of the map is to just scale as much as possible. They're happy to sit back, and then that range disadvantage becomes a bit of an issue because Anori B does want to go in, trust me, but they do not want to go in if their means to get close to Blue Squad is by getting hooked by the Nautilus.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That would be not great. Okay, well, Limo's here. Limo's here. He used the flash immediately, but even Krakodon was on his way.
Levitate's still dueling. Here's the re-engage. However,
no,
Krakodon following up. That means that Kalista's going to be able to get first blood and maybe second blood as well. Krakodon taking a few too many turret shots. Clyde entering in, though. Now Levitate will be traded a triple, and this Kalista makes a statement, a 2 for 3.
Oh my god, and that's before the shutdowns even got applied as well, so wow, huge fight coming out from them, and that is a big power spike right now. It looks like both of our AD carries did finish off their boots, but for Kalista, that is more important as it increases her martial poise, her ability to actually jump around. What a great fight for them. That's exactly what you want to do when you have this Kalista. You need to fight early, and fight early they did right there. Now, Kachu needs to be careful, has to keep trading, has lethal tempo, but Krakodon is here. Snow 2 as well here to cover his mid laner, make sure that this wave is fine and dandy for him. He'll be able to also recover a lot thanks to popping a lot of those HP pots. Genesis getting some early wards, but Dragon as well, spawning in 30 seconds. You have so much priority thanks to this bottom side. Anori can very easily walk on over and take this objective.
Kachu with a little bit of an awkward trade there, uses the wind wall, still gets hit by everything. Genesis is going to continue to stay stable in this lane. Kachu, though, wants that last engage. Flash forced, Ari backed off. Not expecting that aggression, but that's the power of the Yasuo, particularly in adept hands like those of Kachu.
Yeah, and this is also going to force out the teleport, so will be a small summoner trade here as Kachu will use his teleport to get back into lane. Same thing here for Genesis, but he will have his flash available, and very good when you're going up against Krakodon. We'll see what they're going to do. They're just focusing this bottom side, as you should.
Levitate with a Blade Collar, able to get a solid stun, but Snow 2 is too deep for their own good, and that is now going to be a 4th kill translated over to Kalista, and this means utter domination in the bot side. I don't care that Levitate's got the double-double. The Zaya's going to take a while to get online. Kalista is looking to smack people from minute 1.
No, and I wonder if they were I was kind of wondering whether or not they were going to try and keep that wave on their side. It was pushing towards Teamless Revenge, but instead their bottom lane, they're going to push. They're going to go and move towards the Dragon here. Want to be of use for their jungle. Good job coming out already. We wanted to see Kalista get off to a lead, and Zaya just does not have that damage to represent. Snow has actually been caught out a fair few amount of times, and that has been the issue in some of Team Ambition's games, has been Snow getting caught out way too many times now.
Teamless Revenge did a solid job in that last game trying to restabilize the dragon count. Obviously didn't translate into a soul or anything that allowed for them to win the game, but now the fact that they're getting started early, I think, is really solid for themselves. Limo wants to go in on this, get a Winthrop Arctic Assault. That's a bit of a disaster because it's just going to be cracked on landing the killing blow as a Nori B uses their martial poise to get out from behind TA and to safety. Genesis even coming down to cover Kachu's approach. That is a full-on extraction and another kill for TRV.
Yeah, I don't know what just happened. I mean, I know what happened. They missed all of their abilities. They landed it onto Clyde, and then Limo goes in after the bottom lane is already backing up. This might be their kill that they were looking for. Clyde, one more auto. Definitely. Okay, so it would go over to Levitate.
I mean, that's good. Maybe we are underplaying the fact that Levitate is hanging 3 kills to 4 kills of the Nori B, and CS not really in either person's favor, so that's still something that TA can play off of. There's inevitability there, and the gold is ultimately hovering at even. I don't know. It's just terrifying when a Kalista is this fed this early.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's what I'm worried about, is that Kalista suddenly now just becomes an absolute nightmare to deal with. She can be by herself if she absolutely needs to. Flash coming up soon. You have Cleanse already available, so any CC you're going to land with the next 4 minutes is going to be useless. Got to be very worried here. Both supports actually making a roam. Is going to be Team Ambition first to the play around mid. As you see, Sejuani waiting in the wings. Should have been warded out already. And Krakodon just clearing away on his jungle, making sure that he's able to catch up here. A couple of options for them. Baron spawning in the next few seconds. They can go for that. That's what we wanted to see when we have this. Okay, Levitate has the ultimate now.
Uses it to at least buy space for themselves, clearing out the wave as well. A line of feathers makes it hard for TRV to really put on the gas, even in that 2v1, which has now become a 2v2 due to Snow2 re-rotating through Tribush. It looks like outside of that ultimate, the Xayah is pretty happy with that play.
Okay, Team Ambition will grab the Rift Herald here in this spot. Haven't seen Genesis really roam out of lane, so good job from Kachu to be able to keep that. We'll say there's also a small level discrepancy starting to show up between our two supports as well, as Snow2 only level 4, Clyde getting closer and closer to that level 6. Don't know if it'll be on this wave. Looks like it'll be on the next one. They always have to be careful now from the side of Team Ambition bot lane.
Well, this is not exactly much of a fight with kill pressure on either side. Diesel just wet noodling themselves back to tower off the unstoppable force. Dominus already used by Porsche, but the Renekton looks like they're going to go proxy while the Malphite lacks any amount of kill pressure due to the lack of ultimate, and that means that the Rockman will just have to reset as they see that last wave being farmed. Yeah,
also you know that he's playing Maokai, like, there's no reason for this guy to have, like, to be topside. You already had the timer of his Raptors. You just saw his Krugs as Porsche. You do not need to be afraid of a jungle gank coming your way. Maybe a support roam, but even then that means that they are losing out to try to fix this matchup. Perfectly fine if you're on the side of Team Ambition to have enemy support roam up topside. So now we're going to see Team Ambition here keep resetting. You know, they have a small gold lead for themselves, but 700 is the lead over Levitate from Nori B. None of that is really farm. It is one plate, and a lot of that is all of the kills that they were able to get. Remember, Levitate did get 2 kills on the back end after that play, but it was 3 to start, and then they found another one on Limo. It just compounded a little too fast, and hopefully with the dragon spawning in mid, Teamless Revenge can keep up the pace and start to look to press on, get more of those dragons.
And it really was a matter of seconds. Like you were talking about, Levitate was able to get the kill on Inori before the application of the bounties, and that means that right now we are seeing Xayah still at a pretty considerable deficit, really unable to do much versus the Kalista without massive help. And unfortunately, you know, Lima's a busy person. They got multiple places to be on the map, including topside right now. They're going for the wraparound versus an ultless Diesel.
He has Flash. Yo, Porsche is kind of getting the hands from this PTA Malphite right now.
Yeah, that being said, this is too deep into enemy territory for the Malphite to find anything. Porsche
but look at the bot side, look at the bot side. We're going for this dive. Kachu can TP. It would be a small advantage here for Genesis. They have to know something's up.
Levitate's got everything available, though, so I think Snow 2's probably going to die. Levitate just going to... Oh, my gosh, they actually have to cleanse. I thought that they were going to be able to just stand behind the Nautilus's shadow and the Nature's Grasp, but that is ultimate and a summoner spell gone. Snow 2 also taken to the grave.
All right, first turret's going to go over to Team Ambition. They're getting the Rift Herald. It is Snow 2 who is getting all of these deaths, and if there's anybody from this bottom lane pair that you want to be soaking the, the L column, it's probably going to be your Nautilus. He is going to do the same thing at 5 deaths that he is at 10. So, and all of this time, it is going to be Levitate picking up some more CS. He is surviving. It was his cleanse and his ultimate as well going down. But the focus from top side, 2,500 gold here for Team Ambition. We'll need to see if Renekton can have that same impact, because we saw in last game Renekton got off to a really good start and just wasn't enough. Now I will say, Kaisa and Kalista are not made the same. These champions are not the same, and Kalista gets stunned once and she probably dies as well. That can be said the same of almost every marksman in the game. However, I am less privy to believe a Kalista escapes from a champion like Renekton than Kaisa.
I totally agree with that, and I think at the end of the day, a lot of the engage abilities from Teamless Revenge are telegraphed enough that Levitate, if they have judicious use of their Featherstorm, probably gets to safety in a lot of cases, particularly if they're able to keep their Flash and their Cleanse up. So that's a dynamic that I think TRB have to be very aware of in order to ensure that Inori B is getting maximum value, and you're actually able to stop the rampage of Levitate.
Alright. Well, Porsche now. Let's see it, brother. You got anything? Nope. Alright, cool. We're just trading with Malphite. The Malphite of Doom. A lot more people towards the bottom side of the map. You already see that Crocodon is getting ready to go for this dive. Limo is as well.
And Snow 2 is dead yet again. The question is, can they buy enough of a distraction for Levitate to make something happen? And Nori B gonna pick up the first kill. Quickness is also gonna charm up Limo. Ton of spears on top of the Sejuani, but they are tanky enough to live through it. Just another pick, another play for value that TRV's picking up over TA.
Oh my god, wait, Renekton is under this turret, guys. Lol?
Wait, what?
I mean, respect it, right? He was like, okay, maybe I'm looking mid. There's nothing for me to do top lane. I'm just gonna come in from behind the turret. Respect. But Kachi was looking towards bot side, looking maybe if they needed. They got all that CC, and it was on to Clyde. So, Nori was just firing away. He was totally okay. He gets his 5th kill of the game here on this Kalista. And, okay, finally the objective bounties are starting to kick in for Porsche. I was going to say, there's no reason for you to be 30 up on your opponent and a turret and a level or some experience and not have one. So, finally, the bottom lane pairs are going to get moved into the mid lane. Herald spawning in a minute, with Dragon spawning in 2.5. An objective that they can use, either team, to set up for this next play. Team's Revenge are going to need this Herald, though. They really want to make sure that they can stay relevant in this game. And while, hey, Inori B is staying ahead of the curve, he is getting this gold. The items are starting to get finished here for Team Ambition. The damage will start to match, and you have to start getting worried about whether or not they're going to be able to keep hold of this game.
And it really does feel like one of those games where even though we're highlighting a lot of Teamless Revenge, they're still finding themselves down 2,000 gold just because the bot lane isn't the full equation. There is that utter domination from Porsche top. We also see a considerable CS lead for Kachu there in the mid. And overall, things are still looking pretty good. TA are willing to rest on their laurels, knowing that eventually Inori B's time will come and go, and Levitate will be there at the very end of the road.
You have so many threats onto Kalista, and in terms of frontline, really hoping that Crocodon and Diesel can hold it down, because the second that Inori B gets CC'd, probably should just be Dunzo. I mean, Levitate has so many options to get out of crowd control, the cleanse, his own ultimate as well. Featherstorm should be enough for him to be able to live, and honestly, the people we haven't been talking about is mid lane. Like, Kachu's going to be a side lane menace regardless. So the fact that Ari is still in waiting area for relevance is a little worrisome in my opinion, as they summon down the Rift Herald. Oh, and it's just barely not able to get this mid turret. Oh, one more minion, the minion. Oh my god, someone hire this melee minion. Team Ambition, get him a jersey.
I mean, tragically, the melee minion is now dead, but I do like
he
that,
did his job.
Final shot
He
with the
took
dying
turret.
breath, yes.
Like, That's all I can ask for from my minions is take the turret. Someone has to do it. If I'm not going to do it, then I don't know how much minions are paid. I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm pretty sure they're just free workers. They just walk on into the rift and they just unfortunately die. Limo throwing out the ultimate to disrupt the back timer here for Inori. That looks pretty suspect. However, it means that now Inori can't back for this, and they're now in an awkward position as TA take full control of this bottom side of the river.
I was thinking maybe they were trying to just get a reflexive cleanse out of the Callista, but good on Inori B for holding on to that summoner spell, and now that is a crucial means by which to get on top of the Callista. Now down, Limo dueling in the river against Genesis and Diesel will just have to hop over the wall with their Arctic Assault, and this is actually space being bought right back by TRV.
Look at what Porsche's doing right now. I think they're okay with potentially giving over this dragon. Oh no, they're canceling back, so they want to go for this. Porsche uses the Dominus.
Super early there, looking for the full-on play. Immediate charm onto Limo and company, though.
Okay.
Nature's Grasp going to be used, but somehow still the Sejuani stays alive, even flashing back out of the range of Diesel. Inori B will be able to kill the Yasuo, though, and down goes the Sejuani. This is what we were looking for out of Inori B. The deserved triple kill for the Callista, and TRV hold on to this game.
Kachu had gone straight into the back line with an ultimate, but just wasn't enough. Everybody peeled this AD carry. And it feels like everybody from the side of Teamless Revenge knows the assignment. Protect the President, and he will bring us to victory. He'll bring us to the promised land here. Team Ambition is completely flounder around that dragon. I don't think you can ever go for that. Like, yes, Inori B didn't recall, but he is still very strong in his own right, and now he's going to be able to recall and definitely finish off an item or two. So now Team Ambition staring down what looks to be a Game 2 loss. As Inori B gets the shield bow, that is a very tough way to break, as he'll now have a shield to stop him from dying. Looks like he's getting a Warden's Mail as well, so he's getting tanky. Little suspect here for TA.
Positive win rate for TRV on the
True.
horizon, but also chances of eliminating Team Ambition in the group stage. Kachu gonna blast plant right into their death as Inori B sandwiches them. Winwall doing some amount of work to stop the auto attacks, but with too many members here, Yasuo is gonna struggle to get out. One more rend I think will do it as Nature's Grasp is activated, hitting the Yasuo. Here's the approach. Clyde can't get there, but Genesis on the flank of a lifetime will be able to pick up two. Down goes the third. Oh my god, Inori B, they're gonna take this home.
Yeah, that's the game right there. That right there. I mean, Kachi just has zero kill threat onto this Callista. And Porsche, hey man, you got some early plays. You got an early advantage versus Diesel. He is still playing Malphite. This champion will still do the same things that he will down 10,000 gold. So what a particular fight, and one where they use so many spells to try to get out with a man who, unfortunately, should have just been left to die. Should have just let Kachu, go down with the ship right there and cut your losses. They lose another turret in mid. 10-1 is Inori B on his Callista.
Wow, proven doubters are wrong on so many levels in this second game. Teamless Revenge have had their Callista selection doubted. They've had their whole trajectory in this group stage doubted. And now they're about to take Team Ambition to a game number 3. And while I still think expectations stand that TA will be able to bring it back, this is not a good way to enter into what is potentially your last game of the season.
For sure. All about momentum, all about being able to keep that energy. Teamless Revenge, a relatively newer team. They did keep some of their roster from the first qualifier, changing out Excelsis and now having Clyde have to step in for St. Ghoul. But a team that every single time people have doubted. Another one of these teams that made it in, was supposed to be top 16, but really could not kind of punch above their weight class. And this time around, at least showing off versus Team Ambition, who have looked a lot less infallible than what we saw in the first qualifier. This was a team that was going, back-to-back undefeated. They very handedly had rocked their group the first time. And, it's funny, you know who's in that group the first time? Teamless Revenge. So, hey man, they're getting the absolute revenge at this point. It is only a single game, right? Like, it is a single game, but a single game can turn into two, and Teamless Revenge have at least shown multiple now blueprints, not just from the jungle carry, but playing around this bottom side. Inori B is definitely a pretty clever guy, all things considered.
Yeah, and I mean, you say it's only a single game, but like you're talking about, this translates into a series being ended if you could just pick up one more, Alk. And when you're in best of threes, those single games seem to be a lot more impactful. I really thought that TA had hammered that last nail into the TRV coffin with game number 1, but the fact that at the very edge, at the brink of defeat, Teamless Revenge are bringing back what I think is the most stellar game so far that I've casted of them, it really warms the heartstrings, as it were.
Now, I'm sure that there might people be saying, the gold is 500. Why are you guys calling the game? You know, you would make a compelling point, but then I would say, look at Anori B, who has an entire Randuin's at this point, and TRV, who are one dragon away from Mountain Soul, definitely would help. Baron on the cards here. Team Ambition could try to make the ultimate trade of Mountain Soul for a Baron. We've seen it before on this in Challengers League qualifiers. Wouldn't be surprised if it happens yet again. As Ari now moving down, you have so much damage available to you. Interesting to see what Team Ambition got going for them. What is their plan? And Teamless Revenge, they are now in control of this game. They dictate what happens for both teams. As might even see one of our 5v5s now as Genesis goes in, misses Charm, but it pulls them off of the Baron.
Yeah, Teamless Revenge do need a strike soon, though, to make the most out of how fed this Callista is. And that could happen here. Snow 2 took a one-way ride to death. I don't even know why the Nautilus was there, but that was another great turn for TRV. They are actually going to immediately go aggro the Baron rather than rotating over to try to strike for Soul.
Yeah, I mean, Soul's way more important than this Baron. This Baron is fake. But it is the only thing that I think that Team Ambition can actually do while they are losing the game slowly. And they're not even sending everybody. Yeah, they don't even have to send everybody, right? Like, they literally can just send Crocodon, keep control of mid, and if they really want, eventually go for that Baron that we've been talking about. I mean, Callista just absolutely turns this thing into papier-mâché.
And while this isn't actually the Mountain Soul, but rather the Chemtech Soul, I always get juked by the esports timers.
I should have known, yeah.
This is still pretty good for Anori B, who already has indexes to some amount of defensive items. This just allows him to hold on for longer. And Kachu dies solo to Diesel off of a raw Malphite ult.
Yep, under the turret, tanking all of that. Good job. This should be the Baron going over, and we're looking at game 3 now, because I mean, look, the tenacity that someone like Anori B is going to get as well from these Cloud Dragon or the Cloud Soul is pretty nice. We're seeing that re-engage time.
Yep, Clyde unable to land with the grand entrance, but they have found Levitate and Snow 2. The Nautilus dies yet again. Depth Charge not going to do much of anything. Genesis sticking right on top of the Xayah as they fall. Limo hiding out in Pixel Bush, caught out by Clyde. Teamless Revenge now move on to the Baron Nashor after picking up another solid 2-shot. I don't understand what Team Ambition's doing.
Can the solo lanes do anything here? Waiting for a TP. It's going to be top tier 2 going down. Limo is trying to get in, but you see everybody from the side of TA is trying their damnedest to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I don't think Limo's going to be able to make it over the pit wall. They certainly are angling
for
it. Ah! Limo! Are you kidding me?
Guys!
No way!
Revenge! They TP, they're going to grab the mid-tier inhibitor. Guys! Now, a small mistake coming out from Teamless Revenge. It'll be a Baron. I do not think that this should be DA's way back into the game, but it certainly helps stall it out and give them 2.5 minutes of breathing room, at least for now.
I mean, this is 2.5 minutes by which to push up, gain more presence on the map. Look at the turrets. I honestly think, Alk, that if they're able to continue to maintain priority, if they could get an inhibitor, this game could just be turned fully back around in favor of TA. Elder Dragon is the next thing up. And yes, the Chemtech Soul is helping TRV a little bit, but we've seen a few miscalculations already. Any more of those come through, and Blue Squad could just walk away with this game and the series.
For sure. Team Ambition fighting to the death here. Teamless Revenge, man, how are we going to close this game out? Like, there's no reason for us to be losing Smite Fight with a Callista on our team, guys. Like, let's be real. Callista is 4,000 up on enemy AD. We should not be losing a Smite Fight. This guy has 4 items, has the Runons now as well, so We'll see how Teamless Revenge, how clean can they make this dragon secure. It's 3.5 minutes time, so going to be a while before that happens, and it is up to them to actually make plays occur. And as you can see, they're actually doing that in mid right now, trying to find Kachu. Good job from Kachu.
Is yet again just killed by Diesel. This Yasuo is certainly the biggest misstep during the draft phase that TA has made in quite a while now, and this does mean that even with the Baron power play for Team Ambition available, this is going to be Teamless Revenge assailing the mid lane inhibitor.
All right, they'll take their inhibitor away from Team Ambition, and it will give them another lane to be able to play through, as Porsche with this Baron buff is going to sit here, take this turret. The only one recalling is Diesel, and I think that's totally okay if you're Team Ambition right now. Porsche has to be a little worried as to how many other members of Teamless Revenge are actually moving on for him. So he sees one. He knows Limo's on his side. I just don't think we're ever killing this guy, right? Like, come on, let's just be real. It's level 15 Malphite. He has 2 items. He has a Frozen Heart. We do 0 damage.com to this guy.
I don't understand how Malphite, in this current state, is able to just fend off this advance, besides the virtue that they are, in fact, Malphite. So I guess I do understand it, but what I'm trying to say
yeah, I was
here
going to say, it's Malphite, man. Like,
yeah. Once again, huge stopgap that Team Ambition has to try to get over. They are able to open up the base just a little bit more, but there's only one inhibitor down, and it's, in fact, Team Ambition.
All right. We're seeing them kind of play towards split, and that is something that is starting to work for Team Ambition just a little bit. Kachi's been able to pick up some farm on a side lane. We're seeing Porsche continue to push on a side lane. No longer has that Baron buff, so it won't be as easy, but I mean, minute and a half before the Dragon. I don't think Teamless Revenge can actually recall here, because now they're going to have to recall it, come right back onto the map, and this does give time for Team Ambition to clear out the minion waves, clear out the vision, and start to put some of their own. Now, there are some skip steps here. If we look at the bottom side jungle, the red side here for Team Ambition, there are a lot of flank wars for someone like Diesel or Genesis to come on down with. Playing out of Fog of War, Porsche needs to be very careful. He should have spotted Ari on this one.
Yep, and that means that Diesel is going to pull the trigger, use that knock-up dominance.
Everybody's here, wait a minute though.
But this is the big collapse that I think TRV are looking for. Now, we do see Blue Squad consolidating their forces on the bot side of the map, Porsche holding their own for as long as possible, almost getting a kill off their slice and dices. But yeah, this is tier 2 falling in the bot at the very least for Team Ambition to answer back. The problem is, Porsche is on a 47-second death timer. Elder Dragon's up in half a minute.
Yeah, but look at what they used there. That was Ari ultimate, which, yeah, is a pretty short cooldown, but is not going to be up in time for the Dragon. That was Rakan quickness as well. And Diesel going to have to hope. Yeah, look, so he will have the Unstoppable Force by the time that this objective is ready to go, but they used so much there. I think that might have been a small mistake. And I mean, Porsche, yeah, he's up 10 seconds after this objective spawns. I don't think that this objective is going to be taken on spawn, so they need to be careful here. Could look to turn on to Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis is going to miss their charm. That means that Diesel has to go for the engage. Flashes over the wall. Triple knockup. Levitate trying to get to safety off the back of their Featherstorm, but Diesel is right on top of them. The Yasuo is useless, and that will be TA collapsing in the mid lane. TRV with 3 kills are charging down onto the enemy Nexus. They're looking to take this to a game number 3.
Oh no, I thought Levitate would be able to respond to that. None of it in time. As now, we're going to see it. Porsche and Limo making the defense of a lifetime. That should just be game. They can't do it.
And Nori B just too powerful, still untouched throughout all of these exchanges. Porsche has to bring themselves back towards the fountain. Without a wave, I think TRV might actually have to back off. There are super minions pouring in.
They got it, they got it. Okay, Levitate's up in 5, Kachu's up in 10.
I mean, Diesel's going to reset, go for the teleport, trying to stabilize a wave near this tower. But yeah, multiple Blue Squad members are back up. And Noribi still untouched. Clyde is going to die to their wife. Now, we do see Snow2 also fall in this one, but that is basically just a means by which TA could buy time. Kachu trying to jump in with another ultimate. Genesis yet again kiting things out. And Noribi is still alive throughout it all. The Mountain Man picking up a double kill. Finally, we see the Nexus fall. 30 minutes in, Teamless Revenge bring it back.
Almost 30 kills here for Teamless Revenge. What an insane game coming out from them, as, like, I mean, again, we didn't expect for it to go this way. We had our doubts coming into draft, but now we're here. Game 3 for Teamless Revenge versus Team Ambition.
And it's only a single game, Alk. You talked about it. This is such a claustrophobic set of variables for Team Ambition to play with, to try to prove themselves, to not get knocked out before top 8 to a team that is already 2-0 to them. Things are starting to change, and honestly, I think that Teamless Revenge may have just downloaded TA.
Who knows? Who knows? We still got one more game, so we're going to take a small break so we can get our heads back on straight after that one. Don't go anywhere. The final game here for Teamless Revenge versus Team Ambition will be coming up soon.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers. We have gone all the way to Game 6 on the day, and I don't think any of us expected this to have happened, but Teamless Revenge, off the back of a crazy Callista carry, are now 1-1 with Team Ambition, the champions of the first Summer Qualifiers.
That is a sentence that I think if you would have told me a week ago, all right, maybe a little bit more plausible. The games that we saw last week were definitely, I think, supposed to give us a lot more hope. But Team Ambition, hey man, backs against the wall, guys. You gotta get it done at this point. You need to be able to take care of business because, you know, you are literally our first seed coming into this tournament. It would be a pretty big fall from grace. Obviously, exciting as all hell for a team like Teamless Revenge if they can win. I want to give them their flowers. If they're able to take this victory, then they're going on to quarterfinals tomorrow. Team Ambition, their run starts here. But that is not what we should come to expect. We should hold this team to a really high bar because, like, literally 4 weeks ago, we just saw them won the whole tournament. There's no reason for them to be losing right now.
And this is the roster that they won it with, I believe. I mean, they have Porsche back off of vacation. Unfortunately, maybe they haven't, shaken all the sand out of their ears and whatnot, because this is still looking like a team that is trying to coordinate, trying to build plans, but occasionally they just are needled to the point where they collapse. And, I mean, while there are many ways to lose a game, stealing a Baron, bringing the gold as close as it was, having the scaling composition, and still losing because a Callista got 10 kills is a rough way to go.
Yeah, Callista just completely blew up the early game. You've been a Nori Bead. Just dropping a Nori B right there. It's what I love to see because we're playing around our player's strengths. When we're looking at a Nori B, he has been someone who will pick things out of left field. It was the Ziggs last week, which isn't that much of a strange champion, but for Team Ambition, they played 2 games up against it and hit the Kindred for Krakadon, and the game was just over, right? Like, they just got rolled in that first week, and that's why we saw Team Ambition have to go through the lower bracket. So when we see him now in a spot where you need a game win, you already have your Draven banned away. Kai'Sa's been taken away. Don't try to play meta versus these guys. Get in their face. Try to play something spicy. The Callisto was a risk. We could have very easily been on the other side of this coin talking about how, wow, what a great game coming out from Team Ambition, and we're talking to the interviewee right here. But that Callisto, they flipped on level 2 and level 3. They knew that the Xayah had no damage early on, and they preyed all on Team Ambition's weaknesses early on.
Yep, and that being said, I don't know if Callista's going to be let through again, but regardless, it does kind of feel like TRV came out of that game gambling, and this time around they high rolled. Who knows what's going to happen in this next game? I would like to see a little bit more stability from them in the mid-game. I want to see them push their advantages a bit harder, and I want to see them win on their own terms rather than exploiting some very bizarre weaknesses, to be sure, but weaknesses nonetheless from Team Ambition, mistakes from Team Ambition. What in the world was Kachu doing that game?
He's playing Yasuo, man. Hard Yasuo game to play. I think it was a tough one. And again, if they're winning, they also can be a little bit better of like a backline threat and stuff. But I agree, probably want to see Kachu on something a little bit different. It is one of his signature picks that we've come to know him for the last at least this entire year actually when we've seen him play. But wasn't necessarily the best. We'll see what other melee champion he does tend to gravitate towards. Haven't seen too much of his mage play really start to get exploited. So going up against Genesis, I mean Genesis, his entire thing is like, I'm going to hold you in lane or I'm going to leave. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm just going to do my thing. I think our mid matchup is not going to be super important because we saw last game that everything was happening around our bottom lanes. And kind of like a silver narrative there, like our top laners have just been trading back and forth. The Renekton first for Diesel, he stomped and then lost the game. Porsche, he did really well, and then it was like, hey guys, maybe we should recognize that top lane, unfortunately in this meta, kind of sucks. Like, you guys are playing tanks, we're not actually playing for the lane, Rift Herald is nice, but we need to play for team fights. And Renekton has some of that, but not like a Malphite or like a Scion.
Yeah, credit to the top lane of Teamless Revenge for just obliterating Team Ambition with some beautiful teleport flanks into unstoppable forces. That was the reason why Kalista could get in and do the damage that they did, honestly. And so that is another angle that Team Ambition, unfortunately, is going to have to stay woke about here as we move into this next draft phase. Kind of worried about their odds overall.
Yeah, I personally am going to hold out faith for Team Ambition because Team Ambition, point leader right now when we look at our standings, they are the #1 seeded team coming in, and I think as a community, as we look forward towards not only this tournament and who's going to be going forward, we want to have the most exciting games possible, but we also want to have, pretty high quality ones as well. Afterwards, we have the promotion tournament, and TA falling here, I don't want to say it fully knocks them out, but it definitely opens up the race that we were talking about. I mean, Gentle Hearts still in this tournament, they can still make the run. Coachify, another team that is on the bubble there at 5th and 6th, they can make that run if Team Ambition suddenly goes missing. So you need to start getting worried here as Team Ambition. Maybe you got to be able to say like, okay, maybe there's some strats we've been hiding for later on. If they're not feeling comfortable, they can definitely start to pull that one out. And for Teamless Revenge, again, all eyes are on you now. What do you do? How do you take this series? How do you go ahead and win Game 3?
Yeah, and those are certainly questions that TRV have to be asking themselves right now. I don't actually think they're going to be resting on their laurels in the way that I was joking earlier where, hey, we are guaranteed a positive win rate versus Team Ambition during groups. I think they genuinely want to win this, and they want to find themselves taking to top 8 for the second summer qualifier. And for me, I think that if I were to give them advice right now, although I think they're kind of moving into draft as we currently speak, so perhaps it's the wrong time to give advice to them, what I would recommend to them is find another way to smash the early game, maybe emphasize jungle facilitation again. And I don't think they're going to be allowing Kalista to come through, but something similar to a Kalista could actually be your angle. Also, I want to see your support really work hard on engage.
Well, we'll see. We've got our draft set up here. So Team's Revenge now on the blue side. TA decide to go for red this time around. So given side select, thanks to them losing that last game, they go ahead and are going to take this one up. I wonder what this will change in terms of priorities. The Rel has stayed. Team's Revenge have also been really focused on getting rid of Jace here as well. But for Team Ambition, what else could they be getting rid of? So it feels like their bans are pretty locked at the minute. You have Ziggs, you have Kindred. What else are you going to be taking away here as Team's Revenge even getting rid of the Kalista?
I mean, these seem like a solid combination of things to deny that adapt from earlier games in the series alongside things that have just been, by their name, incredibly strong for a while now. Ziggs, Kindred, both on the burden of TA to ban away because of the first pick power of Teamless Revenge. We'll see how they're going to be able to leverage that now as we see more responsive bans, I think, out of TRV. That Kaisa, that Zaya both knocked away, alongside the Rel that has also seen quite a few very early bans.
Ooh, okay, so the Maokai's gone, but Jace has made it through. If I'm Teamless Revenge, there's no way we're first picking this champion, guys. Like, I get it. Rakan is really good for engage, but you're giving over Jace to Kachu. I think that's a mistake. Sejuani now here for Limo if he wants to pick this up. They could also focus AD carries. Again, Tristana making it through this series really untouched except for a single ban in Game 1. I think that this should be a pretty easy slam. Okay, you don't want to go for jungle? That's fine too. I just think picking up Jace would be way too OP not to give up.
All right, well, ball's in TA's court right now. They've gotten themselves the match on the support side of things so far. They could just consolidate their bot lane, though, on the second pick rather than going for something like that Jace, as you were mentioning. Whoa, that Greg is kind of a third option I wasn't expecting.
That's the secret dark tech. That's the stuff that like you keep away. You just never. It's in the back part of your closet. You just like forget that Gragas is back there, and then you're cleaning one day. You're moving, and you're just like, there's still Gragas in here. Okay, well, yeah, I guess we should use it now that it's, we've brought it back out into the light. So probably a Gragas here for Porsche, since they know that top lane is just going to be top lane fighters. Poppy here is pretty good. I think will definitely kind of disincentivize a Jace pick that we were talking about, and still flexible here for Diesel and Krakedon.
Yep. going to be denying quite a few things, and early on in the draft, TA could sometimes overemphasize responses to the Poppy. We'll see if that actually happens. What in the world is this?
That champion has not been released in the last 4 years. Why is it in my draft?
Exactly.
I mean, cool. I just think that you're kind of praying that team fights are going to go very long, and then you're just going to be standing. You know, you're going to be have battle lines drawn and looking at each other. Let's see. I would actually really like a Jinx here. I think it would add a lot and the explosiveness of your team. But there we go. Okay, they locked it in. I was wondering if they were going to get an Aphelios coming out from Levitate. So, Team Ambition, it's all about that first punch. Can they grab one kill to set off Jinx? And Levitate doesn't have a lot of threat. Yes, there's a Rakan, and Poppy will definitely be a big one, but you really need a big front line here to be able to hold it down and give Sivir enough time to, shred through the rest of the team.
Yeah, a lot of burdens, I think, placed upon Teamless Revenge here in the second phase of the draft. But we've got the bans to work through first. A Garen respect from Team Ambition. Love to see it. The response is going to be actually the Yasuo. They were afraid of Kachu hitting that 10 death power spike.
Okay. Why did we ban Yasuo, guys? I get why. I don't want to. I'm kind of playing it up a little bit, but they have Gragas. They have a Nautilus, and up against TRV, this is a perfectly fine comp actually to play Yasuo, but they have a Poppy, and I honestly wouldn't be too afraid of what we saw from Kachu so far. This Gragas could be a flex, is a three-way flex. Limo can play it, Kachu can play it, Porsche can play it, so interested to see where it ends up going. It seems like for TRV, they are not concerned about it going in the mid lane for the time being, and this does mean that TA probably going to have to show their hand just a little bit, as they will have to probably pick a jungler here. Jace makes it all the way to the second round of bans. Just insanity to me.
Yep, going to be finally denied by Teamless Revenge. TA, until the very last moment, had the ability to lock it in, but TRV will read this at the very last moment and make sure that this will not be going into the very capable hands of Team Ambition. That being said, still a lot of really solid power picks coming out of Red Side. I am a huge Gragas fan. I think the champion is just consistent, as it were. Got the Jinx, and now we got an Olaf as well. Tell me about it, AllKB.
I don't know who this is still going for, though, because we've seen Porsche and we've seen Limo play this champion this split. So, there is a lot still riding here. This last pick from TA will tell us everything, but for TRV, I think you get the general gist. TA are going to run at you. There is nothing stopping them. You just have to pray that you can get in front and maybe try to stop some of the other members of Team Ambition, but it is all go buttons forward here for TRV. Pick a champion probably that would love to receive a couple of these champions. I don't think you're going to probably see, I wish this was a meta where you can get Ori or Orianna, because Ori would feel really good here, but feel a little maybe weak and susceptible. Now, if they were very based, this would have been an Anivia pick. Anivia would have absolutely turboed this draft, and it would have made me very happy, but that champion is not very popular. So, we'll see. Now, TA, time to show your cards, brothers.
They got one final pick. This is what they went to Red Side for. It is the counter, and it doesn't actually look like it is going to be going into the top lane. The consideration of the Seraphine. Pretty interesting here. Get a snap over to the other Wind brother, though. There goes Kachu onto the Yone.
Another melee champion that he would love, and something that has a winning matchup into Ahri. I think this is fine. Has also still enough kill threat on a side lane. Can definitely get in that back line, skip out on that Poppy, and we're straight into game 3. Everybody, this is your first seed. Team Ambition backs against the ropes right here, and Teamless Revenge, a team that was not expected to make it to this point, already upset Team Ambition once. They want to do it a second time here in game 3.
Fascinating draft, fascinating upset for game number 2. And if you guys want more of this action, I highly recommend that you guys check out going in person to NACL Finals, where we already have teams defying expectations, disguised versus evil geniuses challengers. Can be a fantastic thing to watch out for. You guys can grab tickets online. They're very cheap, as we noted before, and it's just such a fun experience to go watch League in person.
For sure. It's going to be in the Riot Games Arena. This is a pretty big callback, especially when in previous years the Proving Grounds events have been in the arena. Really big spectacle, always a lot of fun, and you get to listen to some of the Challengers League guys over there and hopefully meet some of the players that will be playing. So I know I'm personally excited. I really want Surdy to sign a piece of merchandise for me. So Surdy, if you're out there, Coming for you, brother.
We
you're
stand
not-
Surdy on the stream. I love Surdy.
Yep, there you go. Also, congratulations to Surdy for signing with, oh my god, what is this? I literally just sent this to Grapes and said, wow, they won the off-season. Surdy's in Collegiate, so that should be a lot of fun. Where is Grapes' MID? We literally just talked yesterday. Okay, where is it? He signed to Converse, that's what it was. So,
Wow,
he's
going to
be playing in Collegiate.
University after a shoe.
Yeah, I know. Haha, very funny.
Now, the collegiate scene is actually super wild right now. I saw that Magudis signed with George Mason University here in Virginia. I started working for the College of William & Mary very recently, and so they're looking like rivals, if not people that absolutely stomp us. But, you know, credit to our League of Legends team. I know our guys work hard as well. Would love to see us clash at some point.
Yeah, it would be a lot of fun. We got a game in front of us. Junglers all pathing towards the top side here. Porsche has a bit of a weird position here as he can run over Diesel on this Olaf, but it's all on can he land a single Q. Once he gets one axe onto him, that slow should be enough. And Olaf is looking to be a massive threat onto Sivir. There's nothing that Sivir can do versus this champion other than a flash over a wall. So anytime that summoner spell is down, that's just going to be a win going over to TA if they can get him into that back line. And Limo actually going for the full AP variant as well, so really trying to burst out his opponent.
TRV with an inevitable wave clear that comes from Minori B getting priority over this bot side for the time being. Levitate knows they just gotta sit back for a little bit, relax, and look for team fights. Start chain killing on that Jinx, and you know the fun don't stop until everybody's dead.
Okay, hook on the Clyde. Get to look for a difference. Oh my god, wait, caught you.
Great point blank charm onto Kachu. Krakedon coming in like a heat-seeking missile. Soul Unbound don't matter. That is gonna be first blood to TRV.
And Kachi showing a little bit of respect, probably just not gonna flash that immediately, knowing that if he flashes, he's gonna have to teleport back into the wave anyway. Oh my god, we're just fighting Clyde. That could be first. Oh!
They are gonna die. Snow 2 claims the kill, and now Levitate's excited. Root down onto Inori B means that the Sivir has to try to just zoom out to safety. Still holding onto the flash. Eventually has to use it. Crack it on the far side. Looking to clean this up, though. Levitate's ghost will run out, and that is gonna be another one for the Poppy.
Wow, Inori B survived for so long there, and it was barely on the edge of auto attack range there for Levitate. So he's not gonna be able to grab that one. It'll be an assist going over to Inori B and Clyde. End up being a 1-for-1 in that trade, but now Krakedon is very far ahead, and this Poppy could do so much work in this game. She can stop Kachu, she can stop Limo. The only person that she really can't get a hold of is Porsche, but don't think that's going to matter. If this Poppy is in your backline, if she is a menace, Krakedon will be a massive portion of this team if they can win.
Yep, Limo even going to come up here to further pressure Diesel, forcing the flash out of the Scion. This could be a kill. Porsche going to take a little bit of tower aggro, but it doesn't matter. Passive is popped. And it looks like with Ghost, they're just going to be able to zoom to safety. There's no coverage from Blue Squad.
Alright, Snow's probably just dead here. He doesn't have flash. He's gone, and we've talked about it. Snow, you cannot get caught out constantly like this. It is how your team has been found. Oh my god, he actually doesn't. Never mind, my bad. I doubted the GOAT. I doubted the GOAT. Nick Snow, I'm so sorry. If you hear this back, I'm apologizing now.
I wasn't expecting that. The clutch shield at the last minute. The patience as well to wait out the Poppy W because of the way that hook works means that somehow Snow 2 will not die. We've seen plenty of Nautilus deaths from Snow 2 recently. I'm happy to see a scene change. Oh, this is a great pin though from the Poppy. Right back on top of Lebo. The same exact chase gonna happen again. This time Kachu covering, and I don't think with Levitate there that TRV can shove any harder.
Alright, Genesis is going to get a bit of damage down onto Genesis. They're just trying to set up for this dragon here. You need to be very careful if you are on the side of TRV. It looks like they're going to be dissuaded from going for this. Giving a lot of alone time to the Sivir, however, who will be totally okay with this game being, you know, extended, with this game going longer, with this game taking a little bit and not getting too out of hand too quickly. As now we're going to be seeing it, Teamless Revenge kind of just playing around. I mean, Krakedon is still looking for an angle. He could just look to finish off his Krugs and then look to try to finish all of those topside camps, which is what Limo is doing right now. Limo wants to get to level 6 as soon as possible.
Kachu, so once again, Soul Unbound, trying to trade into Genesis. Still in a small health deficit. We'll just take the reset for the time being as the Aria absorbs a wave. Dragon still standing here. This could be the longest time in either series that we've seen a Dragon survive for, actually, and it hasn't even been that long. High prio has been placed from both teams upon these neutral objectives in many of our games.
Yeah, especially when we were talking about the earlier series. First two Drakes were pretty important. Kachu trying to get some damage on. Oh, but that's a pretty bad trade right there.
Yeah,
Taking the turret. Taking the turret. Probably not the best part of that. But putting a lot of pressure onto Genesis because, hey, we're a manaless champion. I do not care. Like, oh, no, you can't use your spells. Well, all of mine are up, and I can still use mine because I'm playing Yone, which is very fun. Got to be very careful here for TA, as no flash on Levitate will mean that Clyde can go in. They do have double ignites here, but you know, there is a small window that I think that they could potentially find something. So Limo, already level 6 now, will have that over Krakodon as the reset is actually already finished off on his boots. Should be looking for something. We'll be going towards the bottom side. Let's see if they can actually turn this into maybe a dragon. Maybe they look for something in mid, knowing that this guy's flash is still up and available. You have TP coming up soon. If they can get this before the teleport comes back up, this is definitely a win for them. Maybe they just try to use the fact that they have Olaf top lane and we're just playing for a Rift Herald. That is also very fair.
Yeah, Porsche once again occupying the space where, above all else, what they were trying to do is simply set up for their team. And while they can become a bit more of a raid boss in their own right, we haven't quite seen them crest over that power spike, even as they are up CS and a kill. TRV, got to be careful pushing this far forward. Good coverage, though, from Genesis and Krakodon means that Anori B and Clyde are happy to crash and actually get another wave absorbed before going for the reset.
Yeah, they knew that they were here, and they knew that that pink ward is there as well. Like, the ping is there, no one clears it, and so they get spotted during all of that. Just unfortunately not a great timer for them. If they had actually pulled the trigger, I mean, you just have Ari tank it for a little bit, and then, you know, she just dashes out with her spirit dash, so maybe a lack of confidence there, but maybe just respecting the timer. Levitate has his flash back up. I think it would have been fine to keep his flash basically on gray, you know, keep it on cooldown the entire game. That is a win condition for you if you are Teamless Revenge. And get to take a look at the gold. Top side of the map, definitely looking good, and even Levitate has a small lead, but really it's pretty negligible among all things. And Diesel, he is going to be totally fine in this matchup. Yeah, he's down almost 20, 30 CS, but again, it is a Scion, and Olaf runs out. The minute that Olaf stops being useful, this falls apart. You're playing a 4v5 on the side of Team Ambition.
And I mean, this is basically what got such a satisfactory second game outcome for TRV, right? The top lane was happy to go down a little bit of CS, didn't matter at the end of the day. They are playing one of those hyper-stable tanks with guaranteed value. Porsche gonna have to do a lot more early on in this game. They're setting themselves up well, but execution has been a problem for TA, especially coming off of that game number 2.
Well, now we're in the waiting zone, right? They got the Rift Herald here for the side of Team Ambition. They're looking to make a play in mid lane here. Kachu gets charmed.
Soul Unbound. I think Kachu might be able to still get out of this one. Flash is available. Good knock-it from Clyde. Krakodon a little bit too late to this one. Yone just going to be happy to back behind the tier 1.
What a wonderful set, what a wonderful bit of patience here from Kachu. Knows he has teleport, doesn't even elect to use the flash in this situation, so straight up saves the summoner spell and is able to get out alive now. Has to show a lot of respect again here. Krakodon. Oh my god, he has to be so careful, man, because, like, it's a single E, and he does a lot of damage even with just the Bomby Cinder. They secure a plate here, split between 3 members, so just shy of 60 gold. And Team Revenge are kind of okay with this game going later and later.
Yeah, at the 10-minute mark, though, a 2K disadvantage is rough. Team Ambition, I think, know that they are in control of the pace of this early, and they have the Rift Herald, which is gold in Potentia on top of it. TRV certainly need to continue to cut their losses, otherwise we could just be seeing too much of an insurmountable tempo advantage over to Team Ambition early in this game. And this is that chain slow that you were talking about, Diesel, having to walk all the way back awkwardly to the tier 1 tower. Somehow, the trade ultimately goes even. Porsche a bit too far forward.
Yeah, also doesn't have a lot of mana at this point, so won't be able to trade all that much. Now, Poppy is topside. Limo is on his way. but it looks like this is mostly just going to be getting control of the river, making sure that Poppy's not there, trying to spot out, send some feelers out as this Gragas. 2 minutes before the Dragon. We still have that Rift Herald here. It's been 3 minutes, so Rift Herald should be despawning soon. I wonder if this is going to be used in mid lane. Looks like instead they're going to try and get this in the top side. You see how he's been hovering around this. They put down wards. They are now getting the teleport out of Diesel and Porsche. Poppy has an option here, knowing, hey, are they going to play around top side? We can make to go for the roam. Aporia as well can start to make her way over here. We'll actually spot out Limo.
And things just remain in the balance between these two teams. No neutral objectives to squabble over just yet. It really is just a matter of how much value TA can extract in the next few minutes before the plates go down from this Eye of the Herald, which currently cannot be used because Krakadon has slammed Limo into yet another wall. Meanwhile, we have a bit of an engage on top of Snow 2. That's actually the quickness used. And Nori B is here to try to pick up the kill. Snow 2 unfortunately cannot make their great escape from the bot side jungle a second time.
Wow, what a great job. And I love that Honori, as soon as they go for that, they're calling for it. They're immediately saying, no, stop that. Immediately uses on the hunt. Limo can get soloed here.
Good W from Krakadon, staying on top of the Fat Man. Good knockup as well from the Keeper's Burning. And they're able to get under the explosive cask. The solo kill. Porsche coming in like a bat out of hell to try to turn things around. Poppy is going to die to the reckless swing. Ragnarok forced out of Porsche in order to do so, though.
And that'll be 9. That's 500 gold. You know, we were talking about Limo having a bit of a lead, but that was also a shutdown now, going over to Porsche. But this entire time, it's more and more plates falling for Team Ambition. And going over to the side of Honori B, who's just getting more and more gold. Getting a little bit worried here for Team Ambition. They are down, or they're up 1,500 gold, but it comes from their solo laners right now, and a little bit of that jungle experience where you're up 30. You're up 30 in both of your lanes. But jungle as well, hey, we got a small lead. But we're getting kills onto Krakadon. Honori is doing fine. This bottom lane is getting, you know, more and more punished, specifically Snow 2. Team Mission got to tighten this up mid-game. They need to be able to get back into, into overdrive, get back into a killer position, because you do not want to try and play even game versus Teamless Revenge right now.
Certainly this series is closer than any of us expected, and Teamless Revenge are still sitting pretty, relatively comfortable here in the third game of this best of 3. They're up a kill, they're down a bit of gold, but that can turn on a dime, and like you're talking about, Alk, right now, you just can't step to how powerful some of these individual members are. Krakadon, 3-1 on this Poppy, going to be doing so much work, tanking up as soon as they crest over that first item, and while this is all happening, Honori B is playing that scaling game. They're going to continue to CS quite nicely versus Levitate, and from there translate that into hopefully a lot of priority for the team. Now that they have the static shift completed, that's tons of wave clear as well on top of their ability to mow down towers as we see here.
I did not think I would need to see Sivir with more wave clear. I didn't think it was possible. I mean, it just means that Sivir saves mana for like a W. Really, because now all she needs to do is just auto attack the mini wave, and she can throw a Q or she can use her W. So either way, you're saving about 80 mana. I don't think it's going to be that impactful, but certainly something to look at, and definitely helps in their case. As Kachu uses the Spirit Unbound, I don't think we need to be using the quickness here. So pretty big win for Team Ambition, as the Herald has already spawned. Jinx is late for this play, but Teamless Revenge, I think, not only just a little bit too early, but they don't actually have priority from mid or from top lane, especially with that top tier 1 falling. So this is not going to be their objective to play for. Team Ambition should be able to get this Rift Herald, and then set up for what looks to be either, going and waiting for Dragon in 4 minutes, and we play around that for mid lane, or getting more and more of that top side, playing around Porsche. Captain Porsche at this point, he has saved games. He literally saved a game last qualifier with this Olaf, and he's going to have to do it again.
The gold gap is continuing to widen, and Team Ambition have gotten a way to push past the 3K milestone if they get an effective drop on this second Shelly. Teamless Revenge certainly are hanging on, but I really need to see them find fights, find means by which to exploit some of the greedy positioning of Team Ambition. If they do that, they are in this for the long haul, but there's still a chance the TA off of a singular fight that goes well under their calls, they could just land a death blow and knock TRB out of contention.
that would be an incredible upset. You know, we talked about that. Week 1 of the groups was the week of upsets. We saw all of our top teams, almost all of our top teams fall. Week 2, they had the bounce back. And week 3, so far, has been all of our top teams taking their place back into top 8. They have taken a place into top 2, or into top 8. They beat all the teams so far. Winthrop has been CB, which happened in week 1. We saw that for Lit, they were able to take down Apex Mission Impossible. They unfortunately will not have their revenge versus Cold Hearted, but they made it back out of that group as the first seed. So it's all up to Team Ambition. Are you going to follow the trend? Are you going to join your brethren, you know, the fellow top 8ers? Or are you going to fall? Because this is one of the more close games that we've gotten, right, out of you know, our top 4. Like, this is a team that's #1 coming into the qualifier. Team's Revenge, I think they are coming into this qualifier, they're number 15 after all of the seeding. But like, they were expected to make it, but not necessarily make top 8. And now we're in this position where they're up 3,000 gold, but Team Ambition still need to worry about, hey, what is a team fight going to look like? Like, we need to be able to bust through tanks, and we're waiting for specifically someone like Kachu, who is up 40, 0-1-0, and has a shutdown. Like, what is this, guys?
I mean, it's 2 dragons stacked up by Teamless Revenge already as well. We're about a minute and a half off from a chance at Soul Point for a team that I think benefits quite mightily from an Infernal Soul.
Okay. Oh, this is getting so tense. I love it. I love the drama. I'm hoping that everyone at home is able to enjoy this as well, as maybe they try to make this pick onto Diesel. Worried about the lack of damage that they have. Turret is still here.
Bit of a split fight now. Here comes the Sivir ultimate, and Snow 2 is totally caught out. Levitate is trying to free fire onto the backline. Teleports from everybody. They are looking to make their mark here. Porsche on the bot side of this play is just going to be blown. Actually, that's Levitate blown up, and now Limo will be able to kill a Nori. Both marksmen are out of the fight. Clyde incredibly low, and look at Kachu diving on in, blowing up a weakened Krakadon. Snow 2 hanging on, staying alive throughout it all, as Genesis finds themselves alongside Diesel inside of the Soul Inbound, buying so much time. Kachu, so powerful right now. Now it's all up to Diesel to prevent the ace. Porsche will not be able to land the killing blow, but that was a beautiful play by Team Ambition. 3 for 4 in their favor, and Kachu all of a sudden jumps out ahead.
We thought this series was going to come down to bot lane. We thought that Levitate versus Honori B was going to be the tail of the tape. But that is not the case right now. It is these solo lanes that are keeping Team Ambition in this game, in the lead right here, as Levitate never was able to find a reset. He got completely owned by Diesel in the backline at the very end, who just walked up on him, and Scion, tank gameplay, you got ADC'd in 2023. Congrats, man. These AD carries, they're trying to survive, but the damage is not relevant. I mean, like, Sivir is more of a utility AD carry in the way that she operates, but Jinx is predicated on being a main carry. That just doesn't matter in this game now. Kachu is ahead. Porsche on this Olaf is unstoppable. There's no one on the side that Teamless Revenge can actually deal with this champion. So finally, one more. Come on, Shelly. Hey, there we go. Okay, so they'll finally break mid-tier 1, but this dragon has spawned, and I just don't think we're quite done with it. Look at what is up. Every ultimate available, but summoners are gone.
This, with TRV on top of it, will be the defining fight of the game. Teamless Revenge know that this is their chance to strike. Moving to Soul Point buys them so much more priority, and here's the jump. Straight onto Snow 2, blown up in an instant. Explosive cast fuse, goes a little bit wide, and Nori B already gonna fall though. Genesis desperately trying to get out from under Kachu, who returns back to the normal body. Porsche still kiting everybody for the time being as the dragon remains aggroed. Krakadon trying to find an angle on top of this Yodi. Levitate coming in, looking to play cleanup crew now, and that forces TRV off from the river. Diesel going to have their passive popped. Jinx holding on, restabilizing for TA.
Wow, that knockaway from Krakadon may have been what kept TRV from getting this dragon. If this had landed onto another member, maybe onto Kachu, maybe onto Porsche, they could have stayed in this fight. But Levitate gets knocked out, he's able to re-enter, and they get more kills. So now 6,000 gold in favor of Team Ambition, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, the game has been even regardless of the gold lead in terms of the fights. We've been seeing them trade back and forth And TRV now, couple of fights away from potentially losing this, and Team Ambition are holding on for dear life. They want to be able to win this series after all the missteps, all of the misplays that have been going on. They want to be able to go into top 8. They want to try to represent themselves again as the returning champions.
Clyde playing on the razor's edge there inside of the river, trying to forge forward to get vision around that Baron Nashor. Here's the engage, Hex flashing over the wall, incredibly low, may be able to outlive this with the honey fruit, cracking on kill snow too on the backside of this one, and so far it's a 1-0 in favor of TRV. Levitate set on the run past the tier 2 tower, Limo goes down, and as soon as we speak about TA trying to buy the odds, it's up to Kachu now to try to restabilize this play, and Noribi falls. Clyde is going to walk straight by the Yone, and things once again on the map remain even.
If Sivir had lived there, that's Baron immediately there. Started up for Teamless Revenge. Team Ambition, they cannot be lacking in any bit. Clyde should be able to get out. Rakan is a very cool champion, very poggers champion. He can just do that all the time. Teamless Revenge want to keep their foothold in this game. That 6,000 gold lead is a lie. It is a complete fabrication. It is almost entirely in the top lane and in the mid lane, but everything else is even. And it feels maybe a little weird to discredit them so often when they have been carrying the fights back to back to back to back. Oh, that charm going wide.
Kachu doesn't have the ability to get into their soul unbound form. Finally, they're going to be able to pop that. Genesis getting run down by Porsche with the Ragnarok on top of them. Clyde unable to do a whole lot to buy space. And meanwhile, Diesel finds themselves caught out in the mosh pit, hit by 4 separate members of Team Ambition. Now, it's Red Squad control over the topside river.
Alright, I think I've seen enough. They don't have any damage to kill these guys, so Team Ambition are just way too far ahead. I know I was kind of playing on the fence a little bit about whether or not they're going to do this. They're going to take the Baron as well. Team Ambition, they're solely going to take this at this point. If they can't kill Kachu in that spot, in the most perfect, premier spot where he's CC'd, Genesis does not land the stun, that's just game. That should just be it. That's going to be TRV going to get knocked out here. Team Ambition, welcome to top 8. Welcome to playing against Team Eterna tomorrow. That was their position to do that, and now the Turo Baron buff for them as well. Like,
wow.
Yep. Okay, cool. So the game's just over now.
Heartbreak for Teamless Revenge, unfortunately. You have to index into that Everfrost on the Ahri, and that means you just don't have damage right now. A clean shutdown over to Nori B, though, continues to keep hopes for Blue Squad fans up right now, but they have to fight through this Baron Nashor and a 7.7k gold deficit.
Dragon spawning in a minute. If they can grab just one turret, it obviously won't fix everything, but it will give them a bit of an objective bounty. Oh, Porsche's on this flank, though.
Incredible flank from Porsche, immediately popping the Ragnarok, and Nori B has to flash away. Clyde will be able to get over the wall with a W, but Limo follows off beautifully to kill the Sivir, and now Krakadon finds themselves in, unfortunately, a forest of fire, as that is going to be Levitate grabbing another one, getting their passive ramped up, and now, as a group, Team Ambition are pushing upon the tier 2 in the mid lane as Diesel struggles to find a way out.
Yeah, this game is going to continue to just spiral out of control.
Oh, Genesis.
Yeah. I mean, Diesel's probably tanky enough to walk this off.
You say that, but that's another hook landing. And while Clyde does manage to get a double knock up onto the back line and a shutdown onto Levitate, it's unfortunate that Team Ambition is still able to open up upon the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. And now Clyde, I think, has found themselves up a creek without a paddle, as it were, Wing over the wall, trying to get back towards the tier 2. Limo happy to tank up a few tower shots. It looks like the Rakan will survive, but at the cost of a mid lane inhibitor.
I was really ready for Snow to die there for that play. Dragon spawning now, like in 30 seconds. They don't even have to reset. They can just wait. They can start to take away some of these jungle camps. Fantastic job coming out from Team Ambition Soul Lanes there to hold on to this game. Hold on to the game.
Uh-oh.
Say that now, Kachu.
They need to kill Kachu here and now. Fate Sealed already used. Shutdown over to Nori B. The Sivir's starting to cook. I don't know, Alf.
It's a little bit of gold. It is a little bit. And right now they still have to hold on. They still have this dragon spawning in a little bit. They still have Levitate, who is almost done with 3 items. You have Limo sitting on 2, and Porsche cannot join this fight for the time being. Looks like they're going to take the dragon immediately. Teamless Revenge will go up to Soul Point here. But I mean, Nyarko, they are down 10,000 gold almost. That is a number, once you start getting to like 8 to 9,000, you start getting into the territory of you don't win a team fight. You need to just, you need to start having miracles occur. You need to start unplugging Team Ambition's keyboards and stuff. Like, you do not win.
Now, I agree, 10K has always been my classic breaking point for basically unthrowable, but Teamless Revenge have a few shining bright spots to continue to try to pivot and play off of. The hope is not fully gone just yet, but it certainly will be a miracle if they're able to bring this one back.
Alrighty. A little bit of time here, 2 minutes and 50 seconds before the Baron. How important this would be for Teamless Revenge. I mean, a bunch of players who have been discounted before. Anori B has been playing a little bit. Clyde, who recently just bombed out with Aporia, like we were talking about, finally able to make it. He's like, if I can't make it with one, I'll make it with another one. I think that not Sajid, Rock Boom over on Lit right now would probably say the same. Hey, if I can't make it with Aporia, if we can't find success together, let's try to find it on some different teams. And they're filling in quite nicely here, but they're going to need to dig in, dig deep, find something, because this game is completely out of their hands at this point. And I'm pretty sure Anori B, yeah, that ultimate is necessary. It looks a little bit unnecessarily, but if he doesn't pop that, then he just gets absolutely ran by Porsche, who has Ghost right now.
Diesel, gotta be careful. Kind of alone on this island under the tier 2 tower. TRV not exactly motivated to push back up to their position. It looks like eventually with the way the waves are going and the presence that TRV still have in the bot lane, that they will eventually be able to distract their Scion, but that's another tower going down. The gold lead has now crested over to 10K, and this is what you were calling. This is the point of no return. Teamless Revenge need to make something happen. They need a miracle in order to come back in this one, but unfortunately, it just seems like their prayers are not being answered so far.
Something for Team Ambition that they're going to notice is that they will lack the ability to actually start fights if Teamless Revenge don't actually leave their base, and so that's why the Baron and the Dragon are going to be so important. Teamless Revenge, you have to fight this Baron. I don't care who in comms is saying, guys, we scale, guys, like, we have to be able to wait for this item. Like, the game is going to end if you do not get this Baron. You will not get this Baron, which will then lead to the Infernal Drink being taken by TA, which, again, is just going to be another 5 minutes. You are not going to get as good of a time. You need to pray for a steal. You need to pray for something. Anori B has now finished 4 items. This is the point at which you stand your ground, you call your shot, and say, if we can't win now, we are probably never going to win in the first place. So, need to see it coming out from Teamless Revenge. A Baron inhibitor, like Super Minions, are just never going to be playable, and you're always going to lose the range battle versus someone like Jinx.
Yeah, Levitate is also just getting to that point where Jinx can run through the whole team. And it's not even their burden in this game. Look at how fed Porsche and company are. Limo, Kachu, all in incredibly comfortable positions. It's just so much for TRV to work through. And unfortunately, they're being assailed on all sides. Porsche happy to continue to push the day away, knowing they could get out from basically anything. And while that's all happening, that Baron is getting closer and closer to spawning.
You see it already. He's even got the GA. He does not care. He uses the Demolish proc as well. Alright, they're calling their shot. They're making it.
Clyde with the quickness going in. Levitate dead early in this play. Snow 2 split alongside Limo. Kachu gonna be chasing the ends of the earth. It's a miracle. This is what they need.
Wait a minute. Okay, this is really scary here for Team Ambition. Limo, can you make the steal? We've seen a steal today already. We've seen you do it before, Limo. They're trying to find where he is. He will get spotted now. Can he make it happen? This is game on the line. They will have to work. Oh my God, Porsche is ending the game.
Yeah, they have to find resets, but now it's a question of, can Limo actually distract, because Olaf is tearing up the base. There goes the Baron Nashor, and power backs are being used, but Olaf is so close to taking both Nexus turrets. They will be able to fell them, but will be felled in return as the GA is popped. Utter madness on the Ripped Alk, but 30 seconds away from the Dragon, and Teamless Revenge have gotten themselves a Baron.
That'll be also the Soul potentially coming up as well. So the Baron's going to help them push out. A Soul should be on the cards for them. Sivir is up, has GA at this point. 5 items and has the Flash. So Kachu's going to make his way down. Limo is going to make his way down. Genesis, when he respawns, he'll be able to teleport in. And they will need to hold it down in terms of the front line. There are no wards for Team Ambition to try to TP into. There's nothing for them to try to go for a sneaky play here. This should be the Soul going over.
And Nori already taken so low by the Fate Seal. Kachu doing so much work. Great denial of the dashes from Krakadon, but look at the explosive cast snipe, and that is going to be the GA. Popped on top of the 80 carry for TRV. Levitate staying alive through this one. That makes sense. So too is going to go down. And Nori holding on. The dragon has been taken by TRV, and this Sivir may turn the full game. Lemo has nowhere to go. Genesis teleports on top of them. I cannot believe it all.
Oh my god, and look at what Porsche's doing right now. He is spotted. He wanted to try and run in and end the game. Might try to just get an inhibitor, but everybody else is resetting. Remember, they still have Baron as well. So, what a tough... Oh, he's just going to use his ultimate. He's going to go for it.
No way! Clyde is trying to stop them alongside Diesel. Decimating Smash not doing it up! They're just hammering away at it! Genesis is coming in! Ragnarok is expired! Charm going down! Decimating Smash is gonna chain CC! Olaf! Ah! It's so close! Oh my god!
It's a single auto attack. Maybe Porsche will look back and say that auto attack onto Sion was not necessary, but that is it. Oh my god, they will have more chances of coming back, but I have never seen two teams fight so desperately to not get knocked out in this situation. Teamless Revenge, they got the Soul, they got the Baron, and they made 10,000 gold lead evaporate into 5. We're at 6,000 gold, which means gold is starting to matter less and less for a lot of our carries. Snow has to use the ultimate, he's able to get away as well. Shouldn't have any kind of advantages. Baron won't be spawning for another 2.5 minutes. The Elder won't spawn for 4.5. We've got a lot of time here, but still an open Nexus is always something you have to worry about. And Teamless Revenge, they could be making the comeback of a lifetime. They could be going ahead and booking their ticket to top 8. Did I lose my play-by-play? Okay. Alright, cool. So, Nyarko, in all of the chaos, may have gotten boomed, and that's okay, because we're having some fun. Nyarko, are we alive? Okay.
Am I alive? Awesome.
Awesome. Okay, good. You're good. We're making good on the promises here. Did you see? I know you were there. I know you were freaking out, but we still got a lot of game left to play. All right. So while we try to get Narco back into the call, try to make him back into the booth, we have a lot to talk about. We're talking about all of the summoner spells that are coming back up, and also the items that are being finished here as Kachu gets his Bloodthirster as well, so he is going to have some more of that sustain, which is already innate because of his own kit. Genesis, if he can finish a third item here, I think can be a bit of a nuisance. You're already starting to see it. It's getting so dangerous. It is making up for the fact that he is behind by having the Soul, by having 2 Infernal Drakes in his back pocket. Minute and a half before that Baron, and Baron might not even be naming the game right now. That Baron might end up being a fraudulent objective, as it could be leading TRV away from their base. Inhibitors are all respawned, and Porsche is currently sitting in wait, lying, trying to make sure that he is not going to be caught out. And with his GA coming back up, he could go for the end here.
It's going to be hard to do. We've seen him be able to truck through towers and then continue to hit the Nexus before falling, though. Like you said, GA kind of is the name of the game. If Porsche is able to get that back up, I don't think these inhibitors mean anything as long as they have a wave at their back.
Even without a wave, he does not care.
That's true.
This champion, he has Triforce, he will mollywop those inhibitors. So he's now waiting for maybe his timer, waiting for someone to show, because right now no one else from Teamless Revenge is showing. It is only Diesel. They know that Sivir can make their way down here, and a lot of vision being dedicated towards the top side. I will say this is a bit of a tough ask for Teamless Revenge. They need to go to this Baron in 30 seconds, but they also need to be able to stop someone like Porsche from getting into that back line and from getting right into the base. Sivir and Sion are here. I don't think that Diesel will be able to actually stop him. So he needs to be able to play with a lot of respect. They're actually sending multiple members here to deal with him. That means that they won't be available for this Baron. Oh my god. This is so suspect, man. This is... Okay, he's going. Well, they got ultimates. That's the Ghost out from Porsche. They get the slow as well. The Baron is being started here from Team Ambition. Can TRV do anything about it? They're actually going to ignore this. Cut straight through mid lane. There's no play for them through the top side of the map. The Turtle Baron buff is going to go over to Team Ambition. Let's see what they're actually able to do with this as the Dragon Soul, the Elder, being spawned in 35 seconds. That is going to be the most important objective now. The Baron is nice. The Baron will help you push the waves a little bit faster, but the Elder combat stats are going to be what's that much more important, as now Porsche actually TPing towards the top side here and potentially going to be playing on this wave instead. So instead of playing through bottom lane, wants to play on the opposite side of the big objective. Sionald comes down through the mid lane. We are waiting. We are waiting. We are biding time for the boys. Okay, they find one. That's Kachu. Potentially getting caught. That's his flash as well. A kill going over to Clyde. A kill going over to Teamless Revenge. That'll be 4 versus 5. Remember, Porsche cannot join this fight. So the Elder Soul is still here and available. It'll spawn now. Porsche can run right through the backline. He has his ultimate. He has GA as well. And they're just barreling down mid. They have the Baron. Okay, Anori B gets engaged upon. Porsche GA is proc, but look at what's happening in mid lane. There's a fight. Levitate's about to find more. Krakadon gets taken down. Almost. Okay, they're teleporting in at this point. We're just going to get a full-on team fight at this point. Anori B with the on the hunt being triggered. More members of TA are starting to fall. Levitate, no flash, no ghost, no hopes potentially. Goes right into the stopwatch, and that's going to be another one. It's going to be 2 to fall. It's going to be a full ace. Kachu up in 10. Teamless Revenge may have done it. They may have taken the biggest upset here in the NACL qualifiers. They're going to go for the Elder Dragon, and we have more game to play. That Baron was absolutely useless. Kachu's teleporting. Oh my god, there's no way. There's no damn way. Oh my god. What is going on? Narco got completely wiped out because of all of that. Kachu stops them from grabbing the Elder Drake. And we're just getting a full-on team fight. Team Ambition, this could be the end of your year. You won the last qualifier. Good on you. Teamless Revenge say, screw that. We're going to try and take it all here in the second. Kachu dodges out. And this is just insanity at this point. Kachu is dead yet again. Teamless Revenge, they do not want to go without a single whisper here. They want to make sure that they are known here in the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. They want to make it known that they took Ambition to 3. Regardless of the winners, I feel bad for everybody who goes on fandom after this and is just going to see the scoreline. They will not see the history. They will not see the game being played in front of them. They will only know of whoever won this. History written by the victors. As they try to find Limo. Porsche's in the base right now.
Oh, not
Diesel
again.
can do nothing for this.
They're going to have to go and respect
Sivers
this Olaf
back.
charging towards the Nexus. This could just be it. Porsche
That's
has
the game.
the ability to just end the
No,
game.
no,
They're
no.
going incredibly low. Here comes the autos. Anori B trying the best they
He's
can to
dead.
go through the health bar. They will be able to save it, but this is Elder Dragon now starting to be taken by TA. Blast over the wall. Clyde trying to find something. Krakadon is also here. Diesel trying to frontline. It is madness once again on the Rift. How is this game still going on, Alk?
I don't know, man, but guess what? It's going to be the Elder Dragon going over to Teamless Revenge.
No way. They're going to be
Team
able to get
Ambition
this.
can't do anything. Yeah, even with the body block there, Clyde stops that from being the case. 40 minutes. One of our closest games, bar none here in the qualifiers. And what a way to return. And this is the final game of the group stage, the final day of the group stage. We have quarterfinals tomorrow. One of these teams is going up against Team Eterner. The other one, their season is over.
Team Ambition, I don't think we're expecting or prep for this. This is now just about their experience is on the Rift. They have to dig deep. They have to try to bring it back, but they cannot make something happen in the next few minutes while this Elder Dragon buff is on Teamless Revenge. As you said before, gold gap doesn't matter. It has shrunk even further, but frankly, it hasn't been impactful for the past, I would say, 5 to 6 minutes. At this point in time, all it comes down to is who can take down the enemy base, who is going to make the mistake that leads to the big team fight.
And, you know, Teamless Revenge, they have held on with 3 open inhibitors with an open Nexus for so long. It has been like 10, 15 plus minutes of open inhibitors, open Nexus, open base. TA just not been able to find it. So, big timer for me is going to be the GA on Porsche, not because he's going to be in a team fight, but because it'll be the reason he's able to actually stay on top of that Nexus and go for it. Kachu now, his flash is coming back up. We've got Baron spawning in a minute. I want to say that this Baron is going to be important, but we've just seen that not be the case time and time again. It has bought Teamless Revenge a lot of time back into this game, but for TA, if they can grab this, it gives them minions to be able to pour into the base if they can get to that point. And we're seeing the strength of a 5-item Sivir. We're seeing some of the strength of a 4-item. Okay, teleporting into the bottom side. So again, he wants to play on the opposite side from where all of these objectives are spawning.
That being said, it's still a tough call for Porsche to push through the Elder Dragon. The executes matter a whole lot because it denies a little bit extra time that he can spend autoing the Nexus. And so I think that he's going to have to make his move far after this Baron Nashor spawns. But simultaneously, this is a lag time in which TA probably can't also contest the big purple worm due to the fact that Elder persists on these blue squad members. And now here comes Clyde activating the quickness, but they can't get on top of Porsche, who uses Ragnarok and Ghost in response. And now it's going to be a hook on a Diesel to deny the decimating smash. Levitate opening up with the rockets. It forces the flash out of the Scion across the map. These top laners trying to make a splash.
Look at the double soul laners here, though.
So much resistance. Kachu, Porsche continuing their onslaught, jamming towards this inhibitor in the bot side of the map, creating so much pressure as Diesel and Clyde are trying to handle what's happening up top. Crackdown on the flank, trying to get onto Kachu. They will be able to get the stun. And once again, GA pop from Olaf. I'm thinking that this strategy is starting to not work quite as well. Baron, though, still claimed by Team Ambition. The question is, will they be able to get Kachu out of the sticky situation with the buff on top of them? Clyde using the Shirelio is a bit too early, but Krakenot still able to get the E. Good job by Kachu, sidestepping the knockup from the grand entrance. They will be able to pull themselves back to the regular body, and they're building up some stacks on top of the Scuttle Crab. Teleport activated. They do not want this Yone to bear down upon the base with the power of the Baron buff. Kachu sending them on the run around.
Quickness is coming back up again.
Past the Raptors. Finally, I think they will be caught out and denied here, even as they maintain a pretty healthy set of shields and whatnot. It doesn't really matter. Finally, Inori B and company will clean it up.
But he bought so much time. I mean, Porsche is up in 15. 2 minutes before the dragon spawns. Baron going over to TA. All it does is buy them time, but I just don't know how much time is going to be necessary here. Porsche finally gets a hull breaker at this point. Team Ambition, their season wouldn't end 100%. They still have a chance of qualifying by points and squeaking in as a 4th seed potentially, but they do not want to have that given over. They want to be in control of their fates.
They won't be able to hit
Diesel.
inhibitor. Honestly, Scion using the ult right here, right now is a bit awkward because this is the gap by which TA could find an angle. Multiple low health bars. GA already pop on a Nori B, trying to buy space. The Sivir will be able to pull themselves to safety as Limo goes golden, but Levitate really just jamming these waves, trying to become that late game threat we know Jinxes can be. And with the Scion finally coming in with the reset, they will have to make the defenses within the territory of TRV. This is Team Ambition's time to shine. This may be their last shot at ending this game in their favor.
This is it. This is one of the last fights we're going to be able to see from these two teams. Teleport coming in for Kachu. They just want to barrel down mid. They want to use this mid wave. They know that Inori B has no flash. He will finish another item, or it looks like he will finally sell the GA.
There's the flank. Clyde goes in with the quickness. Charm straight on top of multiple members. Ragnarok forced down. Inori B dead. This is it. Team Ambition's got it. They're hitting the Nexus. They get the ace. And at the 45-minute mark, they finally find themselves propelled into the quarterfinals off the back of one of the craziest series I've ever seen.
A Dragon Soul like 3 Barons, a bunch of backdoor attempts, an open Nexus. What a wonderful way to end off our group stage play here in the NACL qualifiers. Just absolutely insane. I don't even want to talk about this game anymore. We're going to get a winning interview with one of the members of Team Ambition. Everyone go. We'll be right back. Oh my god.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the NACL Summer Qualifiers. Alk and I have gotten our heads screwed back on straight after what was an insane series between Team Ambition and what honestly I thought was going to be an easy sweep for them turned into a battle of the century as Teamless Revenge almost brought things back. But alas, they have emerged victorious, and as such, they have gotten themselves the privilege of bringing one of their own to this 3-box setup for an interview. We want to welcome their jungler, Limo.
What's up?
What happened, bro? Let's just cut to it. What the hell happened, dude?
Inoribib overperformed. I think that's about it, and we underperformed a bit, so the game had to be a little close.
Okay. I was worried you're gonna come in here and saying, playing for content, but yeah, I mean, we were afraid only because we saw game one. We're like, all right, cool. We get to go home early. I can go grab a burrito down the street. Like I was chilling, and then game two happened. We saw the Callista. Game three, what's happening? What got us to that point? What got us to game three?
A few silly deaths on timers that were not really allowed to die. Kind of added up and kept extending the game, so we had to play a 43-minute banger. But I think generally my team played pretty calm until the last few moments, so I think that's all that matters. We were able to hold it together.
Yeah. We were afraid that there was going to be a repeat of week one there for a second. We were like, okay, there's a couple elders going the way. For you anyway, like you're now back in top 8. You've made it. Do you feel a little bit of relief, or are you just like, okay, tomorrow it's game time versus Team Turner?
I mean, I just kind of show up and play. I'm not really thinking about where I am in the seedings. I guess top 8 is great. Hearing that, it's a bit of a relief that we're not getting out in groups, because that would be really embarrassing. But I knew we wouldn't, so no doubt in my mind. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for content.
Dude.
I mean,
fed answers.
I mean, I'm just, I don't know, excited to play tomorrow and then play Mirage in semis again. It's kind of our comfort zone.
Nice.
Yeah, already looking beyond what happened today, striding forward into the next matchup. Congratulations to you guys once again. And honestly, I think coming out of a series like that, you can't dwell. You got to just look to what's next, especially because we have less than 24 hours before we dive into you versus Team E Turner. So that's going to be an exciting one. But to look back one last time, can you tell us a little bit about how you felt your trajectory in this group stage was altered by roster shakeups? How do you feel now that you have Porsche back on the team?
I think in the end with Hoarder, he did a really great job filling in, and we got to adjust to the new playstyle with him, and I think we did that pretty well. That's evident from our last one. But now with Porsche back, everything's feeling a bit more natural. We're still kind of feeling out what our champ pools are going to look like for the tournament. We're kind of having some changes, basically weekly at this point, where we kind of discover new things that work for us. But I'm really confident that we'll be able to take the trophy again and knock out Mirage for the second time. That'd be great.
All right. Limo, floor is yours. You have any shout-outs? Anybody you want to give as we kind of give you the floor here?
As always, my team, Porsche especially, had a really insane performance in these games. Kachu, Nick, Levitate all did a great job. Enzo was the only one who was a little scared of the Malphite in game 2, and all of us said it wouldn't matter, and I should have listened to him, I think at least. So shout out to Enzo, Luis, our manager, the Honor analyst, they all do great jobs. And then I guess a shout out to my parents who are watching, as always.
Woo!
Sure, I gave them both heart attacks with that game. So
yeah, I was gonna say, they're probably like, dude, what is happening? Or like losing. Narco got like boomed off the cast for a second there, so we were everybody was kind of in there with you. Limo, appreciate you guys coming on, and we'll see you tomorrow for your quarterfinals match.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Awesome, and that's gonna be it for our show. Nyarko, how you been? How are you feeling? We're 6 games deep.
I am so happy to be here, and it's been a privilege to watch this many games and being able to cast it. I was panicking, man, with that last game where I got boomed. I thought it was going to be over by the time I got back. I don't know how both teams continued to hold on, but I'm happy that I got a few more shouts in there before things finally came to an end. But I'm excited to also be back on tomorrow for some more casting here of the NACL qualifiers. And honestly, it's been such an honor to do it with you and everybody else here on the production side of things. Shoutouts to Caddy, by the way, our observer for that game. He has already been complaining about his hands, and I imagine that he's going to have to go immerse them in some ice water after this.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you might have to do this. This is a look at our schedule for tomorrow. This is our qualifier elimination bracket finally finished up. Mirage Alliance versus Apex Mission Impossible, Team E Turner versus Team Ambition, Team Coachify versus the Gentle Hearts Gaming, and Lit Esports up against Winthrop University. Got a lot of matches tomorrow, got a lot of best of 3s tomorrow, and it all starts again here on Rally Cry Official and Rally Cry 2. You can check us out, 10 a.m. PST, same time every time. And yeah, that's it for our show. Make sure you tune in tomorrow to make sure we get to see the final conclusion of who's top 8 and who's top 4.
Yeah, going to be a fantastic time. Cannot wait to see you guys there. Shout out once again to our sponsors, Churro and Subway, alongside the last rally cry that we have for Rally Cry to go get those NACL tickets. It's going to be a sick time to go in person and watch what I think is going to be a fantastic matchup. But I think this is closing things out for us now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and making the NACL qualifiers what they are. We couldn't do it without you guys. Everybody, have a good one.